Welcome to the first of 6 Locke lectures by David Chalmers. This lecture is entitled The Scrutable World. I first heard about David when I was having dinner with the great David Lewis in the early 90s. At that point, no one, or hardly anyone, had heard of him. And David told me that there's this guy coming out of Indiana University who was going to make a huge splash on the philosophical scene. And sure enough, he did. He's widely regarded as not only the most eminent philosopher of mind of his generation, but perhaps the most eminent philosopher of mind, simpliciter, active today. And he's also done groundbreaking work in the foundations of semantics, in the epistemology of the a priori, and in the metaphysics of modality. He didn't begin in philosophy. He started off as an undergraduate in mathematics at the University of Adelaide and then came here to Oxford to continue his studies in mathematics in, 1987. Though an increasing interest in foundational issues forced his intellectual attention to philosophy, and as a result he went to work with Douglas Hofstadter at Indiana on a range of topics in philosophy and cognitive science, and received a PhD from there. He then went on to a postdoc at Washington University at St. Louis. His first job was at UC Santa Cruz in California. He then went to the University of Arizona, where he also set up a very successful Center for Consciousness Studies that proved to be a stimulating forum for an interdisciplinary exploration of foundational questions concerning consciousness. He then moved to Australian National University, where, as well as being a professor of philosophy, he's a director of consciousness studies there. And recently he's in addition accepted a visiting position at New York University, which he'll, for the foreseeable future, be combining with his post in Australia. The breakthrough work for David, without question, was his 1996 book, The Conscious Mind in Search of a Fundamental Theory. Not everyone liked that book. Some responses were very negative. I quote John Searle's review, the New York Review of Books, where he wrote, "It's one thing to bite the occasional bullet here, but this book consumes an entire arsenal." In a way, the negative reactions weren't too surprising, and by no means they were by no means uniform, of course. For one thing, David was young. He was barely out of graduate school and writing a book that had the amazing combination of popular appeal. He tells me it sold 60,000 copies, which is really quite amazing. And at the same time was on the cutting edge of professional philosophy, was the thing that everyone was talking about, so to speak. Very rare combination, that. Bound to attract some negative reactions, especially among someone so young. Turns out that I've discovered that just by growing old, people get an increased view of you. When you're young, it's not surprising that you get reviews like those that John Searle gave us. The other thing that made it not surprising was the sheer audacity of the book. There was a trend in orthodox philosophy of mind towards exploring the minutiae of functionalist accounts of intentionality and consciousness. David's book was a full-blooded defense of an anti-materialist philosophy of mind that to many seemed like something of a throwback, and combined this with an attempt to make the world safe for a kind of rationalism that seemed to have its place in the 17th century, but many would have thought it did no longer have a place in contemporary Anglo-American philosophy. So there's something very audacious about this book. Not surprising that it had its detractors, but that book had its virtues that have ensured that it's going to stand the test of time. Unlike so much philosophy, it really made an intense effort to combine carefulness and clarity. And unlike a lot of philosophy, it really is rewarding to work through that book and figure out what you think's wrong with it, if you think there's anything wrong with it. Since that book, David's written an awful lot. He's attempted to cash in on the philosophical agenda set out by that book, writing numerous papers exploring further issues in the foundations of semantics, and particularly two-dimensional semantics, in the metaphysics of modality, and in particular the relationship of the epistemological category of a priori to modality, and in the metaphysics of consciousness itself. Though his work's by no means been limited to that range of topics. He's written, at a rough count, about 70 papers, and the philosophical breadth is quite amazing. He's written on Occam's inner language, on perception and the fall from Eden, on the two-envelope paradox, on the metaphysics of the matrix, on the unity of consciousness, and the list goes on. First and foremost, I suppose, David is a system builder who pays great attention to foundational questions. The system relates the issues in the metaphysics of mind, and in particular of consciousness, to topics in metaphysics, and in particular the scrutability of the metaphysical structure of the world, and issues in epistemology, especially the nature of rationality and the a priori. His talks in the next few weeks will expose us to a wide range of those issues and really give us some insights into the character and depth of his thought on these issues. Every Thursday at 10:45 there'll be an opportunity for discussion with David. There'll be a 2-hour session every Thursday. I strongly urge, especially graduate students, to attend those discussions. I presume that you all want to hone your philosophical skills, and I presume that you all enjoy exploring philosophical ideas. I can think of no better way to do both those things than in the company of someone so stimulating and engaging as David. Well, I don't want to take up any more time. I'd like you to welcome him and make sure that his stay at Oxford is philosophically rewarding and personally enjoyable. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John, for that really kind introduction. And thanks very much to all of you for coming today. It's a privilege to be giving these lectures, and it's a pleasure to be back at Oxford in the company of so many old friends. As John said, I was a student here maybe 23 years ago. Turn this on. I started a DPhil in mathematics, went on to become a mathematics dropout, dropped out of mathematics to do philosophy, eventually moved overseas. My friends in mathematics, a lot of my friends found it hard to understand why someone would drop out of mathematics to do philosophy. A lot of mathematicians have a conception of their field as the most fundamental field of all. Got this picture on which chemistry underlies biology, physics underlies chemistry, and mathematics underlies the whole thing. But from my perspective, there was a sense in which philosophy was somehow the highest calling of all. And my attitude was something like, well, sure, mathematics, that's the foundations of science. But philosophy, that's the foundations of everything. I mean, it's an absurdly pretentious thought that one's building the foundations of everything, or even that one's studying the foundations of everything. And when I got started, it seemed presumptuous to me somehow that someone would call themselves, that I could call myself a philosopher. But over time, I guess I realized that we all realized this is something of an ideal that we don't always live up to, we don't perhaps have to live up to. Most of us are, rather than building the foundations of everything, we're playing around with a brick or two in the foundations, fiddling with the location of the brick here and chipping away there. But I think somehow, at least, this functions as a kind of compelling ideal in the background that keeps some of us going as philosophers. But this is relevant because I have some of the same phenomenology of presumption today, to be standing here giving these John Locke lectures with the absurdly grandiose title, Constructing the World. I hope the title is taken in the spirit in which it's intended, a spirit of self-conscious absurdity and grandiosity, but at the same time a homage to what I take to be one of the great works of 20th century philosophy, indeed one of the great works of philosophy by Rudolf Carnap, a book with the equally grandiose title Der logische Aufbau der Welt, often translated either the logical structure of the world or the logical construction of the world. I mean, Carnap's book really was, in a certain sense, an attempt to build or to articulate the foundations of everything. At least to set out a set of basic truths about the world, from which all truths about the world could be derived, serving as an epistemological foundation, perhaps a metaphysical foundation, a semantic foundation, a theoretical foundation. I mean, these days I think the Aufbau is generally regarded as something of a heroic failure, a noble attempt, to be sure, but subject to any number of devastating objections. So my starting point is that maybe there's some life left in a project something like the Aufbau. Now, I should diminish expectations right at the start. Okay, I'm not going to be constructing the world. I'm not going to be building or laying out the foundations of everything. I'm really not going to be doing anything quite as ambitious as what Carnap was doing. But I will be trying to argue for certain specific theses, what I call scrutability theses. Theses about the existence of certain basic truths from which all truths about the world are, in certain senses, derivable. Theses analogous to theses that Carnap argued for. And while perhaps the picture they lead to is not quite as radical as the one that Carnap got to, perhaps it still has some, I'll argue, still has some quite significant consequences for a number of areas of philosophy that are not wholly out of the spirit of consequences that Carnap wanted to draw. So with that said, I'll move on to details. The talk today will be divided into the 5 parts. And although the hero of the talk is Carnap, I'm going to start with Laplace Does somebody have a handout, by the way, just so I have one to look at? So here's a famous quote from Laplace in 1814. An intellect which at a certain moment would know all forces that set nature in motion and all positions of all items of which nature is composed. If this intellect were also vast enough to submit these data to analysis, it would embrace in a single formula the movements of the greatest bodies of the universe and those of the tiniest atom. For such an intellect, nothing would be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be present before its eyes. So I think if you look at this marvelous passage from Laplace, you can find a philosophical thesis in there. So I'll proceed to try to destroy this beautiful prose by coming up with a couple of definitions. Let's say that the Laplacian truths are the fundamental laws and the current positions of all fundamental entities. And that a Laplacian intellect is an intellect vast enough to submit these data to analysis, I guess to some kind of ideally rational analysis. Then, I think we can take the heart of that quote from Laplace as something like the following. It's a bit shorter. For a Laplacian intellect who knew all the Laplacian truths, nothing would be uncertain. So I guess that's roughly to say that for any proposition that the Laplacian intellect could entertain, it would be in a position to know whether that proposition is true. Indeed, for any question it could ask itself, be in a position to know the answer. Just say the Laplacian demon wants to know who's going to win the election tomorrow. Then entertains the proposition, well, maybe David Cameron's going to win. Maybe David Cameron's going to be the next Prime Minister. It'll get out its machinery and calculate away and come up with the answer. It also entertain the proposition that Gordon Brown will be re-elected. Nick Clegg will be the next Prime Minister. The answers to all these things will be clear. So, for my purposes, it's best just to regiment this slightly into a slightly different but closely related thesis, which I'll call Laplacian scrutability. It takes the form of what I call a scrutability thesis. For all true propositions P, a Laplacian intellect who knew all the Laplacian truths would be in a position to know P. So, if indeed it is true that David Cameron's going to be the next Prime Minister, then a Laplacian intellect who knew all the Laplacian truths would be in a position to know that David Cameron will be the next Prime Minister, and so on for all the other true propositions. Now, Laplace is, by the way, is the amplification okay? It's all right, good. Laplace's demon has come in for something of a battering since its early days, being put forward by Laplace. I mean, there are a number of famous problems, perhaps the most famous of which are problems tied to indeterminism. If indeed, as many people think, physical theory is indeterministic, then it looks like the physical truths, probably the fundamental truths, at a given time, are not enough to know all truths about the future because of indeterministic evolution of physical systems. Other people have argued that even physical truths across time are not enough to know certain truths about the world, namely mental truths. For example, what it's like for someone to see red, certain truths about consciousness. Some people have raised worries about self-locating truths, suggesting that all the objective truths about the physical and indeed mental world may not be enough to know such truths as it's now 5 on Wednesday, or I'm David Chalmers. There's a worry about negative truths. Maybe all the positive truths about the world are not enough to know such negative truths, if indeed they are truths, as there's no ectoplasm or there are no ghosts. And people might worry about various problematic classes of truths, moral truths, mathematical truths, metaphysical truths, and so on. Still, at this point, if you're looking for a spirit broadly for a thesis, broadly in the spirit of Laplace's, there's a natural thing to do. We just expand the base. Laplace helped himself to a very austere base, roughly physical truths at a time, and laws of physics. But we can expand the base while still having a thesis that at least retains something of the spirit. For example, to deal with the worries about indeterminism, we might say, well, why not build into our base physical truths, fundamental truths in physics across time, across space and time? Okay, if we do that, that'll make the demon's predictive work somewhat less impressive. It'll have truths built in about the microphysics of ballot boxes tomorrow and newspapers on Friday, and on you go in figuring out who wins the election. Still, it's an interesting thesis. Handle the problems about the mental. You might try to give the demon some mental truths, perhaps about consciousness. To handle problems of self-location, you might give the demon an indexical truth or two. I am such and such a Laplace's demon located at such and such a spot. Negative truths might be handled with a that's all truths, saying roughly that this is the extent of the world, and on you go. So there's still the possibility that some relatively austere basis might serve as a basis for knowledge of all truths. So we could encapsulate that into a thesis I'll call empirical scrutability, for reasons which will become clear a bit later, and especially next time. This says that there is some compact class of truths such that for all true propositions P, if a Laplacian intellect knew all the truths in that class, it would be in a position to know P. So that's just like the Laplacian scrutability thesis, except that reference to the very specific class of Laplacian truths has been replaced by a generic reference to what I'm calling a compact class of truths. And here the thought is that a compact class of truths is roughly a relatively small class of truths, more specifically involving some small, highly limited set of concepts, also involving no trivializing mechanisms. I'll say more about that a bit later, but the thought is we want to avoid mechanisms that have the effect of doing things like coding all truths about the universe into a single truth or a single small class of truths. So that's a relative of Laplace's thesis called empirical scrutability, somewhat more general. Now, there's another class, though, of problems for Laplace's demon and for both of these scrutability theses. And these are broadly tied to the fact that the demon is traditionally held to be inhabiting the same universe that it's attempting to know. A number of paradoxes, or at least puzzles, seem to arise. One paradox is what we might call a paradox of complexity. Looks like to know all about the world, the demon's mind is going to have to be as complex as the universe containing it, while at the same time being only one small part of that universe. As complex, but less complex. There's a potential worry there. There are paradoxes of prediction. The demon might know will presumably be in a position to know its own future action and to act otherwise. Actually, this kind of paradox of prediction has been formalized in a recent paper in a physics journal a couple of years ago, in which it was argued on quite formal grounds that there could not in principle be two Laplacian demons in a single world due to their mutual knowledge of each other. This isn't actually conditional on laws of physics. It's in any possible world. There can't be two Laplacian demons for such reasons, and of course you can raise problems for the existence of even one. Perhaps most familiarly, there are paradoxes of knowability. The Laplacian thesis seems to make a claim to the effect that all propositions under certain circumstances are knowable. But we have reasons to believe that's just false. Famously, the paradox due to Church and Fichte. If there's a single unknown truth, Q, maybe the Laplacian demon never entertains, never, as a matter of fact, comes to know, then that yields a true statement, a true proposition that's unknowable, the truth that Q, and no one knows Q. If the demon was to know it, the proposition would then be false, so it can't be known. Okay, but I think there's a natural fix for this set of problems too, and that's to put the theses in a somewhat different form. In particular, to put the demon's knowledge into a conditional form. rather than an unconditional form. The key thing is if we do it this way, then the demon needn't inhabit the universe, the very universe that it's scrutinizing. It could be outside that universe, contemplating it conditionally. So we could put a thesis like that this way, what I'll call conditional scrutability. There's a compact class of truths such that for any true proposition P, a Laplacian intellect would be in a position to know that if the truths in that class obtain, then P. So here's the thought. Take the truths about our world, which, let's say, doesn't contain a Laplacian demon, sadly. Then take the relevant complex class of truths about our world and any other truth about our world. Well, if there were a Laplacian demon, it could know that if those truths obtain, then P. Now, sure, the world in which there was a Laplacian demon might be a world in which some of those truths were false, but it doesn't matter. It's conditional knowledge here. Once you've gotten that far, there's a natural further step, which is a move to what I call a priori scrutability. Here the thought is that in conditional scrutability, those basic class, the compact class of truths, the physical truths for the original Laplacian demon, that was all the knowledge that the demon needed to know the truth of the relevant propositions P, or to conditionally know it. Conditional scrutability is compatible with it having some other empirical background knowledge, which is doing some work in the justification. I think it's part of the spirit of the thesis, you might think, to exclude that. One way to do so is to say that conditional knowledge is, in fact, a priori. We can put this by saying there's a compact class of truths such that for any true proposition P, it's knowable a priori by a Laplacian intellect, that if the truths in that class obtain, then P. So that's like conditional scrutability with the a priority claim built in. So these are initial versions of some theses, which I'm really going to be spending quite a bit of time on in the next few lectures. I mean, my attitudes towards them are somewhat different. I mean, a priori scrutability will be, versions of a priori scrutability will really be at the heart of what I'm saying and will be what I concentrate on the most. I'm also, though, inclined to defend a version of conditional scrutability, sufficiently suitably clarified. Empirical scrutability, I think, probably has to be false for reasons alluded to. Still, next time I'll at least be interested in seeing just how close we can get to having a version of it be true. Of course, there's a lot to be said in clarifying this thesis, and that will happen today, tomorrow, next week, and in future weeks. In what follows for the rest of today, I'm not going to make a whole lot of positive argument for these theses. What I intend to do, I've already motivated them to some extent from the direction of Laplace. I'm going to try to motivate them from one or two different directions, especially the direction of the Aufbau, and to defend them from objections. There'll be more argument to follow in the next couple of weeks. In the next 2 weeks, I'll try to build a sustained argument for a couple of these theses. I should say that my plan for these lectures is, very roughly speaking, the first 2 lectures are meant to be fairly accessible and non-technical, at least no more technical than what you've seen already, and I'll cut a few corners here and there. For the next 2 lectures, the plan is for them to be somewhat more detailed and technical, not super technical, but I'm going to try and focus in more closely on a few key issues and theses. In the last 2 lectures, I'm going to step back and look at big picture and implications. And in those lectures, especially in the last one, maybe things will eventually go a little bit wild. So that'll be the payoff. I should also mention I'm putting the text. I mean, I do have a book manuscript corresponding to these lectures. I figured I shouldn't put it online in advance. You don't want the lectures to be an anticlimax, but I'll be putting the lectures online at roughly, the chapters online at roughly the time that I give the corresponding lectures. So if you go to the URL at the bottom, you'll be able to find some text corresponding to what I'm saying today, and a bit more. And maybe that's something, if anyone really has quick turnaround time in reading, I'd be happy to discuss some of that tomorrow in the discussion. Okay, so next I'm going to look at some motivation from the direction of primitive concepts. So I take it it's a familiar idea in philosophy that all concepts are somehow decomposable into a set of primitive concepts. That all expressions are definable in terms of some set of primitive expressions. Aristotle said that man is equivalent to rational animal. People have taken it that knowledge is equivalent to justified true belief. Maybe you can define all those things in turn, and on you go. So here is our patron, John Locke. For all our complex ideas are ultimately resolvable into simple ideas, of which they are compounded and originally made up. Though perhaps their immediate ingredients, as I may so say, are also complex ideas. So, complex ideas resolvable into simple ideas. Familiar idea in philosophy. It's also an idea which has been pursued here and there in cognitive science. Some of you will know Roger Schenk's work on action concepts in artificial intelligence. But I think actually the most sustained attempt to pursue a project of this sort is by one of my colleagues at ANU in linguistics, working in the field of lexical semantics. This is Anna Wurzbicker's natural semantic meta-language. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Wurzbicker's work. My experience is it's not as well known among philosophers as perhaps it should be. It's a really fascinating project from the point of view of a philosopher. Wurzbicker is trying to isolate linguistic primes, she calls them, primitive expressions. They've got subject to certain constraints. Every expression in language has to be definable in terms of them. Furthermore, you have to find terms corresponding to these primes in every known language. She started with 14 such primitive expressions in her book on semantic primitives back in 1972. Since then, it's grown over the years to the point where now she has about 62. In fact, I got an email from her the other day where she told me it's now 63. Here's the list. It's quite, it's a little bit odd from a philosopher's perspective. Substantives are I, you, someone, people, something, body. Already a little bit puzzling. Can't you get someone from something and people? Determinants, this, the same. Quantifiers, one, two, some, all, many, much. Evaluators, good, bad. Augmenters, very, more. Mental predicates, reassuringly for the non-reductionists about the mental among us. Think, no, that ought to make Tim Williamson happy. Want, feel, that should make me happy. See, hear, and on you go. Say words true. Anyway, you get the idea. Now, obviously the rules here, it's a little bit hard to know exactly what the rules of the game are here for Wurzbicker. They're clearly a little bit different from the philosopher's rules of the game, and I've spent a bit of time talking about that with her, but I'm still not entirely clear. Still, it's clear that from a philosopher's perspective, this is a fascinating project. And much of her work is actually devoted to setting out and articulating analyses, explicit definitions of all the relevant of terms. I mean, not of every single term in every single language, but of a vast number of terms, mostly in the English language, throughout all kinds of domains. There's a whole book on emotions, for example. I mean, here's one of my favorites, Wurzbicker's analysis of lying. X lied to Y. Okay, well, that's X said something to person Y. X knew it wasn't true. X said it because X wanted Y to think it was true. People think it's bad if someone does this. These definitions are really like haiku. I mean, haiku. You should see the definition of an umbrella. It's quite remarkable. Okay, philosophers can have a field day with this sort of thing. I mean, finding counterexamples to this definition is left as an exercise to the reader. Philosophers, it's not too difficult. Again, maybe this interacts with the question of criteria of adequacy. Still, fascinating project. The most famous and central instance of this kind of project in philosophy, I mean, you can find bits of it in Russell, but surely the most famous instance of this program in philosophy is the Aufbau. In the Aufbau, Carnap proposes a single non-logical primitive, where Wurzbicker has 62. Lexical semantics, you do it with 62. Well, we philosophers, we can do it with just one. Well, strictly speaking, I guess logic plus one. So, and it's one single relational notion, recollected, phenomenal, similarity. Roughly similarity between total experiences of a subject. It's a phenomenal primitive in the sense that it's about conscious experience. And it's roughly the idea is that two experiences stand in the similarity relation if those total experiences are similar in some respect. Maybe intuitively a color location respect. They both involve red at that location, or on you go. Of course, that's not explicitly articulated in the base. Furthermore, he actually ultimately proposes towards the end of the Aufbau that we can dispense even with this primitive, yielding only logical primitives, hence the logical structure of the world. All other expressions can be defined in terms of these primitives. So, roughly the idea is, let's say we start with phenomenal similarity, which is the way Carnap proceeds for most of the book. Well, then Carnap tries to define certain specific qualia in terms of phenomenal similarity. So, the qualia of a certain kind of red experience, or red at a certain location, is characterized in terms of certain kinds of similarity circles of the phenomenal similarity relation with certain kinds of nice properties that Carnap thinks might somehow correspond to the existence of things which are intuitively qualia. He defines space-time and distribution of certain properties like color properties in space-time in terms of qualia. He defines behavioral properties of humans and others in terms of distribution of these properties in space-time. He defines other minds in terms of behavior, and he goes on to analyze culture. He defines culture in terms of behavior and other minds. Now, admittedly, the pace picks up a bit as the book goes along. Spends a whole lot of time on the first step, a reasonable amount of time on the second step. By the time we get down to culture, that's about 4 pages, and then there's 2 pages for ethics. Still, it's programmatic, but you can see the project there. This suggests some theses. Both the Carnap project and the Witzbicker project and other projects suggest some theses. One of these we might call the definability thesis. So, by the way, the handout just consists of a list of theses. It's not exactly an outline of the talk, but it's just there to refer back to, especially for discussion. The definability thesis, there's a compact class of primitive expressions such that all expressions are definable in terms of expressions in that class. So, for Witzbicker, the class is 62. For Carnap, the class is logic, or logic plus 1. Now, what's a definition? Well, here's an example of a definition sentence. For all x, x is a bachelor, if and only if x is an unmarried man. So there's a couple of constraints on definitions, or a certain sort of sentence, I'll take it. They have to have an appropriate logical form perhaps determined by the kind of expression we're dealing with, singular term, general term, predicate. This is the way it might work for a general term. And furthermore, they have to meet certain conditions of adequacy. It's pretty helpful if they at least be true. And traditionally, they're subject to further conditions of adequacy. They be analytic, or perhaps they be a priori. They be necessarily true in all possible worlds. That the terms on the right-hand side be in a certain sense conceptually prior to the term defined on the left. And there be some kind of length constraints. Hopefully the definition at least be finite. And on you go. Different accounts will give different conditions of adequacy. Actually, one of the most puzzling features of the Aufbau on reading through it is that Carnap's criteria for adequacy are extraordinarily weak. Basically, all he requires is that the definitions be true. It's a criterion of extensional adequacy. He doesn't impose any requirement like analyticity, a priority, necessity. It makes it very hard to see how this project can really do the kind of epistemological or semantic work that he wants it to do. And indeed, in the preface to the second edition of the Aufbau, he goes on to call this his greatest mistake in the Aufbau. He said he should have subjected it to more strongly intentional criteria of adequacy. But I think much of the Aufbau can be read with something like those stronger criteria in mind. Now, with the definability thesis in hand, there's what we might call a definitional scrutability thesis that's suggested from this, to put it in the form of the kind of scrutability theses we've had so far, now directed, though, at linguistic items like sentences, rather than propositions. Here's one stab at it. There's a compact class of truths, namely true sentences, such that for any truth S is logically entailed by truths in that class along with adequate definition sentences. Now, that doesn't follow from the definability thesis. I mean, a lot depends on the character of a language and the criteria of adequacy of definitions. If definitions are only required to be extensionally adequate, then you better have an extensional language. If definitions are required to be intentionally adequate to a certain degree, the language to be intentional to that degree, and on you go. But it's at least there's a rough pairing there. Of course, there's all kinds of issues that arise once one starts doing things in terms of sentences, which I'll largely be doing for the rest of the talk. One big issue is the issue of context dependence. Do we have to, presumably given the phenomenon of context dependence, these definitions and these scrutability relations will have to somehow be relativized to subjects or contexts or utterances or tokens. But I'll set those issues aside for now and return to them a bit in the next talks. Now, if definitions are required to be a priori among their conditions of adequacy, then it looks like you get a version of the a priori scrutability thesis out of the definitional scrutability thesis. I mean, to follow it flat-footedly, you just get the following thesis. There's a compact class C of truths, such that all truths are logically entailed by the truths in C, along with a priori truths, because after all, definitions are required to be a priori. Likewise, if definitions are required to be analytic or necessary, we'll get corresponding analytic or necessary scrutability theses. So that's a rough sentential analog of the propositional a priori scrutability thesis that I mentioned before. Again, I'll be refining this quite a lot in what follows. There's any number of issues which come up in thinking about refining this. I mean, I mentioned context dependence already. Maybe there are going to be issues about infinitary entailment in certain cases. There are certainly going to be issues about vagueness and determinacy. But let's just set those issues aside for now and go with something like this. Okay, so what's the scrutability thesis you get from Carnap? Then, well, I guess it's a definitional scrutability thesis. Roughly, I mean, the one he ends up with at the end is that all truths are definitionally scrutable from truths in logical vocabulary. Just, quantifiers and existential notions. Sorry, quantifiers, connectives, the standard stuff. I think it's mostly first order. Plus, and for most of the Aufbau, it's a slightly weaker thesis. All truths are definitionally scrutable from truths in logical vocabulary plus a single relational expression for phenomenal similarity. And this gives you the idea that, basically for Carnap, there ends up being a single world sentence that entails everything. If we do it in the relational framework, where he has the phenomenal similarity relation, let's call it R, then we might write the world sentence as something like the following. There exists X, and there exists Y, and there exists Z, and on you go, such that RXY and RXZ, it's not the case that RYZ, and on you go, with a whole lot more complex quantification and a whole lot more complex relational structure. But the whole world is basically being characterized in terms of the existence, the structure of the world, of objects in the world, with respect to this relation R. I mean, ultimately, when he gets rid of R, then it's simpler still. I mean, R gets definable away, but via a certain definite description that's supposed to pick it out. And then you've just got a whole lot of existential claims and in maybe some universal claims and in complex logical form. And that world sentence, via the definitions of higher level expressions in terms of lower level expressions, is supposed to entail everything. So that's the project. And I think it really does deserve the... if it were to succeed, it really would deserve the title, at least in a certain sense, of being a construction of the world. Okay, as already said, there are any number of famous problems for the Aufbau. I'll isolate 6 here, perhaps 6 of the most famous. The most famous of all, I think, is Nelson Goodman's criticism of Carnap's construction of qualia from phenomenal similarity relations. Goodman argues that there can be similarity circles that don't correspond to what you'd arguably think of as qualia, so you get false positives there. That's in the structure of appearance. Well, perhaps equally famous are Quine's criticisms in section 5 of Two Dogmas of Empiricism, where Quine argues that Carnap's definition of space-time in terms of qualia violates Carnap's own rules on adequacy of definitions by not falling into the right form. Basically, he ends up assuming certain spatiotemporal elements rather than constructing it explicitly in terms of phenomenal elements as promised. The mathematician Max Newman, in a well-known 1928 paper, raised a problem for Carnap's logical construction. In fact, Newman directed it at a very similar set of claims by Russell in the analysis of matter. He didn't seem to have read Carnap at the time, and Carnap notes the problem himself late in the Aufbau. It's basically the problem that the pure logical construction, any purely logical characterization of the world in logical vocabulary, is almost vacuous. Basically, it can be satisfied by any set of the right cardinality. If it's satisfied by one set of a certain cardinality, it's satisfied by any set of that cardinality, at least if we're liberal about what counts as a relation, a property, and so on. We can always find some set of... the logical sentence is going to say things like there exist relations and there exist properties and there exist objects that stand in a certain structure with respect to each other. If we're liberal about relations and properties, we can always find ones that work. Okay, so those first three are all problems about Carnap's base, if you like, his scrutability base. The other ones are problems tied to his relations. Famously, Quine in Two Dogmas argued there's no analytic-synthetic distinction, been read as saying no a priori, a posteriori distinction. If that's right, then if the project is read as attempting to provide analytic definitions, there's a problem. Other problems are tied to the very existence of definitions or descriptions corresponding to expressions. So famously in Naming and Necessity, Kripke has argued that names just are not equivalent in any sense, necessarily, a priori, analytically, to descriptions. If so, we're going to have a hard time reducing sentences about names by this method. And many have argued that most expressions of a natural language are in fact undefinable. Definitions just aren't available. So there we've got 6 main problems for the Aufbau on which I'll concentrate. Still, I think there's a very natural reaction for people trying to maintain an Aufbau-like project while acknowledging some of these problems. The first 3 problems, I think, are dealt with, relatively straightforwardly. The first 3 problems are problems only for the specific base expressions that Carnap chooses. The phenomenal base, or indeed the logical base, in the case of Newman's problem. And now, there's no particular commitment to that base, I think, on Carnap's part. He says himself in the Aufbau, it's an arbitrary choice. He went with the phenomenal base. He could equally have gone with, say, a physical base. So in the spirit of our amendment to Laplace's thesis, you might say, okay, well, we'll expand the base beyond the phenomenal base. Perhaps we'll bring in some spatiotemporal expressions. Perhaps we'll bring in some physical expressions. Perhaps some causal expressions. You could still have a thesis very much in the spirit of Carnap's. Now, it's true you'd lose some properties that are often associated with Carnap's project. Once you start bringing in, say, physics or space-time in the base, then you're certainly going to water down you're going to sever the strong connection to theses like phenomenalism, verificationism, strong epistemological foundationalism, which are often read into the Aufbau and certainly associated with the common caricatures of the logical empiricists. Now, I think the trend among scholars of the Aufbau in recent years has been to point out that these theses are far less central to the project of the Aufbau than is often assumed in the caricature. So I don't take this to be too much of a loss. But certainly, those theses, verificationism, phenomenalism, are not going to be an essential part of what I'm arguing. Maybe you'll be able to descend some distant cousins of them in what I say. If so, that'll be interesting. But certainly not the flat-footed kind subject to fairly straightforward objections. The next So the other three problems were all tied to the relation, the specific relation between the base sentences and the rest of the sentences. I take it that the last two or three problems are problems only for Carnap's definitional entailment relation. The one that specifically relies on definitions. So you might think, why not weaken the relation? And what I'm going to suggest is rely on a priori entailment relation in what follows. I should mention, by the way, a related project by Hannes Leitgeb, where he's tried to find new life for Carnap's Aufbau through quite a different method. Hannes really keeps Carnap's phenomenal base, and he even keeps the reliance on definitions. What he does is changes the criteria of adequacy quite dramatically to argue basically for a kind of equivalent that he calls sameness of empirical content, that has the property that you can have empirical equivalence, say, between two sentences when one is true and the other one is false. So it doesn't even preserve extensional adequacy. For me, that's just a bit too radical. At least it doesn't serve my purposes, but I point to that as another interesting way to go. So, a revised Aufbau thesis then, where Carnap said all truths are definitionally entailed by, say, logical and phenomenal truths, it's still viable to say, well, all truths are a priori entailed by some compact class of truths. And that's a version of our thesis of a priori scrutability, what I'll be concentrating on, and which I'll be arguing can do a fair amount of the work that an Aufbau thesis, you might want an Aufbau thesis to do. I mean, I've already been over I've already said something about the problems for the base in the case of Laplace, and it's fairly obvious how you might deal with those. In what follows, I'll say a little bit about two of the problems for the relation, the definition problem, and I'll briefly touch on Kripke's arguments against descriptivism. But the central thing here is the problem for definitions, what we'll call the counterexample problem. For many terms in natural language, all purported definitions appear to have counterexamples, very often actual counterexamples. But if not actual counterexamples, then at least conceivable counterexamples or possible counterexamples. So it starts to look like these definitions aren't true, or at least aren't a priori, or aren't necessary. And this, I think, has been responsible perhaps for the single greatest part of the opposition to definitions in both philosophy, cognitive psychology, and related areas. So, I mean, the most familiar case here is the case of knowledge, which I'll take with and run with just briefly. Knowledge does raise some special issues. I mean, it's a normative concept. Some people think it's primitive, and on you go. I'm going to set aside really the special features here and take it as paradigmatic, as typical. If you don't like the case, we could say much of what follows with another case, like lying or chair. But, take the traditional definition of knowledge. It's justified true belief. Then, okay, well, Gettier came along and found a counterexample where it looked like someone had a justified true belief, but they didn't have knowledge. So, okay, someone suggests a refinement, a refined definition. Maybe knowledge is justified true belief, not inferred from a falsehood. Then we find someone else finds a counterexample involving fake barns, where you have that, you still don't have knowledge. And on the process goes. Eventually you find a 12 or 14 clause definition of knowledge due to Chisholm. Someone else finds a counterexample, and there's just no end in sight. All this is outlined in that wonderful book, Schoep's Analysis of Knowledge, which some people see as kind of a horror movie for epistemology. One monster after another. And furthermore, this seems typical. It's not like knowledge is an outlier here. This phenomenon seems typical. So, a lot of people take the moral to be that there's just not much reason to believe that no, or indeed arbitrary, expressions are definable in more primitive vocabulary with those standard conditions of adequacy. Still, and I will take the conditions of adequacy I mentioned at least to be the standard ones. We can talk later about relaxing them. But this is compatible, I think, with the claim that no truths are at least a priori entailed by truths in a more primitive vocabulary. That is, giving up definitional scrutability retains the possibility of a priori scrutability. So to take a Gettier case, for example, and this is just, here I'm just developing a point which Frank Jackson and I made in a paper a few years ago. Let's say the sentence G is, S believes with justification that Jones owns a Ford. So let's say S believes with justification that Jones owns a Ford. S has no evidence concerning whether Brown is in Barcelona. S forms a belief that Jones owns a Ford or Brown is in Barcelona based solely on a valid inference from his belief that Jones owns a Ford. Now, as it happens, Jones does not own a Ford, but Brown is, as a matter of fact, in Barcelona. Now, let K be the claim that S doesn't know that Jones owns a Ford or Brown is in Barcelona. Now, I think Get Here makes the case that in a situation in which G is the case, K is the case. S doesn't, in fact, know that P or Q is the case, even though S has a justified true belief to that effect. And I think you can make a pretty plausible case that if G, then K is a priori, at least insofar as one's sympathetic to the a priori at all. It looks like this isn't turning on any particular background empirical information. It's largely the kind of thing that people engage in through non-empirical reasoning, using concepts that they possess. So there's at least a prima facie case that this is a priori. So if that's right, then it looks like a priori scrutability doesn't actually require definitions. I mean, there's a model where for there to be an a priori connection, there must always be a mediating definition. It must rely on a mediating definition. The model I prefer, I think suggested by this case, is that mediating definitions are certainly not required. Instead, you get a different kind of picture of, say, conceptual analysis, what we might call case-wise conceptual analysis. A priori conditionals regarding specific scenarios. You know, in that scenario, if that scenario is actual, S knows that P. If that scenario is actual, S doesn't know than P, and so on. You know, maybe sometimes these scenarios will be describable quite briefly. In the extreme case, these scenarios may have to be described at great length to the point of describing whole possible worlds. But that's okay, especially for allowing idealization. This will be modeled here not by a definition, but instead by something like an intention, a function, a mapping from scenarios to truth values. Again, in this scenario, it's a model. In this scenario, this thing's not a model, and on you go. In this scenario, John's lying. In this scenario, John's not lying. On you go. Not a definition. Counterexample definitions, I think. Counterexample arguments like of the Get Here style threaten the claim that expressions have definitions, at least definitions subject to the kinds of conditions of adequacy that we've mentioned. But they don't seem to threaten the claim that expressions are associated with intentions or indeed with a priori scrutability relations. In fact, I think there's reasons to believe that it's hard in principle for a counterexample argument to threaten the claim there's an intention or a scrutability relation from a description of a scenario to a verdict about the truth of a sentence. After all, counterexample arguments always proceed by exhibiting a scenario, like a Get Here case or some complicated case of lying, and forming some judgment about the truth value of S knows the P, or someone is lying. With respect to that scenario, that might be a counterexample to a given definition. It can always be modeled by, captured by an appropriate intention that just captures our judgments about the truth of the sentence in the scenario. I mean, there's a lot to be said here about weakening the conditions of adequacy on definitions to allow, for example, approximate definitions or infinitary definitions at this point. But maybe the definitional model could be saved with infinitary definitions. But in a way, I think the deeper point here is that definitions really just aren't, even if there are such definitions on this model, definitions just aren't to the point. They're not the key thing in understanding concepts. I mean, I think of this as going along with a picture which, you know, with due respect to Quine, we might call the scrutability of reference. The picture on which possessing a concept goes along with a conditional ability to determine reference given empirical information and given sufficient reasoning. So it's an ability to, the idea that once you have a concept, you've got a certain ability to home in on reference. A theme that's been very, very familiar with in much 20th century philosophy. And here the thought is, here's a thesis we might call the scrutability of reference. Given enough information about the world and enough reasoning, we're in a position to know the extensions of our terms. And a sentential version of that might be, given all that, we're in a position to know the truth values of our sentences. I find that an attractive thesis. There's a lot to be said about bringing out just the relation of this thesis to Quine's inscrutability of reference thesis. I mean, one thing that's worth observing is even if you are moved by Quine's inscrutability thesis for reference, most people are inclined to think that the key cases of reference permutation and inscrutability don't permute truth. So even if you think that reference is inscrutable, there's still a scrutability of truth thesis in the background for truth values, which is where I've been concentrating. I'm inclined to defend the reference thesis too. Okay, this is a picture, by the way, I've developed in a bit of earlier work. I should say that in these lectures, I'm trying not to presuppose anything that I've done in earlier work. I'm presuming that most people here aren't going to have read the relevant thing. So to those of you who have, looked at who do know the relevant bits of my work, I apologize for occasional repetition. I figure that this is the better strategy to take. I'll certainly try to go well beyond the things I've said in those places, which are usually deep in the middle of long papers, which I'm not sure that anyone's ever gotten to the end of anyway. So I might as well exploit the captive audience while I have it. I'm told the audience that the numbers are going to drop off dramatically by next week anyway. Just to mention Kripke's anti-descriptive arguments. Kripke has two main sets of arguments, the modal and epistemological arguments. Maybe there are others. The modal arguments say that, when n's a name and d's a description, the n equals to d isn't necessary. Well, that concerns necessity, not a priority, so I think it's pretty obviously no objection to a priori scrutability. Kripke himself notes the claim that a term like a Gödel as a rigid designator is at least compatible with the claim that its reference is fixed descriptively and some descriptive claim is a priori. The more worrying claim might be the epistemic argument. The argument that Gödel is the prover of incompleteness is not even a priori, because we can imagine cases, we can imagine scenarios where it comes out false. We say, if we discovered something, we'd say, well, that person proved the incompleteness of arithmetic and they weren't Gödel. But that's just an argument from counterexample. It's an argument analogous to the Gettier case for our purposes. And for the same reasons that the Gettier case is not an objection to a priori scrutability as it stands, this isn't an objection either. So I think, again, Kripke's data are straightforwardly compatible with the thesis. So, okay, if that's right, that's interesting, because it looks like we've got a thesis here in the Carnapian spirit, which at least can handle 5 of the 6 major criticisms of the Aufbau. I haven't said anything about Quine's criticisms in Two Dogmas. I'm going to save a whole lecture for that. It'll be in the 4th time around. But still, interesting. So far, these objections are defeated, which is not to say there are no objections. I'm sure there are going to be quite a few of them. But if there are serious objections to a thesis, at least there'll be interestingly different ones. So that's the hope. Okay, I just want to say something briefly before closing about the scrutability base and about applications. A scrutability base is a class of truths from which all truths are scrutable, in various senses of scrutable. A minimal scrutability base is a minimal class of truths from which all truths are scrutable. All kinds of interesting questions. What is the character of a minimal scrutability base? The scrutability thesis of various kinds says, well, the first, at least one of the kinds I'm interested in, the core kind I'm interested in, is a thesis that there's a compact scrutability base. Now, what is it for a class of truths to be compact? Well, this is a tricky question, but to a first approximation, the thought is that ideally it involves a small finite class of expressions. Or perhaps we can allow a small finite class of families of expressions. Maybe you want, say, phenomenal expressions in there, and there's a whole bunch of phenomenal expressions, but still just one family. Now, of course, that's a vague claim. I'm not going to come up with a magic number. Maybe the ultimate question is, how many expressions are there? Do there need to be in a scrutability base? And the answer is 42. But I'd be happy if there turned out to be less than 42. Less than 10 would be ideal. Also, no trivializing mechanisms. Here, roughly, the thought is that Again, if you code all the truths into one single truth, or there are various things you can do that would trivialize this. Take the class of propositional truths. Propositional expressions. Expressions that refer to propositions, like, the cat sat on the mat, in italics. And take the expression true, or is true. Then just take, I've got a compact scrutability base. It consists just of certain claims about propositions to the effect that they're true. Pretty plausibly from there you can derive all kinds of arbitrary sentences. That would be a trivializing mechanism. And it's easy to come up with other trivializing mechanisms. It would be nice to say a bit more about this and make that a bit more adequate. In practice, I think it won't matter too much. We can just basically take this dialectically. I'll offer some specific scrutability bases. I think they'll fairly clearly be small enough to be interesting and not trivializing. In a couple of cases, there'll be the threat of trivialization, and then we can just examine that threat on its own terms. What are some candidates for the scrutability base? I'll really be concentrating on this question towards the end of the lectures. But you might think, some we've mentioned already, phenomenal truths, perhaps microphysical truths, perhaps spatiotemporal truths, perhaps gnomic truths about laws or causation, indexical truths about I am such and such, now is such and such, perhaps that's all truth, saying, this is all there is in the world. Some people would argue for further categories here, maybe normative truths involving oughts or reasons or values, intentional truths, ontological truths, secondary quality truths, quidistic truths about the nature of the intrinsic qualities of underlying microphysics. I think that my own view is that you perhaps only a small set of these. That microphysical truths you can get rid of if you want to by a Ramsey sentence method. My own view is you don't even need spatiotemporal truths. I do think you need gnomic truths. Indexicals, that's all we'll get to. But these are matters of philosophical substance. And of the long list there, maybe there's a role for quidistic truths. Anyway, people can argue about what goes in there, and we'll get to this later on. But the thought is, if you've got a list of even 5 or 6 or 7 of these families from which everything is scrutable, that's certainly small enough to be interesting and to do an awful lot of work. I'll note that, of course, you also are going to want, at the very least, a good helping of logical and mathematical expressions to state the claims in your scrutability base. Whether you actually need logical or mathematical truths will depend on whether you take those things to be, say, a priori. You may not need them there if they're a priori. You'll at least need those expressions plausibly to state things like phenomenal macrophysical truths. Now, of course, there'll be many scrutability bases, even many minimal scrutability bases. Question: is there a privileged scrutability base? Is there God's scrutability base? What does God's scrutability base look like? One thought here. I think I'm really going to concentrate on some privileged, principled bases later on. But one thought here is we might invoke a grounding relation more fine-grained than a priori entailment at this point. Maybe a primitive scrutability thesis. All truths are scrutable from truths involving only primitive concepts, where primitive concepts are those that are primitive with respect to a conceptual grounding relation. Or a fundamental scrutability thesis. All truths are scrutable from metaphysically fundamental truths, where metaphysically fundamental truths are the metaphysical ground for all truths. That's a thesis I've discussed a bit in earlier work. I should say these metaphysical questions won't be quite so front and central in what follows. I'll be concentrating more on epistemological and semantic question, but we'll certainly these questions will come up. Finally, I just want to say something very briefly about applications. Why is this scrutability thesis of more than technical interest? Well, I think it has many applications in many areas of philosophy. In epistemology, and perhaps most obviously, the scrutability thesis you can see it as a kind of watered-down version of the famous knowability thesis, that all truths are knowable. It certainly doesn't entail that thesis, and I think it isn't subject to the obvious problems of that thesis. You might even make a case that something like it is the plausible core of a knowability thesis. That's, I think, something worth exploring. I think some scrutability theses have anti-skeptical applications. Most obviously, Carnap thought that phenomenal scrutability theses had anti-skeptical applications, but something like that might also apply to extensions thereof, like phenomenal gnomic scrutability theses. In metaphysics, the principled theses such as fundamental scrutability can be used to help adjudicate what's fundamental. and indeed what's true. So, if mental sentences are not scrutable from physical truths, then either physical truths don't exhaust the fundamental truths, or mental sentences are not true. If you take it for granted that mental sentences are true, mental truths are not scrutable from physical truths, then physical truths don't exhaust the fundamental truths. That's a kind of argument I've made before in some other work. Likewise, if moral sentences are not scrutable from physical truths, then either physical truths don't exhaust the fundamental truths, or moral sentences are not true. In that case, different people might draw different morals. At least this really constrains the options in adjudicating what's fundamental, what's true. And you could use these to argue for expansions of ontology, for anti-realism about a domain, and on you go. Worth mentioning applications to modality and meaning, which are really very central to my own interests. Here I think of the project as picking up on a combination of this early Carnap of the Aufbau with a later phase of Carnap in meaning and necessity, where he looked at possible worlds and their role in analysis of meaning. I mean, one can use a generalized version of the scrutability thesis. It's on the handout, but the details don't matter too much here. One that applies not just to the actual world, but to a broader range of worlds and sentences, to construct a space of epistemically possible worlds or scenarios, perhaps as maximal consistent sets of sentences in a generalized scrutability base. I actually gave a talk about that, I think, on epistemic space here in the Java Society a few years ago. I think that's useful for many epistemological purposes, and one can then investigate at least the tie between that epistemic space and the space of metaphysically possible worlds. Furthermore, once you've done that, there are interesting applications to questions about meaning. You can use that generalized scrutability thesis to define intensions over the relevant space of scenarios. Functions, for example, a given expression with a certain kind of extension might have an intension which we could define as a function from scenarios to extensions. After all, if the extension of the truth value of a sentence is scrutable from a description of a scenario in the language of a scrutability base, then it's straightforward to use that to define an intention. For a sentence, a function from intentions to truth values. These turn out to have very nice properties, and roughly in the way in which Carnap argued in Meaning and Necessity that intentions have nice properties, quasi-Fregean properties. One such property, I think you can make a case for, a sentence A is true at all scenarios if and only if A is a priori. Here's another one. Just so we get this working for singular terms, two singular terms A and B will have the same intention if and only if the identity claim A equals B is a priori. There we have, that's a little bit reminiscent of the Fregean thesis that A and B have the same sense if the identity is cognitively insignificant. It's not exactly the same as that, but in a corresponding way it connects semantic values to epistemological role and gives us, I think, potential grounds for a Fregean approach to philosophy of language. I think that can be used to, in a way, provide epistemological foundations for the sort of epistemological 2D semantics that I'm interested in. I think you can go on to apply it to mental content. You can make a case that certain scrutability theses can be used to define narrow contents, environment-independent ones, and in the philosophy of science, there's the potential, I think, of a framework for certain forms of structuralism, like Carnap's structuralism, and indeed a certain kind of chain of reductive explanation. These are theses I'll come back to in the last lecture. So overall, I think that I actually see these scrutability theses, technical though they may seem, as suggesting a certain kind of... John said that the conscious mind was something of a throwback. So maybe the scrutability thesis suggests something of a throwback thesis as well. In these cases, throwback to the age of Frege, Russell, and Carnap. I think many of the theses popular in that era can be, versions of them might be vindicated or suggested by the scrutability project. And correspondingly, I think it suggests at least limitations on many trends which have been popular in the last 60-odd years of philosophy. I'm not going to say it refutes all these people, because it very much depends on how their theses are cast, but at least greatly limits the consequences that people have tried to draw from them. So Kripke on names, maybe a Fregean response to Kripke on names, limits Putnam and Burge on externalism, I'll come back to that. limits Quine on analyticity and a priority. Perhaps it even, stands in tension with some theses which are popular around here. Maybe probably hasn't escaped your attention that there's potential tensions with theses popular with the Wainfleet professor over here and the Wickham professor, including but not limited to the epistemic theory of vagueness and a number of others. I think there's at the very least interesting relations to be explored. So finally then, to conclude with applications to meta-philosophy, I'm an optimist at heart. So I think, one can see this as opening the door to a certain kind of meta-philosophical optimism, conditional on knowledge of base truths and ideal reasoning. Everything is knowable. You've at least got the possibility of conditional knowledge there. Now that doesn't rule out our ignorance, but at least locates and limits our ignorance. It sort of locates it, traces our ignorance either to ignorance of relevant base truths or non-ideality of our reasoning. Now, of course, it's not obvious that all philosophically relevant base truths are knowable. And it's not obvious that our reasoning is sufficiently ideal for philosophical purposes. But I think it's not out of the question either. After all, philosophy is still young, and the human capacity for reasoning is strong. So, to conclude in this optimistic spirit, I might suggest that in a scrutable world, truth just may be within reach. Thank you. After painting a few broad strokes last time and issuing more than a few promissory notes, today we get down to work a little bit. There may even be an argument or two if you're lucky. Just to recap a little bit from last time, I talked about scrutability theses, of which the general form is there's a compact class C of truths so that all truths are scrutable from C. And compact, the first approximation, meant small and non-trivializing. The paradigm of the relevant compact class C of truths was Laplace's scrutability base, the physical truths at a time and fundamental laws. We also talked about Carnap's scrutability base, the base involving phenomenal similarity or purely logical structure. But as we saw, compact bases can well be bigger than that. And then we had a few different senses of scrutability. Scrutability in general means in some sense you're able to get to all truths from the base truths. We had a few different senses. I'll start with the propositional senses that we started with last time, just for a reminder. Three senses. Proposition P is empirically scrutable from a class of proposition C if a Laplacian intellect knew all members of C, it would be in a position to know P. P is conditionally scrutable from C if and only if a Laplacian intellect would be in a position to know that if all members of C obtain, then P. So that's formulated in terms of conditional knowledge. And P is a priori scrutable from C if and only if a Laplacian intellect could know a priori that if all members of C obtain, then P. So those were formulated in terms of propositions. Now, a Laplacian intellect was, roughly speaking, to an ideal reasoner, or a sufficiently ideal reasoner, as Laplace puts it, a vast enough intellect. For today's purposes, it's more useful to put things in a sentential form. I'm actually going to spend a fair amount of time on the sentential versus the propositional, the issue of sentential versus propositional formulations at the beginning of the next lecture. And those of you who have looked at the online manuscript will have noticed there's a bit about that issue in chapter 2 already. But for today's purposes, I'll just lay it out in sentential form. Here the idea is we'll actually do it to avoid worries about context dependence, we're actually going to do it for uttered sentences, S, for utterances or for sentence tokens. At least the truths which are scrutable or not scrutable, the truths in question will be such sentence tokens. The truths in the base will be sentence types. So S is empirically scrutable from C if and only if the speaker knew all members of C, she'd be in a position to know S. I'll say more next time about just what it is to know a sentence token or type, but for now you can go with the intuitive understanding of knowing a sentence in terms of just knowing the proposition that the sentence expresses. S is conditionally scrutable from C if and only if the speaker is in a position to know that if all members of C obtain, then S obtains. And S is a priori scrutable from C if and only if the speaker is in a position to know a priori that if all members of C obtain, then S obtains. Now, the thesis that was the most important for my purposes last time was the a priori scrutability thesis. I suggest that if something like that thesis holds, then we can use it to vindicate at least some of the projects of Carnap in the Aufbau and apply it to various other philosophically interesting projects. Today I'm going to set a priori scrutability aside and focus mostly on the first two, empirical scrutability and conditional scrutability. This is partly because my argument for a priori scrutability is going to go through these theses. In particular, it's going to go through conditional scrutability, and I'll set aside the argument from there to a priori scrutability for the next lecture. The central one I'm interested to defend is conditional scrutability. Empirical scrutability has some problems, as we'll see. I still think it raises some interesting issues to think about, though, and those will come up along the way. Now, for present purposes, I'm not going to try to argue that, for immediate purposes, I'm not going to try to argue that all truths are empirically or conditionally scrutable from a relevant compact class of C truths. I'll lower my sights in a couple of ways. One of the ways in which I'm lowering the sights for today is to restrict attention to a subset of the class of all truths, a relatively well-behaved set of truths, which I'll call ordinary truths. And I'll argue there's a compact class C of truths such that all ordinary truths are scrutable from C. So ordinary truths, broadly speaking, macroscopic truths about the natural world, roughly speaking, the biological and the chemical world. Water's H2O. Life on our planet is based on DNA. Platypi are mammals. And since we're dealing with tokens here, uttered by normal human speakers. There are all kinds of hard cases, which I'll set aside for later, in the fifth lecture. Mathematical truths, truths about the mental, moral truths, modal truths, truths about the social, metaphysical, ontological truths, truths essentially involving vague expressions, in particular borderline cases, sentences expressing borderline cases of vague expressions, sentences involving names, utterances used with semantic deference, and so on. All those are going to be deferred till later. I won't actually be able to deal with all of them in one talk in a few weeks, but I'll try to deal with a few of them. Today, as I said, I'll focus on conditional and empirical scrutability with issues about a priori scrutability for next time. We're getting some odd noises here. Is this making any difference? Okay for now? Okay. See what happens? Okay. And now, okay, what's the relevant compact class of truths going to be that I deal with today? Well, another sense in which I'm lowering the sights for today, the thought is for today we'll deal with a fairly generous base. We won't try to go for the smallest possible scrutability base, a minimal one. Instead we'll build in a fair amount of stuff to make the job easier for now, while still having a base which is interestingly small and clearly qualifies as compact. Later on we'll look at making it smaller. The base I'll use is a class I'll call PQTI. A few of you, this may be familiar to a few of you, because in paper with Frank Jackson a few years ago, we talked about very similar, actually, but there we had a big conjunctive truth called PQTI, closely related to this truth. I mean, that paper was the argument. The thesis I'm arguing for in the current talk is not unrelated to the thesis we argued for in that paper. I think, as you'll see, the arguments and the argument strategies are rather different. The compact class of truths here, then, PQTI, includes, well, roughly 5 things for a start. P, which is a class of truths, class of microphysical and macrophysical truths. I mean, fundamental physical truths, fundamental truths of physics in the vocabulary of a correct fundamental physics. But I'll also allow what I call macrophysical truths, which are, arbitrary truths about physical objects in the vocabulary of classical physics. So space, time, mass, and derivative spatiotemporal times like velocity, forces, and so on, if necessary. Again, that's just in the spirit of generosity. It may well be that the macrophysical truths we can ultimately get from the microphysical truths, but it's still a highly restricted vocabulary. I should say that I'm largely going to set aside issues about quantum mechanics here, so we can take ourselves, for now, to be assuming not necessarily a entirely classical physics in the base, but a relatively classical physics, perhaps a Bohmian. We can work with a Bohmian interpretation of quantum mechanics for now, if you like, and then those issues can again be revisited later. Q will be the class of phenomenal truths, truths about conscious experience, truths about what it's like to be a conscious subject in what I call a pure phenomenal vocabulary. The details of that don't matter too much, but the rough idea is the kind of expression such that by grasping these truths, one understands what it's like to be a subject in question. In the spirit of generosity, I think it's also, for certain purposes, useful to build in a bit more here into Q. For example, build in some other mental truths, intentional truths about what subjects believe, what they desire. Secondary quality truths about the distribution of secondary qualities over objects in the world, colors, pitches, tastes, and so on. I say these are optional because they both raise a couple of problematic issues. It's not obvious. Not everyone accepts there are secondary quality truths. If we do go with secondary quality truths, I think we should restrict them to normal human secondary qualities, at least for now. And with intentional truths, there's a worry about trivializing mechanisms in the background, one I'll talk a lot more about in the fifth talk. But for certain purposes, it's useful to build them in. I think one can do without them. T is a that's all sentence, roughly saying that this is all there is in the world. By giving P and Q, then there's not a whole bunch of other stuff, like ghosts or angels or who knows what hanging around. One way to put that is by saying all truths are themselves scrutable from the rest of the truths, PQI. Actually, I'll save issues of formulation for just a second. I, indexical truths, I am such and such, now is such and such, where oneself and the current time is picked out, perhaps with a definite description in the vocabulary of P, Q, and T. And finally, I'll allow laws and counterfactuals in the vocabulary of P and Q, insofar as there are such truths, truths about laws, truths about what would have been the case under certain circumstances specified with antecedents and consequence in the vocabulary of P and Q. So an awful lot built in there, but still a compact, I think pretty clearly a compact vocabulary. Now, one tricky issue here is comes with the characterization of T. So that's all truth. There's one pretty obvious way to characterize T. I mean, in the case of that's all truth is fairly familiar from discussions of physicalism and supervenience. In the case of physicalism, one natural way to characterize T is to say that the world is a minimal world in which, say, these physical truths obtain, or all positive truths are necessitated by P. The trouble is that those formulations are modal formulations using the notion of necessity of possible world. The corresponding natural formulation here is something like all positive truths are a priori entailed by base truths. And that's a characterization which brings in the notion of a priority. One reason I want to start with empirical and conditional scrutability is to avoid issues about a priority at this point and controversies over the a priori. So, if possible, it would be nice to avoid bringing in the very notion of the a priori into the base at this point. So I think there's an alternative way to proceed without building T into the base. And this is to argue instead of arguing that all truths are scrutable from PQTI, argue that all ordinary positive truths are scrutable from PQI. Where here a positive truth is one such that if it holds in a scenario, it holds in all outstripping scenarios. And here the idea is there's a intuitive relation of outstripping between scenarios. In the first instance, start with possible worlds. The idea that one world outstrips another world when intuitively it contains a intrinsic duplicate of the first world. So, a world like this one with a bunch of angels or a bunch of extra consciousness in it, and everything else is the same, will outstrip this world. So then the thought is a positive truth is one such that if it holds in a scenario, holds in all outstripping scenarios. This takes the notion of takes the modal notion of a positive truth and moves it into an epistemic key. The details are a bit fiddly, but they don't matter too much for present purposes. Or intuitively, we can just say a truth that can't conceivably be falsified by adding to a world. So it looks like there are more than 5 particles, for example. That looks like a positive truth, holds in a given scenario, holds in all scenarios that intuitively contain it. But not, on the other hand, there's no ectoplasm, everything alive is made of DNA, and on you go. I don't claim this distinction corresponds exactly to the intuitive distinction between negative, positive truth classed in terms of logical form, but it's the notion that's useful for our purposes. Given this claim that all ordinary positive truths are scrutable from PQI, I think you can get back to the claim that all ordinary truths are scrutable from PQTI, or at least, given the claim that all positive truths are scrutable from PQI, you can get to the claim that all truths are scrutable from PQI. Non-trivially, I think you need a couple of claims there, in particular S5 for something like the a priori modality. But I think that case can be made. Okay, so that's all background, really. Now I'll get to argument. Initial argument for the scrutability of all ordinary truths from this base. And for this purpose, I'm going to invoke a hypothetical device which I will call the cosmoscope. The cosmoscope, well, the easiest way to get a grip on cosmoscope is by thinking about Google. You all know Google Maps, right? Use it quite a lot. You know Google Earth, and so on. Has these multiple views of the world. The satellite view and the street view and the map view. Well, the cosmoscope is really Google Cosmos. It's coming one of these days. You just know it. But far more powerful than any of the Google devices to date. Who knows what they'll do in a few years. The cosmoscope is a virtual reality device, roughly, that stores the information in PQI and makes it usable. So it contains about at least 5 components. First, a supercomputer to store all that information in PQI and to perform a lot of relevant calculations and manipulations. Second, holographic tools that zoom in and out and display information about matter in regions. Here it's very much like the Google model at all the different scales, 3-dimensional scales, and we can go through time as well, little movies of different areas of space and time. We can use the information in, for example, the macrophysical information in P to characterize what's going on in those spaces macrophysically and display a little geometrical movie. If we have things like secondary qualities built in, we can even have colors and the like in there, just as Google Maps does. 3, we'll have virtual reality for knowledge of experience. So I guess number 2 we can think of as, well, you might have thought of it as number 2 as some TV screens. Maybe it's better to think of it actually as a holodeck, like on Star Trek. We wander through this three-dimensional space. A more sophisticated cosmoscope might interface directly with one's imagination, giving one imaginative recreations of certain areas of space-time with relevant spatiotemporal imagery. The third component basically gives you knowledge of experience. It takes the information in Q to give you knowledge of experience. It gives you, again, maybe best to think of it as an imaginative recreation of certain streams of consciousness. So, if I want to know what my experience was like, it'll have a representation of what my experience was like at a certain time in the past. This will be a very, very sophisticated virtual reality device, such as put my cosmoscope helmet on, and it'll give me some form of imaginative recreation of my stream of consciousness as it was then, enabling me to know what it was like to be me then, or to be someone else, or even in principle, to be a bat. Certain forms of idealization of one's cognitive capacities are clearly going to be required to even use a cosmoscope, but I think that's okay for present purposes. Fourth, a "you are here" marker. Just Google. If you ever used Google on the iPhone, at least, there's a little button you can press. You get a little blue dot, and it shows where you are on the map, and it moves around with you. Well, here we'll use the information in I, the indexical truths, to give you a little indication of "you are here." And fifth, we'll have a simulation mechanism for knowledge of counterfactuals. After all, we're going to have all those counterfactual truths too, so we'll be able to ask it, feed in, change things around in PQI a little bit, specify a certain antecedent, use this knowledge of counterfactuals or laws to tell us, to display at least some information about what's going to happen, conditional on those antecedents insofar as there are truths about them. It might have to be displayed in some partial or indeterminate way, but presumably can at least give us some guidance. And there's the cosmoscope. Now you might think the cosmoscope is such a remarkable device that no one would ever have invented one yet, and you couldn't even imagine what one would look like. And this was actually what I thought as well. But I actually got on the web and did a search for the cosmoscope, and to my surprise, I actually found a picture of a cosmoscope on the web, which I'm pleased to present for your edification now. This is what a cosmoscope looks like. You can even see all the little places. Here's where you look in for the spatiotemporal view, and here's where you plug in for the phenomenological view. There are the counterfactual tweaking mechanisms, and on you go. It's quite a remarkable thing. Okay, so now a little bit more on the cosmoscope. One can use a cosmoscope in a couple of different modes, what I'll call empirical mode and conditional mode. A cosmoscope in empirical mode tells one about the character of one's own world, the character of the world you are in when using the cosmoscope. And insofar as the cosmoscope is itself a physical device, it'll have pictures of the cosmoscope, and on you go. This is relevant. This, I think, is the most relevant mode for empirical scrutability. One can also use a cosmoscope in conditional mode. Cosmoscope in conditional mode tells one about a scenario that may or may not be one's own world, to enable conditional conclusions. You can imagine something like, the cosmoscope taking a snapshot of a certain possible world, or of this world. Then we go to a counterfactual scenario where someone's using a cosmoscope with conditional information that describes that original world that's not true of the world where the cosmoscope is used. So then we could even have a cosmoscope that tells us all about a world where there is no cosmoscope. And we could entertain conclusions conditional on a specification of such a world. That's relevant to conditional and a priori scrutability. Now, how are we going to use a cosmoscope? Well, we got our scrutability theses, we formulated them in terms of subjects making utterances of sentences. So say a subject utters a sentence S, like, here's what the weather is going to be fine tomorrow, or the next there'll be a general election, another general election in the UK within the next 2 years, or Oswald shot Kennedy, then they could in principle use a cosmoscope to investigate the truth of S. A couple of different ways. In empirical mode, you could just use your cosmoscope and zoom in on all the different views and different bits of the world and get a handle on the truth of S directly. Or in conditional mode, after having made such an utterance, you can determine whether, if things are as this particular cosmoscope is now describing, S is true, where one's agnostic on whether things actually are that way. Now, it's important to note here that the concepts in S, using the use of concepts like high-level concepts like weather and election and water and Kennedy, if they're used, those concepts aren't built in to the cosmoscope. The cosmoscope is just dealing with the information in PQI and doing manipulations and macrophysical information and phenomenological information. Any concepts used in S are possessed by the subject, and the subject needs to take that information delivered by the cosmoscope and make certain inferences with it. Likewise, reasoning using those concepts is done by the subject. I'll also take it, at least for today, that the subject has ordinary human background knowledge. I'm not trying to defend the a priori scrutability thesis today, so I don't need to talk about subjects which have no empirical information, Cartesian superbabies, which are just capable of reasoning alone. For today, I'll presuppose a subject with ordinary human background knowledge, although I'll end up arguing that such knowledge isn't essential to relevant scrutability theses. So, knowledge via the cosmoscope, I think it's clear the cosmoscope delivers multiple views of the world, like the satellite view and the street view, the map view. Here, though, we've got a phenomenological view of arbitrary subjects, telling you what it's like to be those subjects. Geometrical views, giving you geometrical readouts of things like mass densities of mass in certain areas of space and time, distributions of color through space and time if we have a secondary quality information. Counterfactual views of the world conditional on all kinds of counterfactual antecedents. Microphysical views specifying the character of fundamental physics in whatever format is appropriate. At all locations and scales of space and time. I think it's pretty clear, even just initially, that one could use this to come to know very many ordinary truths. Who shot Kennedy? I guess that's not actually an ordinary truth, as I've specified it, but in any case, it's pretty plausible. One could use a cosmoscope to come to know it. Did a comet kill the dinosaurs? Is there life on other planets? So, I think one can put this into the form of an argument, which I'll call the cosmoscope argument. First premise: all ordinary truths are scrutable from a cosmoscope. Where scrutable from a cosmoscope roughly means the obvious thing. We'll have different versions for empirical scrutability and conditional scrutability. Scrutable from the canonical deliverances of a cosmoscope in conditional mode, in empirical mode. Conditionally scrutable, if you can get to those conclusions, conditional on such and such, given a cosmoscope in conditional mode. If a truth is scrutable from a cosmoscope, it's scrutable from PQI. Conclusion: all ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI. Okay, now why believe the premises? Well, first, something on premise 2. Well, I think it's pretty clear. What's the cosmoscope doing? It's basically a tool that provides the information in PQI to a human subject in a particularly convenient and easy-to-use form, perhaps along with certain tools for calculations and reasoning with this information. And it's pretty plausible that anything that can be known with the aid of a cosmoscope could in principle be known by a sufficiently powerful reasoner, given the information in PQI without the aid of a cosmoscope. The cosmoscope isn't doing anything that a sufficiently ideal reasoner couldn't do. Really what the cosmoscope is doing is it's acting to offload some of the idealization from the subject into the environment. It may well be that for some purposes, even using a cosmoscope, we need to engage in some idealization on the speaker. So I'm not removing idealization from cognitive capacities, but this is offloading some of it into the environment. Yeah, I mean, really the only purpose of the cosmoscope here is, the purpose is twofold. Purpose one is to offload some of the idealization into the environment, maybe to make the relevant cognitive idealization at least a bit smaller. And second, to make vivid what one could do if one had all the information in PQI. So there, for that purpose, the cosmoscope is just an aid to the imagination. Anyway, conclusion. Any truth scrutable from a cosmoscope is scrutable from PQI. So I think there's a prima facie case for that. Premise one. I'm going to say a lot more about premise one in just a little bit later. But for now, here's a first pass case for premise one. I mean, think about what you get from P and Q. By the way, the handout's not going to come back into it for a little while now. So again, the handout is just a summary of certain key theses to refer back to. P enables knowledge of geometrical structure and dynamics at all levels, distributions of mass through space and time. With Q, also distributions of qualities through space and time with secondary qualities. Q enables knowledge of experience of all kinds of subjects, and indeed knowledge of appearance by all kinds of subjects. Knowledge of the kinds of experiences produced by arbitrary objects, and indeed knowledge of their secondary qualities and the like, if we built that in. Together, PQI enables knowledge of actual and counterfactual appearance of bodies of matter in one's environment, their behavior in, broadly speaking, geometrical spatiotemporal terms, their low-level physical composition, their distribution throughout space and time. So it enables knowledge of an awful lot. It's arguable this gives us at least the kind of information that we go by in ordinary perceptual investigation of the world, a point I'll come back to shortly. Furthermore, there might be some stuff which is left open by ordinary perceptual investigation of the world because we don't have experiences of them, the future, the past, the very small. There might be skeptical worries about whether things really are as our perception seems, but it looks like PQI even has the information built in, especially in P, but also elsewhere, to verify to see how things are in the past, the future, and so on. So there's a prima facie case, I think, that knowing this enables one to know all ordinary truths. With this kind of information, you'd have the information it takes to figure out that that stuff out there, the H2O, that's water, that platypi are mammals, and on you go. I'm going to come back to this thesis much more in section 4 to give a more sustained argument for it. Now, let's see. Empirical and conditional scrutability. Maybe for reasons of time, I'll just briefly go over a couple of issues specific to empirical and conditional scrutability. I mean, there are just a couple of fiddly and interesting issues involving empirical scrutability, which I don't think are really essential to the overall argument scheme here. In fact, for the purposes of argument, it's possible to go straight to conditional scrutability. Still, empirical scrutability is interesting for a couple of purposes. First, I think it provides where conditional scrutability and a priori scrutability seem to be sort of broadly rationalist thesis about what one can know conditionally on the world from a background of very little. Empirical scrutability is a more broadly empiricist thesis about if one actually went out and investigated the world, what could one come to know? So the thought is it's a way of bringing in someone of a more empiricist orientation. Second, some of the issues which come up here tied to Fitch's paradox and unknowable truth are just interesting. But I'll just briefly mention the particular kinds of fiddly issues which come up for empirical scrutability and then for conditional scrutability. I mean, empirical scrutability, remember, said that for all ordinary truths, yes, if the speaker knew all members of PQI, she'd be in a position to know, yes. Now that should raise some red flags, I think, for a lot of people who have thought about Fitch's paradox, Fitch's problem, and the like, which suggest there are some propositions, and indeed plausibly some sentences, that can't be known. So what's going on here? Well, I mean, I think one... so take the truth that Q and no one knows. Q, it looks like that's a truth that can't be known for reasons I discussed last time. Furthermore, when you think about it, I think some of these more specific truths like P, Q, or PQI, considered as conjunctive truths, if PQI is a truth which is only true in a world with a very specific physical and phenomenal format, and let's say it's a world where no one knows PQI, let's say that any world where someone actually knew PQI would have to be a physically different world. I mean, knowledge of PQI would require someone with a very big brain, you might think, different physical configuration, certainly different phenomenology. It would have to be a world where PQI is full. So it looks like PQ, PQI are themselves truths that can't be known. In the worlds where they're true, they're not known. Another example is the truth, just say it is a truth that, sadly, there's no cosmoscope in our world. And, could you use a cosmoscope to come to know that truth? Well, it appears not in the domain of empirical scrutability. So what's going on here? Well, my diagnosis here is all of these truths have something in common. I call them Fitchian truths, because I take Fitch's truth to be a paradigm. Roughly speaking, they're truths that are unknowable because properly investigating their truth value would change their truth value. So trying to figure out whether PQI is... trying to figure out whether Q and no one knows Q. Well, just say Q is knowable, as we might as well presume. Then, okay, first thing you do is figure out that Q is true. You investigate Q's truth value, you figure out that it's true, and then it would no longer be true that no one knows Q. So the conjunctive truth, what was a conjunctive truth, would now be false in this counterfactual world where one does the investigation, and so on for the other cases. So this suggests a few possible solutions. I mean, the easiest thing is just to move to conditional scrutability, where these worries don't arise. You might try tricks. You might consider things like noticing that this is a counterfactual with an impossible antecedent. If the speaker knew all members of PQI and trying to do some fancy semantics for such counterfactuals, maybe build in something like knew enough members of PQI into the antecedent. You might try changing the consequent to something like know whether S is the case instead of know that S is the case. Or indeed, you might just try changing the antecedent to for all ordinary non-Fitchian truths. All of those, I think, have some promise. All of them also have some problems. I mean, it's kind of fun to think about how this goes in the context of a cosmoscope, particularly. I mean, one question is the whole worry here was these counterfactual methods of investigating truths. We're going to change the truths about the world. And introducing just say, take our world without a cosmoscope. Now consider using a cosmoscope to come to know our world. Well, that would change the world. You might think, okay, well, we at least want to minimize the impact of the cosmoscope on the world, and thereby minimize the number of Fitchian truths, those whose truth value is changed by the use of this method of investigation. So you might try to, for example, to suppose the cosmoscope is a non-physical device that only affects a local piece of space-time, the cosmoscope room, so to speak, and then erases all traces. So you get to use a cosmoscope just once, and you go in and lock yourself in the room with the cosmoscope, come to a verdict, and then at the end of it, all memories are erased, and things outside that little chunk of space-time are as they were without the cosmoscope. I think the best method here is actually what I call an incomplete... Then the question is, what does the cosmoscope actually tell you? Does it tell you about the old world without the cosmoscope, the new world with the cosmoscope, or what they had in common? I think the best is actually get the cosmoscope to tell you what they had in common. PQI minus, truths common to the original world and the world of use. So it's got a little black spot at the middle saying, here is the cosmoscope. You may not know anything about this area, but it tells you about what's going on outside the room. And then you can make the case, roughly, that all non-local truths, those not depending on what's going on inside the cosmoscope, are scrutable from PQI minus. This thesis avoids worries, I think, about Fitchian truths. So that's, this I think is worth some attention in the context of minimizing a Fitch problem, but really not essential to the argument. Conditional scrutability, on the other hand, is important for the argument. Essential to the arguments that follow. Conditional scrutability says, for all ordinary truths S, let's put it as follows. The speaker is in a position to know that if PQI prime, then S, where PQI prime is a conjunction of the truths in the class PQI, perhaps an infinitary conjunction if necessary. Now, there's a lot to be said about what conditional knowledge involves. I discuss this at length in Chapter 2 of the manuscript, but I think for present purposes we don't need to get into too much detail. The rough idea is conditional knowledge should be understood by analogy with conditional belief. You could say someone believes that if it's raining outside, then people are carrying umbrellas. You can say someone knows that if it's raining outside, people are carrying umbrellas. And prima facie, this looks like it requires something more than knowledge of a material conditional, but at least some kind of, conditional credence, high conditional credence, justified conditional credence in the case of knowledge, and perhaps something more besides. Lots to say about that. There are some issues, by the way, about self-doubt cases, I think, which apply especially to conditional scrutability as well as empirical scrutability. Cases where actually in the world one is unreliable about a certain subject matter. One conditionally supposes one's taken a drug that makes one bad at mathematics. What should one then conclude conditionally on that? And I think that requires some special treatment, especially in the idealization. Again, I discuss that in the manuscript, but I'll skip over it here. Now then, to argue for conditional, I think the argument from conditional scrutability, basically, the Cosmoscope argument can be used to argue directly for conditional scrutability. All ordinary truths are conditionally scrutable from a Cosmoscope, and so from PQI, and the argument from knowability, which I'm about to give, can also be used to argue for it. There is the thought, I won't go over this somewhat complicated looking argument from empirical to conditional scrutability. But here the thought is, just say you had established that watered down empirical scrutability thesis that I discussed a couple of minutes ago, where we excluded certain Fitchian truths, in particular the non-local truths, and just say we'd established empirical scrutability of those. Well, then one thought is we apply something like a conditionalization. The style of reasoning involved in the principle of conditionalization to say, well, if upon knowing PQI or PQI minus you can know M, then before knowing them, you're in a position to know that if PQI minus, then M. I think you can make that case. Now, so far that's restricted to non-local ordinary truths M, but then we say, okay, well, the same actually applies to local ordinary truths. And here the thought is that, okay, well, locality of truths, the Fitchian nature of certain truths, the fact that their truth value changes on investigation, poses a distinctive obstacle for empirical scrutability, but no special obstacle for conditional scrutability. So those ones, if all the other ones are conditionally scrutable, these ones ought to be conditionally scrutable too, and then we get to the conclusion. But for present purposes, I think the direct argument will do. Now I think what I'll do, what I'll concentrate on for the remaining time is another argument, which I'll call the argument from knowability. So, let's grab a drink. This is another way of arguing that all ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI. We could cast this, if one wanted, as an argument for the thesis that all ordinary truths are scrutable from a Cosmoscope, and therefore as an argument for the relevant premise of the Cosmoscope argument. But I think one can also just cast it as a direct argument for scrutability from PQI, called the argument from knowability. Okay, premise one, all knowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI. That's something I'll argue for in a second. Second, if all knowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI, all unknowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI. And here the thought is that distinctive obstacles raised by unknowability are not obstacles to scrutability for ordinary truths. Third, all ordinary truths are knowable or unknowable. I'll help myself to an instance of excluded middle here. 4, all ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI. So I think the conclusion follows from the premises. The key premises are premises 1 and 2, which I'll say a bit about now. So case for premise 1. The basic case for premise 1 is the following. Think about how it is you know ordinary truths. Here's a plausible claim, I think. All knowable ordinary truths are knowable in principle through perception, introspection, and reasoning. Well, you might make a stronger claim that all knowledge involves knowledge through perception, introspection, and reasoning. I'm making here a somewhat weaker claim that all knowable ordinary truths are knowable through perception, introspection, and reasoning. A bit more on what that means in what follows exactly. But 6, any truth knowable through perception, introspection, and reasoning is scrutable from PQI. Well, here the thought is, what is it that perception, introspection, and reasoning gives you? Perception gives you basically certain forms of perceptual information. In the first instance, information about the distribution of primary and secondary qualities in the world, shapes and colors, precisely the kind of information which is built into PQI. This argument, I think, goes best if we assume the version of PQI that has secondary qualities and intentional truths built in, although I think one can still run a version of it without them. Now, any truth knowable through introspection, well, phenomenal truths are built in directly, and if you think introspection delivers knowledge of intentional truths, then we can take the version where that's built in as well. And then reasoning from that basis. Well, the reasoning part, the thought is, well, the reasoning will be available to the user of the cosmoscope. Okay, those two premises together give you the conclusion, the relevant premise, that all knowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI. Now, there are a couple of things you might question there, and I'm going to return in a second to ways in which you might question them. For example, whether the role of perception is limited to delivering information about primary and secondary qualities in the environment. Case for premise 2. Well, here's a thought. All unknowable ordinary truths are either Fitchian truths, the kind of truths I've already characterized, or what I'll call remote truth. So a remote truth is one that's unknowable because of physical barriers, roughly, of space, time, observation. Truths which are unknowable, at least by a given subject, because they're about the distant past, or the distant future, the very small, the inside of a black hole. On you go. Truths which involve certain forms of barriers. Now here's a couple of further premises. If all knowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI, all remote ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI. What's the thought here? Here the thought is that remoteness, although an obstacle to knowability, is not an obstacle to scrutability. So being in the distant future or the distant past is not an obstacle to scrutability from PQI. After all, your cosmoscope all that information will be built in, your cosmoscope can focus in on the relevant bits of the past or the future. Likewise, the very big, the very small, and on you go. Remoteness, although an obstacle to knowability, is not an obstacle to scrutability. Therefore, if all non-remote truths are scrutable from PQI, and if all knowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI, all that are unknowable simply because they're remote ought to be scrutable too. 10. This is doing something similar for Fitchian truths. We say if all knowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI, then all Fitchian ordinary truths are at least conditionally scrutable from PQI. Here the thought is similar to what went on in the last premise. The thought is, although the Fitchian nature of a truth, the fact that certain methods of investigation, if they were to be investigated, their truth value would be different, that's an obstacle to empirical scrutability of those truths. It's not an obstacle to their conditional scrutability, as we talked about last time and again this time. The Fitch truth or the other truth I mentioned, or the other truths I mentioned, there appears to be no distinctive obstacle to conditional scrutability there. So if all the knowable ones are scrutable, all the ones which are unknowable because they're Fitchian ought to at least be conditionally scrutable. Now, we do know that being Fitchian can be an obstacle to empirical scrutability. So certainly one wouldn't want to build in the claim that all Fitchian ordinary truths are empirically scrutable. Conclusion. If all knowable ordinary truths are scrutable from PQI, all unknowable ordinary truths are at least conditionally scrutable from PQI. Where empirical scrutability is concerned, we've got to get a weaker conclusion with the qualification for Fitchian truths. All non-Fitchian unknowable ordinary truths are empirically scrutable from PQI. Conclusions of the argument. Well, for conditional scrutability, I think we've got to the conclusion that all ordinary truths are conditionally scrutable from PQI, as in the original formulation. And for empirical scrutability, perhaps we've got to the conclusion that all non-Fitchian ordinary truths are empirically scrutable from PQI. Okay, so that's another way of arguing for the relevant scrutability conclusion. Now, something to be said. I said I'd revisit premise 1. I mean, I think the main substantive premises in this argument, so, I mean, you might want to think about premise 8. Maybe there are other forms of unknowability besides being Fitchian or being remote, and then we could talk about whether that impacts scrutability. But the other key premises are, well, the one are 5 and 6 here in the case for premise 1. I'll focus on those. Premise 1, so I put this as follows. I call this perceptual knowability. All knowable truths are knowable through perception, introspection, and reasoning. I think for this to work, you've got to give it a slightly tighter formulation. All knowable truths are knowable through reasoning from introspective beliefs, those you get so basically from endorsing introspection, beliefs about one's mental states, and through perceptual beliefs, those resulting from endorsing perceptual experience, taking an experience at face value. So I experience a brown surface in front of me, then an experience that takes that at face value is one that says, okay, there is a brown surface. And the claim is going to be that everything that we can know in principle through perception and introspection. And if we can know them through perception and introspection, we can know them. I don't think we have to know them through this particular form of forming perceptual and introspective beliefs based on introspection. There are other forms, but the claim is they can be known this way. Then the thought is going to be, well, the contents of the relevant introspective and perceptual beliefs will be built into PQI if we take the generous reading of PQI, or at least I would argue scrutable from PQI if not, and then we get to the relevant scrutability conclusion. Now somebody might question this premise in a few different ways. I mean, it might seem, for example, objectionably foundationalist that one's argument that all knowledge is grounded in certain foundational bits of knowledge, deliverances of perception about primary, secondary qualities, deliverance of introspection. I don't think it's actually making quite such a strong claim. So, I mean, what are the kinds of objections you get to foundationalist theses about knowledge, or to strong ones like the one I just mentioned? Well, one of the claims is, one of the obvious thoughts is there are alternative ways to have knowledge, not necessarily grounded in those perceptual and introspective beliefs. Some people think that knowledge through testimony is not grounded in perceptual and introspective beliefs. Some people think knowledge through memory is not grounded in perceptual and introspective beliefs. Knowledge through blind sight, maybe it's not grounded in perceptual experience at all. The knowledge of a chicken sexer isn't obviously grounded in some form of reasoning from contents of perceptual beliefs. And nothing here requires denying that these forms of knowledge are possible. It just requires the weaker claim that everything knowable this way is also knowable in principle through reasoning from perceptual and introspective beliefs. So, what's knowable through testimony is also knowable without using testimony. What's knowable from memory is also knowable without using memory. What the person with blind sight knows can also be known by someone not using blind sight. What the chicken sexer knows can also be known through relatively ordinary perceptual routes, going via beliefs. And I think one can make a pretty plausible case for that. So it doesn't require anything like a strong foundationalism, but still clearly a substantive thesis worth thinking about. Another objection at this point is an objection from high-level contents of perception. Here the thought is that perception doesn't just represent what we might call core properties. Let's say core properties are basically primary and secondary qualities. If you think that experiences are also represented by perception, we can allow those phenomenal properties in as well. So let's say core properties are things like primary, secondary qualities, locations, colors, and so on. Some people think that perception represents non-core properties as well, high-level properties. The property of being a peach, of being Barack Obama, of being alive. So I mean, there's a real dispute here in the philosophy of perception. Some people think that perception just has these core contents, primary, basically colors, shapes, and very thin stuff, whereas some people think there's a whole lot of high-level stuff built in as well, like being a peach, like identities of people, natural kinds, and so on. Now, if you take the line where perception represents non-core properties, you might think there's an objection here. After all, some perceptual beliefs, if you take this line, some beliefs that take experiences at face value, endorsing their content, will concern these properties directly. And truths knowable using these high-level perceptual beliefs needn't be scrutable from PQI. I think if you had the thin view of perception, where it's just colors and shapes, this problem doesn't arise. But if you have the thick view, then it does. Here I think there's a lot to say about this objection. It raises all kinds of interesting questions in the epistemology of perception. But the rough strategy for answering it is something like the following. This is a version of the perceptual knowability thesis, but it's a somewhat stronger thesis I'll call the core knowability thesis. All knowable truths are knowable by reasoning from phenomenal beliefs and core perceptual beliefs. I think one could also do that with introspective beliefs and core perceptual beliefs. So we've restricted perceptual beliefs now to core perceptual beliefs, those involving relevant claims about primary and secondary qualities, the core properties one can get beliefs about from endorsing perceptual experience. And the key thought here is, sure, there are some things, if there are these high-level contents of perception, there are some things you can know this way. And once you acquire the ability, say, to represent features in perception, then you can come to know certain things that way. But, of course, you can know a whole lot of stuff without using high-level perception. People who don't have the ability to recognize, who don't represent features directly in perception, can still know things about features. Some people might acquire the ability to recognize electrons in bubble chamber diagrams, for that to be actually being an electron to be represented in their experience. Some people don't. It never quite penetrates their perception in this way. The claim is everything knowable using high-level perception is also knowable in principle without using high-level perception. So although high-level perception has some nice properties, it might even provide certain psychological and epistemological speed-ups, it doesn't provide access to a whole new class of knowledge. Now, how would one argue for that claim? Well, here all I can do is provide just the briefest outline of a strategy for arguing for that claim. I think it deserves a lot more attention. But here's so premise one, you can take something of sort of a working hypothesis. I think one can run the argument in principle without it, but it simplifies the argument. For all non-core P, take these to be non-core propositions. P could be a proposition or a property. It doesn't matter. Say involving peaches or involving Obama. All perceptual experience, all direct perceptual experience of P, and all perceptual knowledge that resulting from endorsing those perceptual experiences is produced by, is at least causally grounded in transitions from core representations. So take this as an empirical claim about the perceptual system, if you like, that perception, at least at the early stages of perception, involved the representation of things like color and spatiotemporal properties, and later representations of more complex stuff like being a peach is grounded in transitions from those core representations. I think it's at least a plausible empirical claim about perception, not unarguable with. I think if one denies it, there's still going to be something which is enough like it to get the argument going. Second, for all non-core properties or propositions P, if perceptual knowledge of P is produced by these transitions from core representations, the knowledge of P can be produced by inference from core beliefs. So here the thought is, if there are certain transitions from core, if we've accepted the first premise, there are certain core representations, say, of color, shape, and the like, and transitions from there to, say, experiences of peaches and beliefs about peaches that constitute knowledge. So the claim here is that, okay, well, if you can do that, then there can also be broadly analogous transitions that start with representations that are, in fact, beliefs. So start with a perceptual experience of the relevant colors and shapes, endorse them to form core perceptual beliefs. Then in principle there could be inferences from their reasoning starting from those beliefs that results in knowledge of P. I think it's pretty clear there could at least be beliefs. And the claim would be, if the first kind can give you knowledge, the second kind can give you knowledge as well. Third, for all non-core propositions or properties P, this is the conclusion, if perceptual knowledge of P is possible, knowledge of P can produce by inference from core perceptual beliefs. So there's a lot to say about that argument. I think there's a lot to say in particular about the second premise. But that's the rough idea here. If you can get all the knowledge of this sort, looks like it's ultimately grounded in certain core representations, by transitions from these core representations. You can get there from these core representations. You could, in principle, get there from core perceptual beliefs. Those core perceptual beliefs are the kind of thing you could get from a cosmoscope or from PQI. So, hence, scrutability. A lot to say about that. Maybe something to think about, something to talk about in discussion. It's certainly an issue I haven't gotten all the way to the bottom of yet. Finally, I'll just say something about objections, and in particular, objections from idealization. I mean, there's been idealizations hanging around in the background for the last couple of lectures. Way back at the start, I had Laplace's idealization, a Laplacian intellect, an intellect vast enough to put all this data under analysis. I've talked about ideal reasoning at various points. And it won't have escaped your attention that some of these idealizations are in fact fairly large. It looks like these arguments for scrutability require very strong idealizations of reasoning, of memory, and so on. Even to, for somebody to store or to entertain the hypothesis that PQTI is the case, this may well require infinite capacity and infinitary reasoning using the propositions so represented. Now, the cosmoscope offloads some of the relevant idealization from the thinker to their environment. But, well, A, that just shifts the bump in the rug to the device, and B, it's not as if no idealization is still required on the path of the thinker. Some idealization is still required. And, at this point, there are a number of natural objections. I mean, I think one objection, the one that sometimes gets at this point, is the famous incredulous stare. It's just, oh boy, well, what on earth could we possibly say about that kind of idealization? I think once one moves beyond the incredulous stare, there's really about at least three different objections in the vicinity, which I'll close by mentioning. So first of all is what we might call a conceptual objection. The idealization just isn't well defined. Well, I think, as I've defined it, at least in the theses at the beginning of this, it's defined in terms of notions of possibility and knowledge. What it's possible for thinkers to know, or what it's possible for thinkers to know starting from certain starting points. Now, I take it that infinitary reasoners are possible. I mean, as Russell said, the ability to entertain certain infinite conjunctive hypotheses about the integers, the impossibility of our doing that is a mere medical impossibility. It doesn't no obvious reason why it's impossible in principle. And even if they're not, there are still facts here. So infinitary reasons are presumably possible. They're facts about what they can know. So if you're a realist about possibility and about knowledge, I don't see an obstacle to there being facts here. There are interesting questions about what to do with the idealization if you're the kind of philosopher who thinks there may be brute restrictions on the space of metaphysically possible worlds, so that, just say it turned out that, no reasoner could ever go through more than 1 million steps in an argument process. That was just metaphysically impossible for some reason. I would then want to understand the idealization so that it still comes out in relevant sense as something that's, for example, as something which is provable only by 2 million steps of reasoning would still come out a priori. We could talk about alternative ways of understanding the idealization. Then, epistemological objection. We can't know what these reasoners could know. These ideal reasoners, they're so far beyond us. What's the point in us even talking about them, given we can't really know? We're so non-ideal, we can't know what they could know. Well, I'm inclined to think we can know some such truths, albeit fallibly. I mean, I'm inclined to think insofar as we can know mathematical truths at all, we can know that ideal reasoners would be in a position to know them. And, insofar as there's stuff that looks like it's just impossible in principle to know a priori, like claims about distributions of particles in the universe, then we can know that an ideal reasoner could not know those things a priori. Now, sure, we're non-ideal, so our knowledge of such truths is fallible, but that's okay. I mean, our knowledge of most things is fallible because of our non-ideality. Furthermore, the argument doesn't require that we know the truths in question. What matters is there be a certain connection between what's true and what's ideally knowable. If we're wrong about what's true, we'll also be wrong about what's ideally knowable, and vice versa. But as long as the two track each other, that's okay. Perhaps the deepest and most worrying objection in this vicinity is what we might call the objection from applicability. This idealization is just so large that what on earth can we possibly learn from it? What can facts about that, about what ideal reasoners can do, what can that tell us about non-ideal reasoners like ourselves? So applications, say, to the philosophy of language and content might be thrown into question here. I think this is very much an objection worth thinking about, but it really depends on the application. Some of the applications to more metaphysical spheres and to more idealized epistemological thesis is clearly not going to be an objection, insofar as for certain objections we're much trying to draw certain conclusions about non-ideal beings like us. There's at least going to be a worry that comes up here that we're going to have to think about, and there's going to have to be a lot to say at that point. I think, though, assessing that really depends on the application in question, so we can defer that discussion to when we actually talk about applications. At this point, I'm happy just to be making a case for the scrutability thesis in its relevant idealized form. So, okay, I think that's enough today, so I'll stop there.
Welcome to the third lecture in David Chalmers' intriguing John Locke lecture series. As you can see for yourselves, the topic today is the case for a priori scrutability. David will talk until roughly 6 p.m. and then he'll take questions.
Thanks, John, and thanks everyone for coming. I hope you all had appropriate celebrations yesterday for Rudolf Carnap's birthday. It was, in fact, his 119th birthday. Aficionados among you may know that, in fact, he shares his birthday with Bertrand Russell. It was Russell's 138th birthday, making it something of a red letter day for anyone interested in constructing the world. So the project for today is to make a case for what I've called the a priori scrutability thesis, taking it that last time I made a case for the conditional scrutability thesis. And in the second half of the talk, I will focus on that matter, giving a number of arguments for the a priori scrutability thesis, starting from the conditional scrutability thesis. But before that, there's some issues I've deferred now a couple of times that I need to now revisit in a bit more depth. First of all, there's the issue of how the scrutability thesis should be formulated in terms of sentences or in terms of propositions. And second, some issues about how the nature of a priority and a priori scrutability is to be understood. So I'll spend a while at the beginning of this talk on those issues before getting to the arguments in the second half. So, the scrutability thesis, I mean, there's a number of them, but the general form of at least a central class of scrutability theses in which I'm interested is there's some compact class of truths so that all truths are scrutable from truths in that compact class. And again here, compact means roughly small enough to be interesting, with the Laplacian scrutability base of physical truths serving as a paradigm, or the Carnapian scrutability base of phenomenal truths. Scrutability can be understood in a number of ways. For those of you who haven't been here on previous occasions, I've got a definition of the most central scrutability relation on the handout. But one of the questions which has arisen is, how are the truths here to be understood? Are they true propositions? Are they true sentences? Or are they true something else, like true thoughts or beliefs? So I think it's natural. I mean, the natural first suggestion is to understand them as propositions. Truths here are true propositions. All true propositions are scrutable from a compact class of true propositions. But there's difficulty. The difficulty here, at least for dialectical purposes, is that different theories of propositions are going to give different results. I mean, the nature of propositions is famously contested. There are Russellian theories of propositions, Fregean theories of propositions, possible world theories of propositions, and others. So just say, so in a Russellian theory, propositions are composed from objects in the world, the planet Venus, properties, the property of being hot. On Fregean theories, propositions are composed from Fregean senses, roughly modes of presentation, of those objects in the world. On possible worlds theories, propositions are themselves sets of worlds. And these three theories play in to scrutability theses in different ways. On the Russellian theory, famously, on the Russellian theory in the standard form of Russellian theories, not Russell's own, but the standard form that's become popular over the last half century or so, Hesperus pairs of sentences such as Hesperus is Hesperus and Hesperus is phosphorus express the same proposition, because coextensive singular terms contribute the same entity, in this case the planet Venus, to the proposition expressed. So we can't associate those sentences with different epistemological properties. Now, for a number of the applications of the scrutability thesis, this is a desirable thing to do, not least in getting some Phrygian results out of the thesis. And even independent of that, there's some intuition, there's different epistemological properties for these sentences. But the Russellian proposition doesn't allow us, if we associate properties with sentences by way of Russellian propositions, then this isn't going to work. Furthermore, if we go this way, just say you formulated scrutability in terms of Russellian propositions, it's at least arguable that an a priori scrutability base is going to require something like singular propositions for every individual. This is going to depend on your view about the a priority of singular propositions, but a lot of people think that unconditional propositions, singular propositions, are not in general a priori. If so, it looks like scrutability base might have that form. Interesting thesis for some purposes, not quite though the pattern that we've been going after here. On possible worlds theories, 2 + 2 = 4 and Fermat's last theorem express the same proposition. They're both necessary truths, true in all worlds, express the same proposition consisting of all worlds. And on many standard possible worlds theories, Hesperus is Hesperus, Hesperus is phosphorus, will also express the same proposition. So again, we can't associate them with distinct epistemological properties. But again, there's an intuition that for many purposes, 2 + 2 = 4 and Fermat's last theorem have very, very different epistemological properties. One expresses something that's easy to know, one expresses something that's much harder to know. If we went this way, furthermore, a scrutability base will arguably require just one proposition. Proposition containing our world and just our world. On Phrygian theories, on the other hand, these epistemologically different sentences will all express distinct propositions, because Phrygian sentences and propositions are roughly individuated by their fairly fine-grained epistemological properties. So a Phrygian theory is better suited for our epistemological purposes. But dialectically, this is tricky. One of my dialectical purposes here is to use the scrutability thesis to help ground, to help make the case for a Phrygian theory of propositions. If I was to just assume a Phrygian theory of propositions at the start, then that would make that whole project look a bit circular. Basically, it would turn out that if you start by assuming Phrygian propositions, you can get Phrygian propositions out. Not a terribly exciting conclusion. By the way, in the discussion the other day, someone in the discussion meeting said to me, basically expressed a sentiment on the line, what's the point of all these scrutability theses anyway? What's the motivation? Why should we care about them? And I think there's a number of reasons. But I do see this dialectic between the Russellian and the Phrygian about propositions and meaning as one of the central dialectical motivations here. I take it that over the last 40 or 50 years of philosophy of language, philosophy of mind, there's been a pitched battle between a broadly Russellian direct reference outlook and a broadly Phrygian outlook that manifests itself in different debates in the philosophy of language and in the philosophy of mind, the debate between direct reference theories and descriptivism, the debate between certain forms of externalism and certain forms of internalism. Well, I think once you've got, in my own work, a number of these issues have basically come down to the a priori scrutability thesis, and this is where a number of people have wanted to resist. I think that once you've got the a priori scrutability thesis, it's just pretty easy from there to make the case for the existence of something like Phrygian contents, Phrygian broadly semantic values in the vicinity at least of afferences and thoughts, and from there, it's from there it's not hard to make the case that sort of at some fundamental level, the Frege approach is basically correct. There's nothing right about a Russellian approach. So I think that that's just one instance where having the a priori scrutability thesis on the table fairly quickly and directly gets you to a Fregean theory. Like another motivation is that given something like the fundamental scrutability thesis, issues about the mind-body problem, some of the debates about physicalism and dualism with which I've been involved with often come down to something like the fundamental scrutability thesis. Given something like the fundamental scrutability thesis, there's fairly direct arguments for dualism. Without that, then the case can be resisted and one can hold on to a kind of physicalism. Anyway, so I'm not going to directly get into those issues now, but maybe worth holding in background as motivations. I do take it that these issues, Fregeanism versus Russellianism, internalism versus externalism, physicalism versus dualism, are really at the core of some of the biggest debates in philosophy. So, this is life or death stuff, folks. The fate of philosophy rests on it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming. Okay, so we can't just assume a Fregean theory for these dialectical purposes. And we can't just stay neutral on the nature of propositions either, because it looks like different accounts of propositions are going to give different results here. So, for our purposes, I think it's better to formulate scrutability in terms of sentences. All true sentences, we can put it in this form, all true sentences are scrutable from a compact class of true base sentences. And then there's an immediate worry about context-dependent sentences, which suggests we might want to formulate it in terms of something like sentence tokences or utterances or assertions, or sentences in context, because of, there are words like tall that maybe express different content in different contexts that we might want to relativize. Scrutability might depend on, might vary with that kind of context dependence. So it looks like what we're going to want to say is something like all true sentence tokens or all true assertions are scrutable from true base sentences. I think if you do things right, then you don't need context-dependent sentences in the base, or maybe just a couple of them, like for certain indexicals. But to make things maximally general, you want them in the dependent class, at least. In the dependent class, at least. So this requires us to appeal to epistemological relations between subjects and sentences, or between subjects and tokens, or utterances, or assertions. We're going to need to say things like talking about knowing a sentence, or a sentence token, being in a position to know a sentence, S, believing, S, being justified in believing, S. I take it this is at least a fairly non-standard and somewhat awkward way to speak. We normally talk about knowing propositions, believing propositions, and on you go. So one question here is, how do we make sense of this relation? So, it's natural in the first instance to understand knowing a sentence S or knowing a sentence token or an utterance as knowing the proposition P, where S expresses P. And in fact, I don't want to resist that myself. This may well work out okay, at least for our purposes, on a Fregean view of propositions. But on other views, you're not going to get the right results. You're going to get coarse-grained results. For example, on this way of understanding things, if somebody knows the sentence Hesperus is Hesperus, they know the sentence Hesperus is phosphorus. And that's not the right result for present purposes, if we want fine-grained epistemological results. So I think we need a finer-grained understanding. So at this point, I want to make the claim that everyone needs a fine-grained way of associating knowledge and belief with assertion. This isn't just something idiosyncratic or just something that the Fregean should be committed to. There's a whole bunch of phenomena which are really, to be explained adequately, require such a fine-grained relation. And here I have in mind phenomena such as sincere assertion, knowledgeable assertion, justified assertion, lying, norms of assertion, and on you go. So to make this case, I'll present a couple of arguments, which I'll call arguments from assertion. Hopefully these will be arguments from assertion in a good sense rather than in the more traditional fallacious sense. So the key case to the arguments from assertion is a case where, let's say Mary knows that the morning star is a planet, but she believes that the evening star isn't a planet. And let's say she uses the term Hesperus and phosphorus in the canonical way, so there's some association between Hesperus and the evening sky, and phosphorus and the morning sky. Intending to deceive John, she says Hesperus is a planet, although she believes that the evening star is not a planet. So, at this point, I think one could try to run an argument against Russellian theories of propositions based on this data. And here's how it might go. Premise 1. Mary's assertion is not a knowledgeable assertion. And likewise, it's not a sincere assertion. It's not a justified assertion. It violates the norms of assertion. And so on. Second, if the Russellian view is correct, Mary knows the asserted proposition. Third, an assertion is knowledgeable if and only if the speaker knows the asserted proposition. Conclusion. The Russellian view is incorrect. Now, the Russellian might react in a number of ways here. I take it on the standard Russellian view, there's no problem with premise 2. A Russellian might try to deny premise 1, but I think this would be a fairly desperate move. I think this assertion is fairly clearly, some pretty clear sense in which this is not knowledgeable, it's not sincere, that insofar as knowledge is intended as something like a norm of assertion, it looks like Mary's assertion is violating those norms, and so on. There are issues about how you want to use the words sincerity, knowledgeability, and so on, but clearly there's a phenomenon here that needs to be captured, whatever we call it. More promisingly, the Russellian might deny premise 3, and I take it that that's the move that many Russellians are likely to make, here appealing to something like guises, saying assertions are knowledgeable, not just if and only if the speaker knows the asserted proposition, but if they know it under a relevant guise, or if some other condition obtained. So, I'm inclined to think that as an argument against the Russellian view, this argument is not without force. I think, something like premise 3 is a pretty standard first pass natural analysis of knowledgeability, and likewise for things like sincerity. Still, I don't think it's undeniable, so I'm not inclined to take this as a knockdown argument against the Russellian view. Still, with that in mind, I think we can rephrase the argument into an argument for a slightly different, hedged conclusion. Here we'll again take the data point that Mary's assertion is not knowledgeable, likewise not sincere, not justified, and on you go. Second, we'll have the premise, if the Russellian view is correct, Mary knows the asserted proposition. And this time we'll have the hedged conclusion that if the Russellian view is correct, it's not the case that an assertion is knowledgeable if and only if the speaker knows the asserted proposition. So basically we're taking premise 3 and moving into the conclusion to get a conditional conclusion. And the kind of Russellian who is inclined to respond by denying premise 3 will presumably be okay with this. Okay, so that's a suggestion then that knowledgeability, given these other views of proposition, something like the knowledgeability of an assertion, is not simply a matter of a relation to the expressed proposition. So I think this naturally motivates the establishment, the suggestion there are relations between speakers and assertions here that aren't fully mediated by relations between the speakers and the associated propositions. So let's say that in these cases one's assertion of S is knowledgeable if and only if one knows S, where, speakers knowing S, that's a placeholder for a relation to be further explicated, but it's at least got to fit that data point. So one question then is, intuitively in this case, Mary may know the assertion that phosphorus is a planet, even without knowing the assertion Hesperus is a planet. So what does knowing S consist in? Well, at this point, I think different theorists are going to give different accounts. One pretty standard approach for a Russellian at this point is to invoke something like guises, or modes of presentation of propositions, which they take to play a psychological and perhaps epistemological role, even if not a semantic role. So we might say then that knowing S, where S is an assertion, is knowing the proposition expressed under the guise under which the assertion expresses the proposition. For other Russellians, knowing S might be a matter of knowing an associated descriptive proposition. Scott Soames has made moves in that direction recently. For others, knowing S is a matter of knowing the metalinguistic claim that S, that very assertion, is true. I think for certain reasons that's not the best way to go, but it's at least worth considering. For a Fregean, of course, we might well say knowing S is just a matter of knowing P, where S expresses P. So, I think there's a lot to be said about which of these is right. There's an account which I'm fairly tempted by, which I think has the potential to be general between a number of these different accounts. It's not uncommitted, it's not totally neutral, but I don't think it begs too many questions. And this is an account in terms of underlying thoughts, psychological states, mental states like beliefs. So here the thought is that, here the idea is that all non-defective assertions of sentences, or assertive sentence tokens, express thoughts. But here thoughts aren't propositions or abstract objects. Thoughts are token occurrent mental states. Let's call them entertainings, because they're the maximally general class of occurrent, of token propositional attitudes that can constitute belief, knowledge, and so on. So I'll take it that at least that when you believe P, you entertain P. When you know P, you entertain P, at least in the occurrent cases. I mean, one can also do this for non-occurrent cases, but the occurrent ones are the ones that matter here. Now, there's a lot to be said about the expression relation between thoughts and sentences. The thought is, thoughts get expressed in sentences, and it's a truth-preserving relation, perhaps even an a priori truth-preserving relation. And I'll take it to be a constraint on the relation, not a full analysis. It's a priori that an assertion is true if and only if the thought that it expresses is true. So the thought is, for all at least non-defective assertions, there's a thought that's expressed that intuitively has the same content, has the same truth conditions as the assertion. And then we can associate epistemological properties with the assertion by looking at the epistemological properties of the thought. So then we can say, for an asserted sentence token S, for example, the speaker knows S when S expresses a thought that constitutes knowledge. I take it some thoughts constitute knowledge, some don't. If the thought constitutes knowledge, the speaker knows S. The speaker believes S when S expresses a belief. The speaker is justified in believing S when S expresses a justified belief, or a thought that constitutes a justified belief, depending on whether you take thoughts to be identical to these beliefs or items of knowledge, or to merely stand in a constitution relation. So I take it that even on a Russellian view, then now it'll happen that Hesperus can express one thought, one psychological state, while Hesperus phosphorus expresses a different thought. In the case of Mary, for example, Hesperus may express a thought that constitutes a belief for her, while Hesperus phosphorus may express a mere entertaining that doesn't constitute a belief for her. So that's how it goes for knowledge of sentence tokens. There's more to be said here about things like persistence of thoughts over time and their re-identification across worlds, and we can get into that in discussion if you like, but this is a good start. We also need to understand knowledge of sentence types. For sentence types S, we can say the speaker knows S when the speaker has knowledge expressible by an assertion of S. I mean, this is only really going to work well when S is not context dependent. Maybe it'll also work for primitive indexicals like I and now. So in this case, we don't require that S in fact be uttered. Likewise for belief and so on. And again, the relevant sentence types will be context invariant or involve these primitive indexicals. Now there are a few tricky issues that come up through having sentence tokens in the dependent class. You might worry, for example, that it's going to make the truth of the scrutability thesis dependent on which tokens are actually uttered in the world. There are various things you might do to mitigate that. Require it to hold in various nearby worlds, require the thesis also for sentence types in the dependence class. But again, that's something we can talk about. Okay, so that will do for sentences and propositions. Now something about a priority and a priori scrutability. So I think it's standard to associate a priority in the first instance with items of knowledge, with a priori knowledge, or with justifications. Derivatively with propositions. We'll say P is known a priori by S if S knows P with justification independent of experience. P is knowable a priori, or P is a priori, if and only if it's possible that P is known a priori. Okay, how's this going to go for sentences? Well, given what we've just said, there's a natural way to go. A sentence token S is known a priori if and only if S expresses a priori knowledge. That is, expresses a thought that constitutes a priori knowledge. And S is knowable a priori, or just S is a priori, if S expresses a thought that's justifiable independent of experience, yielding a priori knowledge. So we'll associate a priority with sentence tokens in virtue of epistemological properties of the corresponding thoughts. Now, if one accepts fine-grained Fregean propositions, there's a fairly natural thing to say here, which is to say that S is a priori if and only if the proposition expressed by S is knowable a priori. If one accepts Russellian propositions and guises, it's a fairly natural thing to say here, S is a priori if and only if the proposition expressed by S is knowable a priori under the guise of assertion. I think something like this can be true at least most of the time. There are some tricky cases. But in any case, we don't need to worry about how the propositions fall out at this point. So, some features of a priority as we're understanding it. One is, quite importantly, mode of presentation sensitivity. As we're doing things, Hesperus is Hesperus, if it exists, is a priori, while Hesperus is phosphorus, if it exists, is not. This is not to say there aren't other conceptions of a priority, ways of associating them with sentences in virtue, say, of the Russellian propositions they express, that don't work that way. It's just it's a feature of this particular conception that it works this way. Of course, as we've already focused on quite a lot, there's a heavy idealization here. We're idealizing away from cognitive limitations of particular speakers or thinkers. Worth noting, this is what I might call a non-introspective notion. Sometimes people are inclined to count claims like I am thinking or I'm experiencing as a priori. My own view is these should not be counted as a priori, because these all involve justification by introspective evidence. Something worth discussing just briefly is whether a priority should be understood as involving a certain kind of conclusiveness. Sometimes a priority is understood to involve particularly high standards of justification, what we might call conclusive justification, a kind of justification that guarantees knowledge, not a kind of justification we normally demand in the a posteriori sphere. My own view is that there is an interesting notion of conclusive a priori justification that works this way, and it's arguable that this is a kind of justification one can at least get in some cases through mathematical proof, for example, or through certain forms of analysis. And it's a verbal issue which of these we require for a priori justification. I think I'm not uninterested in formulating some theses in this vicinity in terms of the conclusive a priori, and for certain purposes that becomes quite relevant. But for present purposes, though, I don't think we need to maintain that high a bar, and we can allow there's such a thing as, for example, inductive mathematical knowledge, which carries a kind of justification that falls short of guaranteeing a priori certainty. So I won't require conclusiveness, at least for now. Now then, okay, so the question of a priori scrutability. We say, okay, the a priori scrutability thesis, at least in the form that we last time we focused on scrutability theses of a somewhat limited form, saying that for all ordinary truths M is scrutable from a certain base class of truths, P, Q, I, roughly physical and phenomenal and indexical truths, and perhaps some secondary quality and intentional truths, laws, counterfactuals. In the case of a priori scrutability, that comes to, for all ordinary truths M is a priori scrutable from PQI. Now, think things go a little bit differently here depending on whether M is a sentence type or a sentence token. In the case where M is a sentence type, we can just do this, I think, in terms of a relevant sentence type, that PQI prime, if that's a relevant conjunctive sentence, the material conditional from that to M is a priori. And then we'll just use the previous definition of a priority of sentence types. For sentence tokens, it's a little bit tricky. We'll have to rely on the fact that sentence token M expresses a thought on a given occasion for a speaker, at least if it's non-defectively uttered. And we can then rely on epistemological relations between that thought and certain other potential thoughts that might be expressed by PQI prime. So we can say, take the thought that's expressed by M and consider a potential disjunction of that thought with a thought apt to be expressed by PQI prime, in fact with the negation of that thought. And then say, is that disjunctive thought, which is equivalent to a material conditional thought, is that thought a priori? And then we'll get things to go through. Okay, so that's roughly a priority and a priori scrutability. So how's the echoing from the microphone? Is it not too bad? Okay. Okay, so now 3 arguments for a priori scrutability, starting from conditional scrutability. The first one I'll just cover briefly because I don't think it's the most forceful. Still, I think it carries a certain prima facie force, at least. So last time, we made the case that for all ordinary truths M, roughly macroscopic truths about the natural world, leaving aside hard cases, one's in a position to know that if PQI, then M. And in the case where M is a sentence token, we said often the speaker is in a position to know, under an idealization, that if PQI, then M. Where being in a position to know involves, people are allowed to use empirical evidence they currently have, they're not allowed to go out and acquire more empirical evidence. So at the very least, it looks like one can know the material conditional from PQI to M from the armchair. If you assume that knowledge of the indicative gives you conditional knowledge, enables you to know the material, which I think is very plausible. Then the question, the residual question is going to be, is the armchair justification in these cases essentially empirical? Or is it not? After all, I've allowed that the justification that the speaker has for these cases may be empirical. I haven't barred the speaker from using empirical knowledge. So opponents at this point may claim that the justification is essentially empirical. And in the debate over theses like this in recent years, especially over the mind-body problem and two-dimensionalism and so on, I mean, different people want to get off the bus at different points. But I take it that the most common place for people to want to get off the bus is at precisely the point of a priori scrutability. Maybe there are epistemological relations here, but why I think they're a priori. And this, I think, then is where the rubber hits the road. Is the justification in these cases essentially empirical, or is it not? So here's the first argument. It's a fairly flat-footed argument, but again, I think it's at least somewhat illuminating. So let's consider what happens. I take it there's a certain form of suspension of belief that one can engage in, made famous by Descartes. Descartes suspended beliefs about the empirical world and considered what followed. What could he know even upon suspending those beliefs? So let's take it there is a form of suspending belief in, say, in a given proposition. So that proposition is no longer available to justify other beliefs. I mean, it's a tricky question whether there really is such a thing or something we can really engage in. You might want to understand that there's a special conditional act. You suspend beliefs, and then we can talk about what you can know conditional on that suspension of belief, and so on. But let's run with the natural Cartesian idea. But let's now think about the act of suspending all empirical beliefs. I mean, suspending empirical beliefs about the external world and suspending introspective beliefs as well. Now, claim. So, premise 1. The conditional belief in M given PQI prime, the conjunction of sentences in PQI, is justified even if one antecedently suspends all empirical beliefs in that form. Second, if that's the case, then the conditional belief in M given PQI prime is justified non-empirically. Conclusion. Belief in if PQI prime then M is justified a priori. So that's an argument that suggests that there's not any, maybe there's empirical justification here, but it's not essentially empirical. It looks like the conditional belief is justifiable here even upon suspension of all empirical evidence, and therefore is justified non-empirically. Okay, so questions. Why believe the premises? Well, here's one way to make the case for premise one. Say, okay, I've suspended all this empirical belief now. I don't know about stuff going on in the external world or even introspective stuff. How on earth can I possibly do anything? Well, here the thought is that all the relevant empirical information is packed into the antecedent, into PQI prime. In particular, you might think, just say, for example, you're using a cosmoscope, even after suspending empirical beliefs, suspending your empirical beliefs from the armchair about the external world and even introspective ones. Well, the cosmoscope will conditionally give you all that relevant information, and you can use the cosmoscope to tell you about all kinds of perceptual goings-on conditionally, and even all kinds of introspective goings-on conditionally, and any work that empirical evidence was going to do in getting you to the conclusion could be done from the cosmoscope. So I think there's at least an intuition that somebody who suspended empirical beliefs could use the cosmoscope and still come to have justified conditional beliefs. Premise two. Well, here the thought is that the justifying role of experience in justifying beliefs is screened off by a certain role in justifying certain basic empirical beliefs, such as perceptual and introspective empirical beliefs, so that roughly it's going to turn out this way, that if you suspend the justification of empirical beliefs here, this is also going to suspend the justifying role of experience. It's a tricky question as to whether there's a form of justification by experience that might carry through even when you've justified, when you've suspended empirical belief. But I think maybe we can stipulate a particularly strong form of suspension of judgment so that experience then is just not available to play its justifying role. Then I think you get to the conclusion. Now, I said this was a fairly flat-footed argument. I think it's not a difficult one to respond to. I mean, the worry is here that, for a start, we're pretty fallible about which beliefs are empirical beliefs. When we run the thought experiment, we might be imagining suspending certain beliefs, like beliefs about concrete objects in the external world and their qualities. But, hey, or maybe some other beliefs are empirical beliefs too, like, say, mathematical beliefs. But you didn't know they were empirical beliefs, so you didn't suspend them, and maybe you relied on them. Furthermore, we're also somewhat fallible about what it takes to suspend all empirical beliefs. Both because we don't know which beliefs are empirical, and because in our intuitive running of the thought experiment, we may ignore certain non-obvious justifying relations between those empirical beliefs and relevant knowledge. Still, I think the argument is not totally pointless. I think one should really concede the point for a start, or at least concede the point pending a lot of further investigation. Still, I think the argument gets somewhere. It does suggest, at the very least, that the material conditional from PQTI to M is not justified by any obviously empirical belief. But at the very least, that it's not obviously justified by any obviously empirical belief. One still might wonder about more subtle roles here. The second argument is the one on which I'm inclined to have put the most weight for present purposes. This is what I'll call an argument from reconditionalization. I'm thinking about what the best word is for this argument. It's called reconditionalization. In a way, it's the reverse of standard conditionalization. Maybe you could call it reverse conditionalization. Then all this stuff ends up being a bit of a mouthful. I'm interested in other thoughts about the best terminology here. So here's a somewhat complicated argument, which we can then take a bit at a time. Premise one. For all ordinary truths M, one's in a position to know if PQI prime, then M. And I think one here can be the Laplacian intellect, or in the case of the previous argument, just the speaker. That's just an expression of the conditional scrutability thesis. Next claim, a crucial one. If one is in a position to know if PQI prime, then M, justified by empirical evidence E, then one's in a position to know if PQI prime and E, then M, with weaker empirical evidence independent of E. And here the thought is, okay, well, if the conditional claim required the evidence, then build the evidence into the antecedent. One's in a position to know that without the empirical evidence in question. And that involves what I call the principle of reconditionalization, which I'll come back to quite a lot in what follows. Okay, from those two, then the thought is, okay, here's the thought, roughly. This belief, if PQI prime then M, either it's justified a priori, or it's not, or it's justified by some empirical evidence. If it's justified by some empirical evidence, let's take some empirical evidence E that it's justified by. Okay, well then if we add that to the antecedents, you'll get a modified conditional belief if PQI prime in E, then M, which is justified independently of E. Then just repeat this for all relevant empirical evidence. And maybe one could repeat it just for all basic empirical evidence not itself grounded in other empirical evidence. And then one will, then the thought is just repeat this process enough times, build all the relevant empirical evidence into the antecedents, and then you'll get a conditional belief that's justified independent of empirical evidence. So for all ordinary truths M, there's basic empirical evidence F, here, the conjunction of all the relevant empirical evidence got to that repetitive process such that one's in a position to know if PQI prime and F, then M, a priori. And the thought is 3 follows basically from 2, and 1 by repeated application of what's in premise 2. Then 4, basic empirical evidence is itself a priori scrutable from PQI. That's itself a contestable claim, but I'll come back to that in what follows. You can see why it's at least a natural claim given some things I said last time. Conclusion. For all ordinary truths M, M is a priori scrutable from PQI. Okay, so there's 2 pretty contestable premises here. The key ones are premise 2 and premise 4. So I'm going to focus on both of those then in the next little while. So what was going on in premise 2? Well, basically it's a version of what I call a reconditionalization principle that converts knowledge with empirical justification to conditional knowledge that's independent of that justification. So here's one statement of it. Actually, it's a statement of a slightly different version involving unconditional belief, but I think it'll work for our purposes. If a rational agent knows M with justification from E, they can conditionally know M given E with justification independent of E. The justification of their conditional knowledge doesn't involve E. Why think that? Well, here's a basic intuitive argument for it. Just say the speaker knows M with justification from E. The thinker can then suspend judgment about E. And they can merely suppose E, for the purposes of conditional proof. Then upon supposing E, it will still be available to do all of its justificatory work, conditional on the supposition. Since E could justify M when really had as evidence, it can also justify it in this conditional role. The speaker can conclude M conditionally and discharge the assumption, yielding the conclusion that if E, then M, which is what we need for our purposes. So that's the intuitive idea. I take it there's something going for it. It's interesting to look at this in a formal version in terms of degrees of belief, and in particular in terms of the Bayesian principle of conditionalization, which I think this principle of reconditionalization is closely connected to. So the standard principle of conditionalization says something like the following. We take it that speakers have credences in sentences or propositions, and all you CR star is basically for rational credence. So if a speaker has a certain rational credence in M given E, credence phi at time t1, and then the thinker goes on to acquire total relevant evidence E between time t1 and t2, then the rational credence that they should have in M at t2 is phi. So if you've got a certain rational conditional credence at t1, you acquire conditional on certain evidence, you acquire precisely that evidence between t1 and t2, then your unconditional credence at T2 should be the same, should be phi. So that's the standard principle of, it's a version of the standard principle of conditionalization, fairly uncontroversial, at least fairly orthodox. So here's a reconditionalization is basically conditionalization in reverse. So here's one version of it, which I'll call strong reconditionalization. If the rational credence in M, if thing has rational credence M in phi at T2, and they acquire total relevant evidence E between T1 and T2, then they should have rational conditional credence phi in M given E at T1. So basically we're going backwards. If you know M based on E, or you've got degree credence phi in M based on E between T1 and T2, then back at T1 you should have had conditional credence in M given E of phi. Now I think this principle is a bit too strong. You're going to get counterexamples in certain cases. You're in particular going to get counterexamples in cases where credences in M given E are not defined at T1. It may be, for example, that in some cases acquiring the evidence E enables possession of the concepts in E, or the concepts in M. By the way, I should say that at this point I'm basically presupposing a propositional conception of evidence. Evidence involves relations to evidential propositions. I take it that everything I'm saying is compatible with views on which one's evidence is one's knowledge, although I don't think I'm committed to anything nearly that strong. And we could talk about how it goes if you have non-propositional conceptions of evidence. Okay, so strong reconditionalization is a bit too strong. But now here's another principle called weak reconditionalization. If rational credence in M is phi at T2, and one acquires total relevant evidence E between T1 and T2, and furthermore, the rational conditional credence in M given E is defined at T1, then rational conditional credence in M given E is phi at T1. Well, that I think that's just entailed by the principle of conditionalization. So that one is fine if you think conditionalization is fine. What we really need for our purposes is a closely related thesis, which I'll call synchronic reconditionalization, which involves the kind of unwinding that goes on in weak reconditionalization, but then making it all relative to the later time, T2. So if rational credence in M is phi at T2, and one acquires total relevant evidence E between T1 and T2, and rational conditional credence in M given E is defined at T2, then the rational credence in M given E is phi at T2, with justification independent of E. So why believe that? Well, if you've got weak reconditionalization, the thought is, well, at T1, before you ever acquired evidence E, at least then as long as the credence in M given E was even defined, then you could have a certain rational credence in M given E, and clearly that credence, the justification of that credence has to be independent of E, because you haven't yet acquired evidence E. So now what we're doing is just taking that phenomenon and taking it to the later point, T2. If at T1, as long as the credence is defined, then it's justified independent of E. It looks like the same ought to apply at T2. So one's rational conditional credence in M given E at T2 also ought to be phi, and also ought to have justification independent of E. Even though you have E at this point, it wasn't needed to get that justification at T1, shouldn't be needed at T2. So I think weak reconditionalization at least strongly suggests synchronic reconditionalization, and that's really the key thesis for our purposes. So I think there's at least something to be said for these theses. Interested to hear reactions to this, especially from, maybe this is actually discussed a lot in the literature on formal epistemology and Bayesianism, but I don't know a whole lot of the relevant discussion. So I'm interested to get people's reactions to that. Okay, so that's basically the core of the case for the reconditionalization principle, and I think a version of a principle like that could make the case for the relevant premise 2 in the argument for reconditionalization. The other worry then is going to be premise 4. And here the issue is basically tied to the scrutability of evidence. Basically, where we got to in the conclusion 3 was that for all ordinary truths M, there's some basic empirical evidence F, maybe a whole class of it with a certain conjunction F, such that one can know if PQI prime and F, then M, independently of empirical evidence. But now the worry is, what's in F? If F can have anything you like, cats and dogs and bottles and gods and so on, then it looks like we're not going to have a compact scrutability base. We're not going to get the kind of scrutability thesis we want. We're certainly not going to get scrutability from PQI. Okay, so I think it comes down to what is the relevant total empirical evidence going to be. And I think we can bring this down to total basic empirical evidence of the thinker. Evidence is not grounded in more basic evidence. So, on one conception of basic evidence, one which I'm not unsympathetic with, our basic evidence concerns phenomenal states of affairs. If so, that basic evidence is going to be included in Q, and F will be scrutable from PQI. On another, more liberal conception of basic evidence, our basic evidence concerns roughly, primary and secondary qualities in the external world, as well as perhaps phenomenal states of affairs. So our basic evidence concerns certain things knowable through introspection, especially phenomenal states, plus distributions of colours and shapes in space-time. Well, then I think the same applies. Again, if secondary qualities are built into Q, that happens fairly straightforwardly. If they're not built in, then I think you can still make a case based on reasonably plausible assumptions that they're implied by the more basic PQI, or scrutable from the more basic PQI. And even if basic evidence, as long as basic evidence is constrained in form, even if it goes beyond the phenomenal or the primary and secondary qualities, if it involves certain constrained classes or families of concepts, then it looks like at the very least you may have to go beyond PQI, but the scrutability base, you'll then get a scrutability base which is the union of PQI and F, and that scrutability base will at least be compact. Now the threat is going to come if all kinds of stuff, who knows what, can be basic evidence. So you might think at this point I need a bit of a foundationalist thesis. Again, to the extent that that certain forms of evidence are the truly basic evidence, and everything goes beyond that. Now again, I don't think I need anything quite that strong. And a version of a move I made in the last talk can also be applied here. So this is what last time I called the core knowability thesis. I think a version of that can be applied here. So the core knowability thesis, as I stated it last time, said all knowable ordinary truths are knowable via reasoning from, I'm setting it just slightly differently now, but let's just do it in terms of evidence, are knowable via reasoning from core evidence, where core evidence is roughly perceptual evidence about the distribution of primary and secondary qualities in the world, and introspective evidence. So this didn't require the claim that all knowledge is grounded in reasoning from core evidence. This is the kind of claim that a certain kind of strong foundationalism might make. The claim is just that if something is knowable, then it's knowable in that distinctively foundationalist way. So this allows, with the non-foundationalist the possibility that all kinds of knowledge can, as a matter of fact, be had in this non-foundational way. It just requires that in those cases it's also knowable in the reasoning from core evidence way. Now, last time Tim had a nice counterexample to this involving this propositions of the form P, and P is not known by method M, where P is a proposition that's, as a matter of fact, not known. A true proposition, knowable, but not known by method M. Kind of proposition whose existence I'm allowing, since I'm not saying all knowledge is had by method M. Here, method M is reasoning from core evidence. The natural fix for that kind of counterexample is to restrict this claim to knowable non-Fitchian ordinary truths, where non-Fitchian, as I characterized last time, is a matter of the kind of truths whose truth value isn't changed wouldn't be changed if they were properly investigated. Here, this is going to have to be relativized to a method M, so not properly investigated by method M. In any case, I'll come back to that non-Fichtean condition in a second, but let's just look at how the argument would go without the extra non-Fichtean condition in it. Let's take the original core knowability thesis. All knowable ordinary truths are knowable by reasoning from core evidence. If so, it looks like that also, if that's right, it applies to non-core evidence claims. If that can be known, all non-core evidence can itself be known via reasoning from core evidence. If so, it's going to be scrutable from core evidence and thereby from PQI, because core evidence is scrutable from PQI. If that's right, then skip to the last line here. It looks like all knowable truths will be a priori scrutable from PQI and core evidence, and if core evidence is itself scrutable from PQI, as it looks like it is, all knowable truths will be a priori scrutable from PQI. Now, okay, how does the Fichtean worry impact this? So there's got to be then an exception for knowable truths which are Fichtean with respect to this particular method M, and that when investigated by that method, this would alter their truth value. Well, okay, we're going to have to modify our conclusion to restrict it to all non-core, non-Fichtean evidence can be known in this way. Now, it's not at all clear that any of these Fichtean truths are actually going to play the role of basic evidence. Maybe they won't. But even if they do, all we'll do at this point is to apply a version of the observation from last time that Fichtean obstacles to knowability from core evidence are not obstacles to scrutability from core evidence. But basically, you know, all these worries for the Fitch worries just aren't worries in general for knowledge of the relevant conditionals. If that's so, then if you've got knowledge in all the knowable by the scrutability in all the non-Fichtean cases, you'll expect you get scrutability in all the Fichtean cases. If so, again, the conclusion goes through. So I think that worry adds a few wrinkles, but doesn't change anything fundamental. At least that's the hope. Okay. Then, okay, now we have argument 3 from enabling and mediating roles. Maybe I'll just, for reasons of time, just discuss this one very briefly. I think it's got a useful diagnostic role to play. One doesn't need to rely on it quite so centrally. Here the thought is just that when people are inclined to appeal to a certain empirical factor E as essential evidence for the conditional belief in the conditional scrutability, it may well be that that evidence isn't really playing a justifying role, which is what it would need to play to defeat the argument. Instead, maybe it's just playing an enabling role or a mediating role, where roughly an empirical factor E plays an enabling role when it plays a role in the acquisition of the concepts in M. Maybe some empirical fact plays a causal role, or knowledge or belief in the fact or proposition plays a causal role in the acquisition of concepts. Thereby plays a causal role with respect to knowledge of if PQI, then M. Empirical factors can also play a mediating role when the subject infers from PQI to E and then to M. So my own view is that many putative justifying roles for empirical factors here are better seen as enabling or mediating factors. One way to get this would be to basically to consider the phenomenon of generalized scrutability. Just say we've got to the claim that not just for all truths E is scrutable from PQTI, but for a whole bunch of for all truths M is scrutable from PQI or PQTI, but that for a whole bunch of in the actual world, but for a whole bunch of nearby epistemically possible scenarios, and even not so nearby, the truth value of M was scrutable from what we might call PQI sentences about those scenarios, or PQTI sentences. So the truth value of M is conditionally scrutable not just from PQTI, but from many other PQTI star. Well, then we observe that when an empirical factor E plays a mediating role, E is going to play its role only when E is conditionally scrutable from PQTI star. In cases where it looks like if PQTI star then not E, it just won't play that role. Whereas in cases where E plays an enabling role, it looks like E can play that enabling role even for conditionals with respect to which E is false. Even in cases where if PQTI star then not E, it looks like E can still play its enabling role in knowledge of if PQTI star then M. So then the basic thought here is the diagnostic we might apply is to see what kind of role E is playing here, is to consider cases, since E is an empirical claim, there'll be scenarios where it's false. I mean, let's pretend that all scenarios are describable by PQTI sentences. So let's consider cases where not E is conditionally scrutable, when not E is conditionally scrutable from PQTI star. Then the diagnostic question is, does E play the same role in knowledge of if PQTI star then M as in knowledge of if PQTI then M? That is, does E play its role even with respect to scenarios where E comes out false? Well, I think if it does play the same role, that's a very good indication that E is only playing an enabling role, not a justifying role. I mean, you can make a case for that by thinking, well, what if one actually discovered that PQTI star obtained? Then, well, E would plausibly be false. It couldn't play a justifying role with respect to the knowledge, the conditional knowledge. Knowledge can't be grounded in a falsehood. It looks like the same applies to the conditional belief, so E just can't play a justifying role. If E doesn't play the same role in knowledge of if PQTI star then M when E is false with respect to PQTI star or not conditionally scrutable from it, I think that at least suggests that E plays a mediating role. Otherwise we'd have a non-uniformity in justifying factors between the cases. I think there are moves available for the opponent here. One move for the opponent is to deny generalized conditional scrutability from PQTI sentences in these cases. When scenarios where E is false, they need to add something to the PQTI sentence. But in any case, I think the diagnostic is at least useful. So I take this diagnostic to at least be a useful supplement to the earlier arguments to see what's going on. Okay, finally I'll just mention, this is my last slide, I'll just mention some objections. I'm going to take it that many different objections might be raised. There's a few objections which are out there one way or another in the literature to claims like a priori scrutability. One kind is roughly objections tied to conceptual change and revisability. You might think, there are worries tied to concepts changing over time that might throw doubt on the a priority of later claims given earlier ones and so on. This is really going to be a focus of my talk next time, issues about conceptual change and revisability, so maybe I won't say much about it here. Incidentally, I'll note that the talk next time, unlike the last couple, isn't going to presuppose very much at all of what's been going on in the earlier talk, so hopefully it'll make sense independently. Second, there are objections from what we might call imperfect self-knowledge. Some people think, well, this whole a priori scrutability thing sort of requires us to predict what our reactions would be to certain circumstances in the future, and at least we can't expect that what we do upon supposing certain things is going to mirror what we do upon believing certain things, so the two things come apart. Janice Dahl and Andrew Melnick have made objections like that. I'm inclined to think that if you want to run versions of these first two objections, you're basically committed to some fairly radical claims, like denying principles akin to conditionalization to get them off the ground. So I think that at least requires a fairly high burden on the proponent. Steve Yablo has suggested that some of these arguments for a priori scrutability may turn essentially on introspective evidence and self-observation, as in when one observes what one's reactions are to certain scenarios. In this case, I'm inclined to think that the relevant evidence can be, in fact, is really just playing a mediating role, and that by being supplied with relevant introspective claims in PQTI, one doesn't need it to play a further justifying role. Finally, there's a literature on the contingent a priori where some Russellians have wanted to argue that our knowledge of various contingent a priori truths, like the meter stick in Paris being a meter long if it exists, is essentially justified by acquaintance with that object, not justified a priori, as, say, Kripke thought, and is therefore not a priori. There's a lot to say, and they might well be inclined to say something similar in the relevant cases of conditional knowledge here, involving singular terms or likewise terms for kinds, essentially involve justified by acquaintance with water. Again, there's a lot to say about that. I'm inclined to think that one prima facie, my own view about these cases is that the acquaintance may be playing an enabling role in the acquisition of the relevant concepts, is not playing a justifying role. And one prima facie indication of that is roughly comes from considerations about suspension of judgment. One could in principle suspend judgment in the claim that the meter stick exists. Whatever the relevant proposition is that one is claiming to play an empirical role, one could suspend judgment in that proposition, and I think one could get the arguments the conditional knowledge still to go through. But there is a lot more to be said about those objections, and people should feel free to raise them in discussion, but I think that's good for now, so thanks very much.
Today's lecture 4 is revisability and conceptual change, Carnap versus Quine.
Thanks very much, Scott, and welcome back, everyone. The last few times I've been motivating, articulating, and defending what I've called scrutability theses. Theses, roughly, that all truths about the world are entailed, maybe a priori entailed, by truths in a very limited vocabulary, the vocabulary of a scrutability base. And I've argued that this can be seen as a descendant in some ways of Carnap's project in the logical structure of the world. Today, I'm going to be focusing on both on some foundational questions about the scrutability project and at the same time on some applications. The focus is going to be on issues about the a priori and on issues about meaning. The primary aim, I guess, is going to be to focus on Quine's arguments about analyticity and a priority in two dogmas of empiricism and defend the notion of the a priori against Quine's arguments. This is foundationally important for the project because the notion of the a priori plays a key role. If Quine's arguments are successful, then this notion can't do the work for me that I want it to do. The secondary aim, though, is to investigate a certain kind of application of the project to questions in semantics and questions about meaning. In particular, to look at the way in which the scrutability thesis can be used to introduce a certain kind of notion of meaning, the notion of an intention within the scrutability framework, which can do interesting work. And I also want to examine the interaction between meaning and between certain diachronic principles of rationality. Now, I see that in the title, I somewhat inadvertently set up the whole thing as a kind of prize fight between Carnap and Quine. So, with some apologies to the dignity of all concerned, in the red corner, representing the logical empiricists, we have our hero, Rudolf Carnap, born in Ronsdorf, Germany, trained in Jena and Berlin, sometime of Vienna, Prague, and Chicago. Constructor of the world, unifier of science, slayer of metaphysics, fresh off a victory over Heidegger in his last bout. His current project is to set the notion of meaning on a stable scientific foundation. In the blue corner, we have Willard Van Orman Quine, for today's purposes, the bad guy, representing the American naturalist, the youngster out of Akron, Ohio, trained in Oberlin and these days of Cambridge, Massachusetts, naturalizer of epistemology, slayer of modality, recently off a victory over Meinong. His current project involves throwing the whole notion of meaning into question and arguing that it's not a terribly useful notion at all. Now, Quine and Carnap, around the time in which we're setting the scenes, are actually great friends, unified by a background pragmatism and empiricism, and unified by a respect for logic and science as arbiters of matters philosophical. But still, they had some famously strong disagreements about a number of topics. Modality, and the nature of existence, for example, perhaps most famously and most importantly for present purposes, about the importance and the nature of meaning. So it's 1951, the year of publication of Quine's article, Two Dogmas of Empiricism, often referred to as perhaps the most important article in philosophy in the 20th century, certainly one of the most important and influential articles. And Quine's article, Two Dogmas of Empiricism, is quite clearly not just directed at empiricism in general, but at logical empiricism, the movement spearheaded by Carnap. And it's quite clear that Carnap is his primary target. I think it's fair to say that, for a long time, the conventional wisdom on these matters is that Quine was the victor in this particular bout over Carnap. Now, maybe in recent years, the assessment has shifted a little. In any case, one thing I want to do today is to argue that Carnap's side of the matter is sometimes underappreciated, and the tools introduced by Carnap in the years after Two Dogmas can really be used to gain some considerable purchase against Quine's arguments. But the two dogmas of empiricism, the two dogmas of logical empiricism with which Quine is concerned, are first, belief in an analytic-synthetic distinction, a distinction between truths which are true in virtue of meaning, all bachelors are unmarried, and truths which are not true in virtue of meaning, perhaps presumably in virtue of the world, like there's a bottle on this lectern. That's the first dogma. The second dogma is what Quine calls reductionism, roughly phenomenal reductionism, that every meaningful statement is equivalent to a statement about experience. Now, I'm going to focus on the first dogma. I don't have a brief at all for the second dogma. I'm going to focus on Quine's most influential arguments against the first dogma, especially construed as arguments against an a priori, a posteriori distinction, as the arguments have often been construed. It's interesting that we saw that actually for the purposes of Quine clearly reads the Aufbau as being committed to an analytic-synthetic distinction. We saw back in the first lecture that, interestingly and surprisingly, that's not explicitly the case in the Aufbau, but it's certainly true that Carnap in later works is committed to an analytic-synthetic distinction. It's also arguable about the extent to which the Aufbau, the project of the Aufbau, is really committed to phenomenal reductionism. Carnap approaches his project in that way, but he says there are many alternative ways to approach it, and it's not clearly an essential property of his approach. But in any case, analyticity and a priority, analyticity is very important to Carnap's project, a priority is very important to mine. Quine's arguments have been widely read as significant challenges to those distinctions, so that's what I'm going to take as the starting point. Now, the first few sections of Two Dogmas of Empiricism argue that analyticity can be understood only via certain cognate notions, such as those of meaning, definition, and synonymy, leading to a kind of circle. Now, this argument, I think, is widely regarded as interesting, but perhaps inconclusive. Maybe it's even widely rejected. Most philosophers, I think, have come to the view that circles like this are very common with philosophically important notions, causation, consciousness, freedom, value, and existence. The mere existence of such a circle shouldn't be taken as throwing the notions into question. Section 5 of Two Dogmas argues that sentences can't be associated with sets of confirmatory experiences because of the underdetermination of theory by evidence. This material really is specific, I think, to the second dogma, to the program of phenomenal reductionism, and the criticisms are very much specific to the project, to Carnap's project in the Aufbau, as I went over in the first lecture. So I'm going to set that part of Two Dogmas aside as well. I think it's fair to say that the most influential part of Two Dogmas by far is the fairly short final section, section 6, especially the first two paragraphs. In the first paragraph, he articulates a certain positive picture on which the totality of knowledge, beliefs, is a man-made fabric, a field of force that impinges on experience only along the edges, and where conflicts with experience necessitate a certain kind of holistic adjustment on the interior of the field with much left open. Now, the arguments in this first paragraph, I think, are largely directed at an Aufbau-style view of kind of phenomenal reductionism and the second dogma. It's really in the second paragraph that the rubber hits the road where the analytic-synthetic distinction is concerned. So I'll read that out here. If this view is right, it's misleading to speak of the empirical content of an individual statement, especially if it be a statement at all remote from the experiential periphery of the field. Furthermore, it becomes folly to seek a boundary between synthetic statements, which hold contingently on experience, and analytic statements, which hold come what may. Any statement can be held true come what may if we make drastic enough adjustments elsewhere in the system. Even a statement very close to the periphery can be held true in the face of recalcitrant experience by pleading hallucination, or by amending certain statements of the kind called logical laws. Conversely, by the same token, no statement is immune to revision. Revision even of the logical law of the excluded middle has been proposed as a means of simplifying quantum mechanics. And what difference is there in principle between such a shift and the shift whereby Kepler superseded Ptolemy, or Einstein Newton, or Darwin Aristotle? So the arguments here clearly go to the heart, clearly for Quine's purposes, are at the heart of his arguments against the analytic-synthetic distinction. And I take it that the crucial points, well, there are two of them, called Q1 and Q2. Q1 says any statement can be held true come what may if we make drastic enough adjustments elsewhere in the system. And Q2 says no statement is immune to revision. And there's meant to be an argument from here, either to the conclusion that no sentences are analytic, or perhaps a priori, or that no principal distinction can be drawn between those that are analytic and a priori, or those that are not. At least the arguments are explicitly cast in terms of the analytic. Many people have read them in terms of the a priori. Now, I think it's fair to say that it's not totally obvious how the argument from Q1 and Q2 to those conclusions is meant to go. I mean, if we understood in the background that a statement is analytic if and only if it can be held true come what may, or that a statement is a priori if and only if it's immune to revision, then it's fairly clear how an argument of this sort might go. At least it's fairly traditionally held by some people that a priori statements are immune to revision. If so, you can see how an argument from Q2 might go. Now, there's been a number of different strategies for responding to Quine here. I mean, these arguments have been clearly very influential, and there's been a couple of influential strategies in response. Perhaps the most influential in some ways is the argument that concedes Q2 to Quine and says, well, look, we can still have an a priori, a posteriori distinction as long as we disentangle a priority from unrevisability. After all, we don't hold a posteriori knowledge to a standard of unrevisability. You can have empirical justification that's defeasible. Likewise, the same may be true for a priori justification. So I think that let's distinguish a priori versus a posteriori from defeasible versus indefeasible. I think that point is correct as far as it goes, but I'm not sure it goes to the heart of the matter, at least for my purposes. I'm inclined to think that there is a notion of the a priori, what I called last time, the notion of the conclusive a priori, that does have a certain kind of link to something like indefeasibility or certainty, one that offers perhaps the possibility of some kind of certainty, at least on ideal reflection. I can't claim to have established that here. On the other hand, if one went with this standard response to Quine, this would in effect be to concede that Quine was right, at least about that notion. There's no notion of certainty on ideal a priori reflection to be had. I think Quine's arguments don't establish even that much. So I'm inclined to focus on a second style of response, associated in part with Grice and Strawson, and in part with, as we'll see, with Carnap. So I guess Grice and Strawson's response is actually of local interest. I gather that Quine presented the arguments of two dogmas when visiting Oxford in 53 and 54. and that Grice and Strawson were in the audience and said, okay, well, this can't quite be right, and wrote their article in response in defense of a dogma. The most famous arguments in that article, I think, are those which say, well, look, there's a distinction here that we commonly make, therefore there must be something to it. I'm actually more interested in a point they make quite briefly in the last couple of pages of the article, where they say roughly, well, it's true that any sentence can be held true, come what may. And no sentence is immune to revision. But this holding true and revision will often involve changing the meaning of the sentence. If so, it has no bearing on the status of the original sentence as analytic or a priori. So, say you take a sentence that's traditionally taken to be a priori, like 2 + 2 is 4, well, it's true that that sentence is revisable in principle. If, say, you revise the meaning of the numeral 4 to mean 5, then that sentence will then roughly express the proposition that 2 + 2 is 5, and it'll be revised. But on the face of it, the possibility of that kind of meaning change has no bearing on the status of the original sentence, 2 + 2 is 4, as analytic or a priori. So at this point, I think the Quinean has a couple of responses. One is to say that the appeal to meaning is here is roughly circular. Hey, well, I'm throwing the notion of meaning into question, you can't appeal to it here. Well, I think one could question the strength of that response. It's roughly to make the kind of move that Quine makes in sections 1 through 4, saying, hey, you're relying on a circle of notions here. One might argue that for the same reasons that people have found that argumentative strategy uncompelling, this strategy is likewise uncompelling. But maybe there's a more interesting strategy in the vicinity, one that we might see as a kind of challenge to the proponent of the analytic or the a priori. And this is to say, well, look, there's just no principled basis for classifying some cases as involving conceptual change in meaning, and others as involving conceptual constancy. Here I use conceptual change roughly synonymously with meaning change. There's conceptual change in a sentence when expressions in the sentence express different concepts at different times. And the Quinean says, well, you say some of these changes involve conceptual change and some don't. Well, I challenge you to find a principled distinction between the two. Now, again, it's not obvious to what extent the opponent is committed to being able to draw, say, an independent distinction in reductive terms. Still, I think the challenge is a very interesting one to take up. And perhaps it's less widely known than it might be that Carnap, in fact, took up the challenge in his article from the 1950s, Meaning and Synonymy in Natural Language. So what I'm going to do in what follows is to investigate the prospects for drawing a principled distinction here, using tools drawn in part from that paper of Carnap's, in part from the scrutability framework that I've been developing, and in part from Bayesian confirmation theory. And I'm going to argue that these tools collectively actually can be used to, I think, to provide a reasonably powerful response to the Quinean challenge, and also to set notions of meaning onto to shed some light on interesting notions of meaning in the vicinity. So first of all, I'll just summarize the core then of Meaning and Synonymy in Natural Language, this paper of Carnap's. Maybe one reason why this paper is not always read as one of the canonical responses to Quine is that Carnap hardly talks about Quine in this article. There's just a footnote or two where he mentions Quine's challenges, people who have challenged the notion of meaning as inherently fuzzy or confused, and says he's setting it up onto trying to set it onto a scientific footing. But it's quite clear that a response to Quine is at least part of what's intended. So Carnap in this article says that he's setting out a scientific procedure for analyzing meaning and synonymy. The meaning of an expression is its intention. The intentions associated with a term are determined to a first approximation by a subject's linguistic dispositions. So say you have a subject who uses a term like fed. We investigate the intention of a term such as fed by presenting subjects with descriptions of possible cases and asking for a judgment about what fed applies to. we can then represent intensions as functions from possible cases to extensions. So say we're looking for the extension of a term like bottle, present them with a description of a scenario and say, well, in this scenario, what are the bottles? Present them with a description of a scenario and say, well, in this scenario, what are the universities? Or if you do it with sentences, rather than with singular terms or substantial expressions, it's even more straightforward. Take a sentence like, the morning star is a planet. Present subject with specifications of scenarios and say, in this scenario, is the morning star a planet? Subject will say, yeah, in this scenario, yes. In this scenario, no. And you can represent a semantic value for the sentence, an intention, as a function from possible cases, scenarios, to extensions, determined by the subject's linguistic dispositions. Now, this is already, I think, for those of you who have been at the previous talk, something which is very congenial to the scrutability framework I've been developing. So here's one thought. Given a sentence S, and a possible scenario T specified using something like one of those PQTI sentences I've been talking about that specify the physical and phenomenal and so on characterization of the world. Well, the thought was that, given, say, PQTI for the actual world, subjects are in a position to make conditional judgments, say that the evening star is a planet, given some different PQTI sentence, call it PQTI star, specifying a different world, the subject might make a different judgment. If that one's the case, the evening star is not a planet. So here's one thought. Take a subject having just uttered a sentence like, the evening star is a planet. Then you give them the PQTI sentence. I mean, Carnap actually says that, well, you could do this linguistically. Maybe you could even give them pictures or give them a movie. I mean, for present purposes, there's one natural thought. Why not give the subject a cosmoscope? Just say, okay, is the evening star a planet? Well, here's a scenario specified to you using a cosmoscope. Use this cosmoscope to make a conditional judgment about whether S is true if T prime, that specification of the scenario, is true. And then the subject will make a conditional judgment. And then we get a notion of, so far, a fairly flat-footed, operationalistic notion of intentions associated with uses of sentences. Then we can say, okay, well now a sentence is analytic. Carnap says this. A sentence is analytic if its intention is true at all possible cases. Two expressions are synonymous if and only if they have the same intention. And it's very natural to hold. Carnap doesn't discuss conceptual change very much in this article. It's very natural to apply it as following. An expression undergoes conceptual change between T1 and T2 if and only if its intention at T1 differs from its intention at T2. So there's Carnap's framework for intentions. I think what you can, for those of you who know Carnap's book Meaning and Necessity, where he develops a modal framework for thinking about meaning, you can see meaning and synonymy in natural language as a kind of attempt to naturalize the intentional framework of meaning and necessity, to ground these intentions in roughly operational or behavioral facts, and thereby to use these intentions to vindicate some of the properties of Fregean senses, as he argues, in meaning and necessity. Likewise, I'm inclined to think one can take the scrutability framework as providing a kind of grounding of intentions, not quite in operational and behavioristic terms, as we'll see, but in more broadly epistemological terms. And the notion of intentions you get from the scrutability framework can likewise be seen to play some of the role of senses and thoughts as articulated by Frege. More on that in a second. But first, just say you've got this fairly simple Carnapian analysis. Well, how are we going to use that to analyze the Quinean argument? I think we'll just start with a Quinean case. So let's take Quine's claim Q1, that any statement can be held true, come what may. And let's take an example. Okay, so I guess what we want to do is to pick a statement which looks like a paradigm of a contingent synthetic statement. So we won't go with all bachelors are unmarried. How about we go with Fred asserting at time T1, all bachelors are tidy. Now I take it prima facie this statement is certainly contingent and synthetic. In fact, it's almost certainly false. I think there are counterexamples in the very immediate vicinity, as my parents who are here in the audience today can attest. So prima facie, the statement's contingent, synthetic, maybe even false. Still, Fred could hold on to it in face of any apparently countervailing evidence by adjusting relevant ancillary claims in Lacanian fashion. So just say Fred, as he claims, all bachelors are untidy, and he's presented at T2 with an untidy, unmarried man. Well, and Fred can say, well, he's no bachelor. Bachelors have to be over 30, and he's only 25. He's an adjusted and ancillary claim, therefore gets to hold on to the original thesis. Or faced at time T3 now with a 35-year-old with a dirty apartment. Fred says, well, look, that's no counter-evidence. He's tidy. Look at his well-organized sock drawer. And on you go on for the change some ancillary claims about what it is to be tidy. By making moves of this kind, it's quite clear that Fred can hold on to the original sentence. The question, of course, is whether this involves, in some essential way, a certain kind of conceptual change. So does the move from T1 to T2 or from T1 to T3 essentially involve conceptual change? Well, on the current framework, as specified by Carnap, it does so only if the intention for all bachelors are untidy changes between T1 and T2. So let's think about this for a second. Let B be the sentence, all bachelors are tidy. Let C be a scenario with, like the scenario presented at T2, with 25-year-old unmarried men in dirty apartments. By Carnap's criterion, the intention of B is true at C at time T2. At time T2, the subject is presented with C, and they say B is true there. The crucial question, though, is the intention of B true at that scenario at T1? Before the subject ever got the evidence that this scenario was actual, was the intention of the subject, of the sentence for the subject, true there? So here's the diagnostic question. At time T1, does Fred judge that P is true in the possible case specified by D, the specification of that scenario? So, for example, at time T1, would Fred accept the claim, if there are 25-year-old unmarried men with dirty apartments and so on out there, then all bachelors are tidy? Or is it the case that Fred would say, look, I think all bachelors are tidy. I don't think there are 25-year-old unmarried men with dirty apartments out there. But if there are any, then some bachelors are not tidy. Okay, so two possibilities. At T1, Fred would accept that claim. That is, Fred would accept, basically conditional on there are 25-year-old unmarried men with dirty apartments. Fred would say, okay, well, if that's the case, all bachelors are tidy all the same. Well, if that's the case, then there's no change, or at least there need be no change in the intention of B between T1 and T2. It's just that Fred has had a fairly non-standard intention for bachelor all along, one that requires, for example, that bachelors be over 30. This is what we call a prefigured case, what we might call a prefigured case. Fred's judgment at T2 is reflected in his dispositions to make conditional judgments regarding possible cases at T1. The verdict at T2 was already prefigured in the dispositions at T1. If no, and I think it's a much more plausible reading of the case, that if Fred is a standard user of the term bachelor, the conditional judgment at T1 will be no. After all, Fred hasn't had the need to make any of those ancillary changes yet. Well, if no, then by Carnap's criteria, the intention of B changes between T1 and T2. This is what we might call a post-figured case. The judgment at T2 is not reflected in the speaker's dispositions at T1. So that's then the Carnapian criterion, I think, for handling cases of conceptual change. That's the natural application, I think, of Carnap's framework here anyway. Post-figured judgments involving when revision of sentences involves post-figured judgments, that entails conceptual change. When it doesn't, then there's no need to postulate conceptual change. Now, Carnap's account here as presented is a fairly flat-footed one. And there's all kinds of issues you might bring up to try to refine it. So I'll go over a few of those issues here. And I think what actually turns out to be the case is by various refinements, you can see something like the scrutability framework is helping in elaborating a more refined version of Carnap's account. The first problem is the obvious problem that subjects can make mistakes. Just say you've got a complicated mathematical claim or even a somewhat complicated arithmetical claim like 67 plus 53 is 120. Well, the subject might mistakenly judge that to be false. Do we then want to say that the intention of that sentence is false at relevant scenarios and that that sentence is not a priori or analytic? That seems to be the wrong way to go. So I think one natural response at this point is to introduce a normative element to the account or an idealized element to the account. Instead of defining intentions in terms of what subjects actually judge, define intentions of what they should judge, or in terms of idealized judgments, what they would judge if they were ideal, what they would judge on a certain ideal reflection. Now this has certain costs. It means that there's no longer a straightforward naturalization or reduction on the table. At least we'll get such a reduction only to the extent that we have a naturalization or reduction of the relevant notion of idealization, ideal reflection, or the relevant normative notion. Still, I think we've got a pretty good grip in many cases on these idealized and normative notions. So this can still be invoked to introduce a kind of epistemological grounding of the relevant semantic notions. And that's certainly what one would do on the scrutability framework. A second problem, a second issue, is that in recent philosophy, at least since Kripke's Naming and Necessity in the early 1970s, it's been widely taken that although it is possible to associate intentions with expressions, the association of intentions with expressions is not something you can do a priori, rather it's determined a posteriori. So take an expression like Hesperus and phosphorus, which you might have thought a priori had distinct meanings. Well, if it turns out that Hesperus and phosphorus are identical, they're both the planet Venus, then the intention of Hesperus is actually picks out the planet Venus in all worlds, as does the intention of phosphorus. These intentions are only determined a posteriori. Since they're not the kind of things you get a priori access to by this kind of procedure. Well, I think the response to this, by now, should be fairly predictable. The intentions which matter for our purposes just behave in a slightly different way. These intentions are defined by considering scenarios as epistemic possibilities and say, okay, we'll consider a scenario, PQTI, such that the morning star and the evening star are distinct. And then say, if that world is actual, is Hesperus phosphorus? And it looks like the rational thing to say for a canonical user of Hesperus and phosphorus is, if that world is actual, Hesperus is not phosphorus. The Kripkean claim is about a counterfactual. In a world of that character, would Hesperus be phosphorus? And one says different things about these counterfactuals. But within the epistemological framework of scrutability, I think there's no particular objection to the claim that Hesperus is phosphorus. Hesperus is not phosphorus, is scrutable from such a description. So the intentions you get, for those of you who know a bit about two-dimensional semantics, the intentions you get out of this defined in this epistemological way is akin to what I've called a primary intention, whereas the other kind is akin to what I've called a secondary intention. Those details don't matter too much here. Just focus on the epistemological character of scrutability, and the Kripkean objection doesn't quite arise. Third objection that runs reasonably deep. Well, what are these possible cases, and in what vocabulary are they to be specified? Well, I think within the scrutability framework, there's a natural response here. These possible cases should be specified as maximal specifications within a generalized scrutability base. So I talked about a scrutability base as a compact, minimal base, able to generate truth of sentences in the actual world. A generalized scrutability base is one that does this for arbitrary sentences, true or false, as long as they're epistemically possible. Not just for the actual world, but for all kinds of epistemically possible scenarios as well. If you have the generalized scrutability thesis on the table, saying there is such a base, so that for every epistemically possible sentence, it's scrutable from specifications within such a base, you can then use that base to define the vocabulary for describing these scenarios. So for example, in light of all this, what the scrutability framework suggests is we could define the intension of an expression E, or the primary intension, if you like, as a function that maps scenarios to extensions. It maps a scenario W to what the subject ideally should judge the extension of E to be, under the supposition that D is actually true, where D is a canonical specification of W, that is, a specification of W in the language of a generalized scrutability base. So if we just pretend that all these specifications are like those PQTI sentences I mentioned, well, in this, if PQTI, then, the extension of E is such and such, but if PQTI star, some other specification, then the extension of E is such and such. Now, so you'll get, prima facie, you'll get some kind of intension out of this. Okay, there's still a few residual issues which a Quinean might want to raise. First is the issue that the account seems to assume meaning and conceptual constancy, at least for the basic vocabulary, roughly the PQTI vocabulary here. So there's no account of conceptual change versus conceptual constancy for that vocabulary, and indeed it looks like we need to assume a notion of constancy there. So Quine, it's not always appreciated that Quine responded to Carnap's arguments in meaning and synonymy in natural language, and his response is really the central arguments of his book Word and Object, in terms of the indeterminacy of translation, where he basically says if we're trying to apply this kind of naturalistic procedure to figure out what a subject expressions really mean, we've got to interpret all of the expressions at once. We can't privilege some canonical special base vocabulary. And if we do that, then there's going to be problems for the Carnapian account. So for present purposes, let's just say it looks like Carnap has to assume meaning and conceptual constancy there. That may be problematic. Second, of course, there's a huge idealization involved. We've already talked about that. And third is the question, key question, do we have to use the notion of the a priori in characterizing this account? And one very natural way to use the scrutability framework here, one would do it using a priori scrutability. And one would require that these conditionals, if D then S, be a priori. That's something I've done in some other work. Okay, well, that's nice, but then what's happened here, we've basically ended up using the a priori to defend the a priori. Not obvious how far that gets us. If the answer to that third question is yes, if one does have to bring in the a priori here, then I think what's happened is, well, we've made some progress. We've analyzed the Quinean phenomena of holding true and revisability on non-Quinean terms, showing they're compatible with substantive notions of analyticity or a priority. But we haven't broken out of the Quinean circle. If the answer to question 3, on the other hand, is no, we can analyze these things without the a priori, then we've gone further to break out of the Quinean circle, potentially grounding a notion of conceptual change without assuming these notions. And that would be, I think, fairly reasonably significant progress. Now, I think that what I've actually said in the previous talks actually offers some hope of a framework that answers no to this question. That is, some hope of at least suggests a way of defining these intentions without bringing in the notion of the a priori. After all, I defended the a priori scrutability thesis, which grounded these conditionals in the notion of the a priori, but I also defended the conditional scrutability thesis, that all sentences are scrutable from these PQTI sentences in a sense that didn't invoke the a priori at all, and I argued there was a deep link between those two. So that suggests that you might try to define intentions without the a priori using conditional scrutability. For example, the primary intension of S for a subject is true at a scenario W if and only if the idealized rational conditional probability P star S given D for the subject is high, where D is a canonical specification of W. So that is roughly, these intentions are now defined in terms of rational conditional judgments with no particular invocation of the a priori. And I think that's actually not a bad place to get to in this project. But it's not actually going to be directly what I pursue in what follows. If you went this way, then I think we'd get around question 3. We still have the idealization. We still have to worry about the base vocabulary. One could get somewhere. But I think there's a way we can do even better. Actually, when I first started writing this paper, and this chapter of the project, I was really only concerned to do the fairly weak thing, to make the case that the a priori at least was compatible with the Quinean data, and to defend the a priori on its own terms. And it was only on reflection that it came to seem to me, actually one can do, I think, a fair amount better than that. There are ways to get inroads into the Quinean circles, first by using this notion of the conditional scrutability thesis and conditional probability, but second, as I'll pursue in what follows, in an even more straightforward way. So here I'll get to the more straightforward way. Which doesn't. So what I'm going to do in the following is to give an alternative analysis of these cases, in terms of conditional judgments and conditional probabilities. But this will just be a broadly Bayesian approach using conditional probabilities, hypotheses, and evidence. And I'm not going to require this rather elaborate framework of intentions, scenarios, and a priori throughout. One advantage of doing things this way is, well, first of all, we don't need the big idealization, huge specifications of scenarios which ordinary subjects can't handle. It can also, I think, help to at least some extent with the issue of canonical specifications. We don't need canonical specifications of scenarios, as well as with the third issue about the a priori. So I think this kind of falls out of where you would get if you went through the conditional scrutability thesis, but it's in some ways more straightforward, doesn't require so much apparatus. So what I'll do then is assume a broadly Bayesian framework on which sentences, S and T, are associated for subjects at times with unconditional credences, probability of S, probability of T, and conditional credences, probability of S given T. Like right now, my credence that it's raining outside is quite low. So P, it's raining outside, maybe 0.05. Who knows when you're in England? Anything could happen. Probability that people are carrying umbrellas outside is also quite low, something like 0.05, 2. But my conditional credence, this people are carrying umbrellas outside, given that it's raining outside, is really pretty high. Likewise, I'll assume the standard Bayesian principle of conditionalization. If a subject has a certain credence, S given E, at time t1, where E is an evidence sentence, specifies certain evidence, and then the subject goes on to acquire total evidence specified by the evidence sentence E between t1 and t2, then the subject's credence, P2 in S, at time t2, should be equal to the conditional credence, P1 of S given E, at time t1. So if at time t1 you think that, it's very likely that if, conditional on the claim that it's raining, you think it's very likely that people are carrying umbrellas, and then in between T1 and T2 you discover that it's raining, then you should conclude, and if that's your total relevant evidence, then you should conclude at T2 that it's very likely people are carrying umbrellas. Standard Bayesian principle of conditionalization. So now let's go back to that Fred case. All bachelors are tidy. Let E be the total relevant evidence that Fred acquires between T1 and T2. For example, that there's a 25 evidence to the effect that there's a 25-year-old unmarried male with such and such a living situation, or maybe more basic evidence from which one can draw that conclusion. Now the question is, within this framework, the diagnostic question is, what is, at time T1, what is Fred's conditional probability in B given E? At time T1, before Fred has acquired this evidence, what's his conditional probability that all bachelors are tidy, given that that evidence obtains? Well, again, we'll have prefigured and post-figured versions of the cases. In the prefigured version of the case, P1 of B given E is high. Then Fred's accepting B in light of E can be seen as standard updating of belief by conditionalization. In the post-figured version of the case, though, Fred's probability in B given E at T1 is low. Fred thinks conditional on there being such dirty bachelors in apartments, then probably all bachelors are untidy. Then Fred acquires E as total relevant evidence, but still accepts B. Well, this is a violation of the Bayesian principle of conditionalization. Now, there are circumstances where violations of conditionalization can occur. One is when E is not the total relevant evidence. But I think for present purposes, we can stipulate that it is. Second, it can occur when the subject is not fully rational at stage 1 or at stage 2. But I think for present purposes we can stipulate rationality. It's no news to anyone that revisability can happen in cases of irrationality. Quine clearly needs rational revisability for his purposes. A third circumstance in which such violations can happen is when the meaning or the content of the sentence B changes between the relevant stages. Where the sentence just means one thing at one time and means another thing at another time. When that happens, it's totally unsurprising. You'd get violations of conditionalization. And that is what I think is the relevant kind of violation for our purposes. One way to bring this out is to formulate conditionalization in terms of sentences. Sometimes it's just formulated in terms of propositions or sets, in which case it works straightforwardly. But if you formulate it in terms of sentences, it's a bit more complicated. So here we formulate it in terms of sentences. Here's one formulation. If a subject is fully irrational, and if the subject acquires total evidence specified by sentence E between T1 and T2, and if the content of sentence S does not change between T1 and T2, then the probability, the subject's credence in S at T2 is equal to the subject's conditional credence in S given E at T1. So here we need an extra rider that's not present on propositional formulations of the thesis. If the content of sentence S doesn't change between T1 and T2, that's what requires basically you get the corresponding, the proposition or the set stays the same. So, given that formulation of conditionalization for sentences, then we can use this in a way as a diagnostic for cases of conceptual change. Given a sentence S that's rationally held true come what may in that Quinean way, in light of potentially conflicting evidence E, well, there are two cases. Case 1, the initial conditional probability in S given E is low. Then the subject acquires E and they accept S all the same. Well, that will be a violation of conditionalization, and that will correspondingly be a case of conceptual change. If P of S given E is initially high, on the other hand, then that will be a prefigured case, and this needn't be a case of conceptual change. So this gives us, this analysis in terms of conditionalization, gives us some independent grip on the distinction between cases involving conceptual change and those that don't involve conceptual change. In effect, what Quine, I think, really needs to do is to, if Quine wanted to establish that every sentence can be held true come what may without conceptual change or irrationality, which really, in a certain sense, is what Quine needs to do. Quine would, in effect, need to argue that for all sentences S and all potential evidence E, the probability of S given E is high, or at least is not low. But this is obviously false. I mean, I think how one gets at this depends on exactly how the Quinean thesis is formulated. It sure looks like Quine is arguing that for all subjects and for all sentences, if they want to, they can hold on to that sentence in light of any forthcoming evidence. I think that would require something like this thesis. But that claim is just obviously false, at least from within a Bayesian framework. So that suggests to me that it's not true that any sentence can be held true come what may without conceptual change or irrationality. So what's going on here? I think what's really going on here, apart from the technical details, is there's a kind of constitutive connection between rational inference and conceptual constancy. If we've got a principle of rational inference, like if A and if A then B, a diachronic principle of rational inference, which we specify using sentences or other vehicles, where A and B are sentences or other vehicles, then anyone who violates it diachronically for sentences A and B without change in the meaning of A or B is irrational. Likewise, anyone who rationally violates it is engaged in conceptual change. So we've got an underlying link between rational inference and conceptual constancy. I think that's what's really doing the work here. Okay, so far I've given this Bayesian analysis of a case of Quine's argument from holding true. Next I'll get to the argument from revisability, which I think in some ways is a somewhat more serious challenge. So here let's take as our paradigmatic example of Quine's argument from revisability, a case from Hilary Putnam. Let C be the sentence, all cats are animals. On the face of it, this might seem paradigmatically analytic, true by definition, true in virtue of meaning. Might seem paradigmatically a priori. One could know independent of experience that this is true with justification, independent of experience. But Putnam argues this sentence is actually revisable. That E specify evidence confirming that the furry, apparently feline creatures that inhabit our houses are actually remote-controlled robots from Mars. Well, the other creatures that we see are all organic and have the kind of biological structure that we typically take them to have. Putnam argues that if we discovered that E obtains, we'd actually reject C. We would then say, no, cats are not animals. Dogs are animals, kangaroos are animals, but cats are not animals, they're robots. So he argues, all cats are animals is in fact revisable. So let's apply the current framework to this example. And consider, the diagnostic question here is, well, before we get that evidence, what is our initial conditional probability in C given E? I take it we haven't gotten that evidence yet, but we can consider our conditional judgment, conditional on the claim that that surprising evidence obtains, are all cats animals? Or not? So, I think it's at least arguable that in this case, the initial conditional probability for C given E is low. After all, Putnam gives us reasons to accept that conditional now, even before we've got the evidence. He makes a pretty convincing case, I think, that conditional on the evidence being that way, cats, it turns out, surprisingly, are not animals. Well, anyway, there's two ways it can go. If it goes that way, then this is what we might call a prefigured judgment, compatible with conditionalization. In this case, I think what we should say is that C is not analytic and not a priori, certainly not conclusively a priori to start with. That is, at least not in a sense that requires the possibility of certainty on ideal a priori reflection. It turns out there's some chance it's false, so it's not analytic or conclusively a priori. Interesting surprise, but not obviously such a challenge. If P1 of C given E is high, on the other hand, but then we reject C upon obtaining the total relevant evidence E, then this will be a post-figured judgment that violates conditionalization. So this will come out by our current criteria as a case of conceptual change or irrationality. So, to maintain at least within the Bayesian framework, that any statement is open to revision without conceptual change or irrationality, Quine, I think, needs something like the following claim. The claim that for any sentence S and for any subject, there is some possible evidence E such that the subject's rational conditional probability, P1 of S given E, is low. That is, there's some evidence that ought to lead the subject to reject the sentence. Now, this claim, I think, is not as obviously false as the analogous claim about holding true come what may. I think it's much more of a viable and somewhat plausible, at least challenging, claim. Still, it's not totally clear what the grounds are for accepting it. A few observations here. One thing worth noting is that Quine's official support for his revisability thesis involves underdetermination, ancillary claims, our freedom to make and change these ancillary claims, and so on. But this sort of revision often involves violations of conditionalization, as we've seen. So that kind of support doesn't support the claim about conditional probability. I'm actually inclined to think there's two sort of strands in Quine's arguments in two dogmas, and certainly two strands in the Quineans who have followed him. One is what we might call the pragmatist strand that really leans on our freedom to make certain changes, for example, to adjust certain ancillary claims. And that strand, what we call the pragmatist Quinean strand, I think involves equal endorsement of the argument from holding true and the argument from revisability. I'm inclined to think that's the less compelling strand. Although I think Quine himself is, if anything, his arguments in two dogmas, at least, more closely suggest the pragmatist strand. The other strand, we might call the empiricist strand, is roughly an argument from, upon getting certain evidence, we ought to revise certain sentences. This doesn't so much relying on our freedom to do different things. It's rather, given the nature of evidence and evidential support and so on, there's certain evidence in light of which we ought to revise certain sentences. This is what we might call the empiricist strand. We should always be open to this new evidence. will make it the case that we ought to revise in certain ways. Given that strand, the empiricist strand, I think actually the revisability argument is a much stronger argument than from that perspective than the holding true argument. And it's interesting, I think, that many of the later Quineans, like Putnam himself and Harman and others, seem to be really following up the empiricist strand in these arguments rather than the pragmatist strand. A second observation here is that almost any claim could be true. Almost any claim could be rationally rejected given testimony of an apparent epistemic superior. If God comes down and tells you, actually 2 + 2 is 5, or if, Kurt Gödel tells you Fermat's last theorem is false, then, okay, maybe it's rational to believe them. Still, but that a claim can be rejected in this way is, I think, no evidence that it's not a priori, that it's not justifiable on ideal rational reflection. Likewise, you don't obviously get ideally rational revisability out of this. You get rational revisability for non-ideal agents like us. So that's not, I think, not quite to the relevant point. Third observation is this strategy gets no purchase against certain material conditionals of the form if D then S, where D specifies a full scenario, complete with total evidence. And these, of course, are the conditionals whose a priority is diagnostic and indeed constitutive of intentions being a certain way within the scrutability framework that I've been suggesting. So these are just conditionals based on very, very big antecedents. I think you can make the case that for conditionals like that, there's no way to get the relevant kind of Quinean revisability. Either the evidence is compatible with D or it's incompatible. If it's incompatible with D, then, well, the material conditional still comes out. Just say you're initially inclined to endorse the conditional. What evidence could make you reject it? Either the evidence is incompatible with D, in which case D is false, and the material conditional comes out true, or it's compatible with D, in which case you get the kind of evidence specified in D all along, and the conditional will still come out true. At least there's no reason for your later judgment to be any different from your earlier judgment. Fourth, and perhaps most relevant, even if Putnam is right about this, even if the empiricist Quinean is right about this, that any sentence is revisable in this way, this strategy will still allow us to use these conditionals to define intentions, which can serve as a relevant sort of meaning, with a corresponding analytic-synthetic distinction. At worst, it'll follow that few statements are analytic. All cats are animals. Will turn out there's a few scenarios at which it's false. Okay, how interesting. Still, we're going to have our principal distinction between analytic and synthetic sentences and between conceptual change and conceptual constancy, and we'll be entitled to the corresponding semantic notions. So corresponding to this distinction I mentioned between the pragmatist Quineans and the empiricist Quineans, there's roughly one between what you might think, the left Quineans and the right Quineans. The left Quineans are the ones who think that there's just no distinction here between the analytic and the synthetic. And the right Quineans are the ones who think that, there is a distinction, but that very few sentences are analytic. And I think the Putnam-Harman style arguments tend to suggest the right Quinean conclusion that few statements are analytic, but at best. But I think that should be seen as only really a very limited challenge to the Carnapian framework. In any case, moral conditionalization, once again, gives us a grip on the distinction between revisions that involve conceptual change and those that don't. Okay, so in the next section I list a bunch of objections. For reasons of time, I won't go over these, but you should feel free to raise them in discussion. To save time, you can just say, objection 2. I have objection 5. Maybe there will even be some others. Okay, so now I'll conclude. So I think if what I've said is right, then Quine is right that any statement can be held true come what may, and that no statement is immune to revision. But these phenomena are quite compatible with a robust analytic-synthetic distinction and with a robust notion of meaning. Quine is not right that any statement can be held true come what may without conceptual change or irrationality, and likewise for revision. I think we can pin down the distinction between cases involving conceptual change or irrationality, either using the scrutability framework in the way I suggested in the middle, or using the Bayesian analysis that I've been over just now. So I think, again, you can see this response to Quine on two potential levels, either defending the a priori on its own grounds or on partly independent grounds. The first, more conservative approach is to rely on the a priori scrutability thesis, presupposing a notion of a priority and characterizing the conditionals, and arguing that such a framework can at least accommodate all of Quine's data. This doesn't provide an independent grounding for the notion of the a priori, though it delimits its grounding role, but for the same reasons that most philosophers reject Quine's arguments early in Two Dogmas, no such independent grounding is required. Second, we could see all this as defending the a priori on partly independent grounds. If we use the Bayesian analysis, or perhaps the analysis in terms of conditional scrutability, we need only assume a notion of conditional probability and of rationality. This assumes some normative notions, and maybe Quine himself would question those, but certainly many Quineans don't. But this doesn't obviously assume the notion of a priority in any case, so this gives us some independent purchase on the cases. In effect, what's going on here is that constitutive connections between rational inference and conceptual change are used to make inroads into the Quinean circle. Now, I don't think we want to make the claim too strong. You might think, okay, given all this, maybe we could use all this for a reductive analysis of the notion of the a priori, to ground that notion in wholly independent terms. So here's something that you might be tempted to suggest, having seen what's gone on here. Follow Carnap in terms of defining a priority in terms of necessity of intentions. Okay, so you might be tempted to define an a priori statement, or at least a conclusively a priori statement, as a statement S for which the ideal conditional probability of S given D is 1, or is high maybe, for all scenario specifications D. You could try to do that, but I think there'll be some fairly serious residual issues. Perhaps the most important residual issue is, can one define the relevant class of scenario specifications without using the notion of a priority? Or do you have to define them as, for example, the a priori consistent scenario specifications? Second, can we deal with potential exceptions to the thesis, due to scenarios, for example, involving misleading evidence or cognitive deficits? Third, could the notion of ideal conditional probability be understood in a way wholly independent of the a priori? My own view is that the second and third, I think there are satisfactory things that can be said in response to the second and the third here, so those aren't, I think, fundamental obstacles. I think the first here may be the most serious obstacle to at least trying to give an account of the extension of the notion of a priority without using the notion of a priority. Still, even without a reductive account of a priority, we've got enough of an antecedent grasp, I think, on the relevant notions, that these notions at least provide an illuminating tool for analysis. And our grip, I think, on these principles of conditional rational inference, these diachronic principles, helps us, in effect, to diagnose cases of conceptual change. So I take all this to suggest, then, in conclusion, that Quine's arguments from revisability and from holding true do not, in fact, threaten the analytic-synthetic distinction or the a priori, a posteriori distinction as seriously as one might have thought they threatened it. And that, in fact, the scrutability framework, as I've developed it, has perhaps some promise in vindicating a broadly Carnapian approach to meaning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So today I'm talking about some of the hard cases I haven't discussed so far. My discussion is going to have a little bit of the character of what Carnap got up to in some of the later bits of the Aufbau, after spending 60 or 70 pages on constructing the phenomenal field and 30 pages on constructing the physical world, and a fair amount of time in other minds. So a few residual cases like culture. Culture takes up about 2 pages for Carnap, and the substance of the central substance of the discussion is really mainly embodied in the following example. The custom of
greeting through the lifting of one's hat is present in a society or in some other sociological grouping at a certain time if, among the members of this society at that time, there is present a psychological disposition of such a kind that in situations of such and such a sort, a voluntary act of such and such a sort takes place. That's pretty well culture taken care of for you. That's pretty well going to be the character of my treatment of the hard cases. 5 or 10 minutes on mathematics, 5 or 10 minutes on normativity, 5 or 10 minutes on intentionality, 5 or 10 minutes on metaphysics, and 2 or 3 minutes on a few other hard cases, and then we're done. Of course, this is, the thought is to, at the very least, not to settle these issues, but just to give a sense of the character of the issues here, what the central choice points are, at least, and what the biggest issues are, the biggest obstacles are to scrutability theses, and at least choices as packages about where one might end up. Still, there's no getting around the fact that this is going to be faintly ridiculous. So I hope you can at least get into the spirit of the thing and prepare yourself for what's inevitably going to be a bit of a romp. Okay, so first, just a bit of background on hard cases. On the handout, I've just written a bunch of background, mostly recapitulating stuff from the previous lectures, and for anyone who hasn't been at them, to fill in some relevant background. So, the rough idea then is the central scrutability thesis says that some compact class of truths, so that all truths are scrutable from truths in that class. There are a compact class of truths. It's roughly an interestingly small class. The class of physical truths here serving as one example, or Carnap's class of phenomenal truths serving as another. Different kinds of scrutability relations as labeled on the handout, but the central kind for our purposes is a priori scrutability. As the sentence S is a priori scrutable from a class of sentences C, if it's notable a priori. So if the sentence is in C obtained, then S obtains. So far, I've argued for a somewhat limited thesis. I've argued that all ordinary truths, that is, all truths of a certain character, roughly ordinary macroscopic truths about the natural world, biological, chemical, and so on, well, setting aside hard cases, they're scrutable from a certain compact class of truths, the class I call the PQTI. And I gave that a fairly generous interpretation. P was to include truths of microphysics and macrophysics in the vocabulary of final and classical physics. Q was, on a generous interpretation, to include phenomenal truths about conscious experience, secondary quality truths, intentional truths. T was to include that's all sentence, and I was to include certain indexical truths. I am such and such, now is such and such. There's also a stripped down version, which I'll talk about a bit in what follows. But I've argued centrally that all ordinary truths are scrutable from that fairly generous scrutability base. Now that leaves a couple of things open. One is the question of getting to the rest of the truths, and the other is the question of minimizing the base. So a hard case for present purposes is a putative class of non-ordinary truth M, such that it's not obvious that M is scrutable from PQTI, as so far understood. And there are some obvious examples of this, including the ones in the title. Truths in mathematical truths, normative truths, intentional truths, metaphysical truths, or whether intentional truths count in the hard cases depends on exactly what you build into the base, but in any case, they're going to be relevant to scrutability from a minimal base. So today, I'm going to argue that in some of these key hard cases, all of the relevant truths are scrutable from PQTI in the first instance, or failing that, at least from some compact base. I mean, the most important thesis that I want to argue for is roughly compact scrutability. There's some compact base. So if one needs to occasionally expand the base by adding an extra expression or an extra class of truths here and there, that's okay, as long as it doesn't happen too often. My focus today is going to be on what I call the non-conclusive a priori scrutability thesis. Where roughly, the conclusive a priori is a kind of a priori knowability that comes along with the possibility of certainty on ideal reflection, whereas a priori knowability without non-conclusive a priori knowability doesn't obviously require certainty on a priori reflection, just knowledge. Ultimately, I think for some of my purposes, conclusive a priori scrutability is what I would like to argue for, but I can't do everything today, so the focus will be on the non-conclusive sort. And I'll also then be considering minimizing the base, moving from that fairly generous class of truths, PQTI, to some smaller class of truths. And ultimately trying to see just how small we can make the relevant class of truths in the base. At the very least, try to get it down to something like that stripped down version of PQTI, what I call in the handout PQTI minus. And we'll be looking at trying to, in the last few minutes, we'll be looking at trying to minimize the base even further. I should say that this really corresponds to two chapters in the book manuscript, one on hard cases, one on minimizing the base. So the bit on minimizing the base will be even more of a romp than the hard cases. We can at least see how the issues go. So, in general, given a hard case, there's a few different issues for treating them while maintaining the scrutability thesis. So given a scrutable truth M that looks like it might not be scrutable from the base, well, you could go, there's a few possibilities. One is what we might call rationalism. M is itself knowable a priori, perhaps under some reasonably heavy idealization of our cognitive capacity. Second is the attitude I'll call empiricism. Okay, M is not itself a priori, but it's nonetheless a priori scrutable from truths which are already in the base. Or more generally, one thing you might try to do is to show that M is scrutable from what we might call non-M truths. And moral truths are scrutable from non-moral truths. If you make that case, then it looks like at least moral truths are eliminable from the base. And assuming if one repeats that kind of move, then with a certain kind of, as long as one pays a certain amount of care to make sure one doesn't get into little circles, then showing that much will be enough to show that these things don't pose a problem for scrutability. Third option is the option I'll call anti-realism, to argue this putative truth M isn't true or isn't determinately true. And the fourth option, maybe the last resort for the defender of the scrutability thesis, is what I'll call expansionism. Well, there is a problem here with scrutability from an existing base, therefore we have to expand the base. And doing so will be compatible at least with the compact scrutability thesis, again, as long as one doesn't do that too often. For certain kinds of more austere scrutability theses, like the fundamental scrutability thesis, everything is scrutable from the metaphysically fundamental, you might want to be very careful about how often you make that move. But in any case, these are the options to put on the table. One bit of general argument strategy worth mentioning, I've relied quite a lot in the second lecture and the third on a couple of arguments for the scrutability thesis, based on what I call the argument from knowability, suggesting that when a truth M is knowable, it's knowable in a certain way, and I argued that when it's knowable in this way, it's conditionally scrutable from PQTI. That was in the second lecture. And in the third lecture, I argued that when M is conditionally scrutable from PQTI, it's a priori scrutable from PQTI. That was going by this argument from reconditionalization. I think the arguments given there were applied in the first instance to ordinary truth, but I think they naturally extend to other classes of truth. So assuming those arguments are good ones, then we've got maybe grounds for general inference from knowability to a priori scrutability. The hardest cases, then, are going to be those in which M, the putative truths in question, aren't knowable, or aren't obviously knowable at all. And perhaps cases where M is in PQTI as understood for the purposes of those arguments, including, say, intentional truths, and one then wants to get M out of a narrower class of truths. So we'll look at some of the hard cases. I'll look at in what follows. So the character, the M isn't obviously knowable. Some will be where M's in the base, and there'll be some others besides. I should say just something briefly about the methodology here. I could have started this whole series by giving a big master argument for this a priori master argument for the scrutability thesis, and then just applied it to cases. And this would have the character of, application, and maybe the consideration of objections. And that's not actually how I proceeded. I proceeded by articulating the thesis and then looking at cases, giving arguments in certain cases. So it's a bit of a case-by-case methodology here. So what I'm doing in looking at these theses now, at these hard cases now, isn't so much direct application of the thesis as potential objections or obstacles to the thesis. One has to consider every case on its merits. I do think, nonetheless, that insofar as one finds the thesis fitting a whole bunch of cases, that carries a certain kind of cumulative force in suggesting a thesis which then might have some dialectical force in arguing that the thesis applies to certain further cases. But the force of this is somewhat attenuated. I mean, another way to proceed would be to start with a master argument. And in some other work I'm doing, there is a way which I try to proceed, but it's not the way here. So once you think of this as really just going over the cases and trying to consider them on their merits to see whether they pose potential obstacles to the thesis. Okay, so the first class of potential obstacles are mathematical truths, especially unprovable mathematical truths. You might think they're true, but not a priori scrutable. So the obvious first case to worry about here is something like an unprovable Gödel sentence. Let's take the Gödel sentence, G, of piano arithmetic. Now, the obvious thing to say in reply here is that, well, a priori, pretty obviously, does not require provability in piano arithmetic. It's very plausible that we know the Gödel sentence of piano arithmetic to be true, and in fact, we know it a priori. One obvious thing to say is we know it by knowing a priori that the axioms of piano arithmetic are true, hence that they're consistent, and hence, consistency sentence is true. That looks like a fairly natural method of a priori knowledge. So a priori is not to be reducible to provability in this particular system. Now you might say, okay, but what about some more complex system, like the Gödel sentence G of system H, where H is a formal system that's devised to somehow model human competence at arithmetic, assuming humans are computational systems, and maybe there's some such formal system that models our competence. Well then, I think what I said previously doesn't immediately apply. It looks like it's fairly plausible that we are not then in a position to know H. Knowing H is beyond our arithmetical competence. Still, looks like there's no reason to doubt that some more ideal reasoner could know H. It's just that there's a certain limit to our complexity that's basically that corresponds to some limit in our process of iterated Gödelization, the joining of Gödel sentences and ordinal counting, but some more ideal reasoner with capacities that go beyond us could. So under an idealization, no particular reason to doubt that H is knowable a priori. Perhaps so on for arbitrary Gödel sentences. Now you might think, okay, now what about arbitrary sentences of arithmetic? Well, here there's a result by Pfefferman that's at least relevant here that says that any sentence of arithmetic can be proved in some system reachable by starting with piano arithmetic and adjoining Gödel sentences, consistency sentences, under an appropriate pattern, basically, of iterating through the ordinals. So you might think, as long as any such system corresponds to knowledge of some potential computational system, we'll then get a priority of any sentence of arithmetic. Now there is an interesting question here about whether this is somehow cheating. I've had some conversations with my colleague Happy Field about this, and Happy thinks that somehow one has to code in so much knowledge in advance into the process of ordinal counting that there's a question about whether this really counts as something that someone could do just by starting with
ideal reasoning alone. There's at least an interesting question there. Alternatively, if we're in the business of idealizations, there's a much more direct and heavy-handed idealization we can invoke that I've already mentioned, namely an infinitary idealization. As I mentioned a while back, Russell has this thought that, okay, I mean, in principle, there could be a system which, instead of calculating the applicability of certain predicates phi to integers one at a time, does so in parallel for all the integers at once. And then, if it's true, conjoins. If it's true for each of them, conjoins them and comes to know the conjunctive plane for all n, phi of n. Russell says, well, we can't do that, but that's a mere medical impossibility. If we're in the business of talking about what's metaphysically possible here to know a priori, it looks like there's no obvious obstacle to that kind of idealization. In any case, we're in the business of that kind of infinitary idealization already, so that's a natural thing to say here. So given relevant, strong enough idealizations, no obvious obstacles in arithmetic, I mean, there are some interesting questions about set theory. In particular, statements of higher set theory, the continuum hypothesis and large cardinal axioms, at least if those are to be knowable. It's not obvious how to extend what I've said just a second ago to make them knowable. There are speculative things you might say, but I mean, there's two options here. One is the option of saying they're knowable under a relevant idealization. The second obstacle, the second thing to say is to raise the possibility that these statements are not in fact determinately true. I mean, I gather that among set theorists, it's more or less orthodoxy, or pretty close to orthodoxy to hold it, at least when it comes to a lot of large cardinal axioms. There's no objective fact of the matter about whether they're true. There was a famous survey taken at a set theory conference where they took a whole bunch of statements, of mathematical statements, starting from 2 plus 2 equals 4, going through things like the Riemann hypothesis, ending with some large cardinal axiom, like there's a measurable cardinal, and then asking people to take one of 5 options expressing their attitude towards those statements. True. False. Either true or false, but I don't know which. Neither true nor false, or either true or false, but I don't know which. Neither true nor false, or neither true nor false, but I don't know which. And apparently, I mean, so if you think every statement of mathematics is determinately true, you stick to the first 3 throughout. Apparently, only one set theorist at this conference stuck to the first 3 throughout. So I just throw that onto the board as the set theorist view. In any case, so an opponent here of a proponent of expansion at this point, an opponent of suitability from the existing base, needs a case that's determinate, but not ideally knowable. Determinately true, but not ideally knowable a priori. And at the very least, there's no clear candidates here. And I will say, I think this is one of the hardest cases. It's not absolutely obvious in advance there are such cases either. Still, worst thing, if there are such cases, what do? Well, it looks like all we have to do is to expand the base to include some further mathematical truths, maybe an arbitrary set of further mathematical truths to get everything in, presumably at the very least, a non-recursively enumerable set. Still, to do this, I mean, after we've already got mathematical vocabulary in the base to handle things like statements of physical theories and so on. So this wouldn't obviously require an expansion in vocabulary of the base, merely an expansion in the truths used to state those truths. So it wouldn't lead, obviously, to any. I mean, there's no particular reason to think this would lead to a violation of compactness of the base. And this is a general moral which will apply for a lot of the hard cases. Even if some expansion is required of the truth in the base, or occasionally adding expressions to the base, in most of these cases, there's no particular danger of violating compactness. Okay, so the next case is normative truths, and I mean this to apply to normative truths broadly construed, so normative and evaluative truths across, including moral truths, if there are any, epistemological truths, aesthetic truths, but I'll take moral truths as the paradigm here, at least to start with. So you might think, okay, moral truths, there are some truths here which are true, but not, potentially, not a priori scrutable from, say, from non-moral truths or from our PQTI base. Now, I think, prima facie, there's good reason to think that moral truths, if true at all, are knowable. And therefore, if they're knowable, then the previous arguments will suggest they're conditionally scrutable from non-moral truths. One can know that in circumstances of such and such a form, the moral truths of such and such, and also a priori scrutable. I mean, the best argument, I think, for moral realism is basically an argument that takes off roughly from our knowledge of certain moral truths. It seems obviously correct that Hitler wasn't acting rightly, for example. I think there's not particularly much reason to believe in unknowable moral truths, setting aside Fichte-style cases, and moral truths about a distant past, and so on, which are quite compatible with scrutability. So I'm inclined to think that, prima facie, there's an argument for a priori scrutability here. I think, of course, there are a lot of delicate questions about meta-ethics in the vicinity. I think the a priori scrutability of moral truth is consistent with error theories, on which there are no moral truths, non-cognitivism, various forms of moral rationalism, many forms of moral empiricism, and indeed a lot of forms of moral subjectivism. If you're looking for a meta-ethical theory that's going to cause some problems for the a priori scrutability thesis, one natural place to look is so-called Cornell realism, on which it's held that there are a posteriori identities involving moral expressions and non-moral expressions. So, goodness or rightness equals such and such a natural property is true, but knowable only a posteriori. By analogy to the Fichte-style identities, the water is H2O, is knowable only a posteriori. Still, I think if you take the analogy with water seriously, one thing that comes out of the previous discussion is that, well, even if water is H2O is only knowable a posteriori, that's no obstacle to the a priori scrutability of water truths, like water is H2O, and there's water in the oceans, and so on, from basic truths, like PQTI. Roughly, the water truth is scrutable from those basic truths in virtue of water playing the role, playing a certain role that it plays. So if you take that analogy seriously, that suggests that this view is very much compatible with a priori scrutability. Now, there's an extreme version of Cornell realism that rejects a priori scrutability. I think my own view is taking this analogy seriously and the reasoning underlying it, that extreme version ought to be rejected. I should say it's not obvious anybody holds the extreme version of this view. In my conversations with Cornell realists about this matter, people like David Brink and Dick Boyd, it's been pretty clear that in conversation with them, after going through it for a while, they've got they're not particularly opposed to this general a priori scrutability. What's more important is the a posteriori identity claim. Okay, so what are some other threats to a priori scrutability in the normative domain? One thing you might think of is a open question argument. So I think it's pretty clear that at best open question arguments, once you fix on non-moral truths and moral truths at least leave an open question, these threaten only an analytic scrutability thesis, not an a priori scrutability thesis. A priori questions often pose there's often an open question, a substantive question about a priori truths. I'll talk next week a little bit about the status of the analytic scrutability thesis in general. You might think that what's a priori what's analytic is a priori, but not vice versa. If so, then analytic scrutability is a more constrained thesis than a priori scrutability. It might even be that normative stuff needs to be in an analytic scrutability base, but not an a priori scrutability base. But for our purposes today, it's a priori scrutability that matters. You might worry about the possibility of ideally rational moral disagreement even ideal reasoners could disagree about the moral truths in light of agreeing on the non-moral truths. I mean, very far from clear that could happen. Also not totally clear that's incompatible with the a priori knowability of moral truths. But even if one thought it was, then I think the natural way to go, at least for someone who's a proponent of the scrutability thesis, is to see this as an argument for anti-realism or subjectivism of some form about moral truths. Probably the best argument for that kind of anti-realism or subjectivism, on my own view. Third possibility is a view in which, okay, well look, ideal reasoning alone doesn't get you to moral knowledge. Some people think, the emotions, the sentiments, are essentially involved in moral knowledge and coming to know moral truth. So your Spock-like ideal reasoner isn't going to be in a position to know these moral truths. Well, I think, again, ideal reasoning is defined basically in terms of the possibility of knowledge. I think if you did hold this kind of view, then the right thing to say is, well, okay, in certain cases, it turns out, perhaps surprisingly, ideal reasoning must involve the emotions or the sentiments in a certain central role. You might think, okay, to be an ideal reasoner, you've just got to have a big brain. Well, no, it turns out on a view like this, you've got to have a big heart as well. Okay, well, there you have it. Interesting consequences. So, while romping along, epistemological, I think very much the same issues come up for epistemological truths and aesthetic truths. I mean, I'm inclined to think that the weight of considerations tends to favour realism about the epistemologically normative, and when it comes to the aesthetic or the aesthetically evaluative or normative, maybe the balance of considerations tends a bit more towards anti-realism, but I think at least the set of options is very much the same, and in each case, not much reason to believe in inscrutable truths. Again, if you did think there were inscrutable truths in one of these domains, you'd have to expand the base a bit. Maybe add a relevant evaluative expression, a certain kind of good, a certain moment, a certain ought, and so on, but still not much problem for compactness. One of the hardest cases, I think, actually, at least for scrutability from a fairly minimal base, is the class of intentional truths. I mean, I built them into the generous PQTI, but then we're looking for we might well eventually want to get them out of a more minimal base, and there are questions about what to do about them. So truths like S believes that P, John believes that snow is white, and so on. Are these truths scrutable from non-intentional truths, or scrutable from some simple base, like a stripped down PQTI? Now, there are obviously views on which they are. For a logical behaviorist or an analytic functionalist, these will be scrutable from functional and behavioral truths, or if we've got a bit of externalism in there as well, then not much reason to deny they're scrutable from functional, behavioral, and environmental truths. My own view is that it's very plausible that, well, I think there are narrow intentional truths and wide intentional truths. There's narrow content and wide content. This is something which fairly naturally falls out of the present framework in ways I'll discuss next week. My own view is that narrow intentional truths are scrutable from phenomenal truths plus functional truths. Not just functional truths alone. Once you've got phenomenology in there as well, then you've got enough for the narrow intentional truths. And the wide intentional truths, those that depend on the environment, are scrutable from narrow intentional truths plus non-intentional environmental truths. So that's roughly, I think that's a very natural view for someone to hold something like this framework to hold. Still, there are various challenges to the scrutability of intentionality, and I think probably the most salient challenge to the scrutability of intentional truth is the Kripke-Wittgenstein puzzle that Kripke put forward in his book on Wittgenstein, where the thought was roughly that even once you fix all these non-intentional truths, there are certain matters of interpretation. Does someone mean plus or plus, which is just left open by those non-intentional truths. Now, I'm inclined to think there's actually quite a big role to be played with respect to the Kripke-Wittgenstein puzzle by a resource that Kripke dismisses very, very briefly, the appeal to phenomenal states. Kripke says, well, maybe what would it help if you had a certain kind of headache when you meant plus? Now, in recent years, a lot of people have paid a lot of attention to the phenomenology of thinking, and to the phenomenology of thinking about plus, and have argued there's a constitutive role for phenomenology here. There's got the phenomenal character and understanding addition, which is really quite different in kind from the, say, the phenomenal character of a headache. Once you furthermore bring into account dispositional relations to phenomenal states of this kind, I think you at least maybe begin to make the case that Kripke-Wittgenstein puzzle is harder to get off the ground. One relevant diagnostic question here is it really conceivable that you could have a functional and phenomenal and environmental duplicate, say of me, with different intentional states? Here, holding fixed not just actual, say for example, phenomenal states, but dispositions to have them under certain circumstances and so on. I at least think that's very far from obviously conceivable. So at the very least, where if one was given knowledge, if one was given a cosmoscope that gave one knowledge of an arbitrary being's functional state, its phenomenal states, its disposition to have phenomenal states, relevant environmental states, I think we'd be in a position to make very good, very well justified judgments about its intentional states. I think indeed to have conditional knowledge of its intentional states. Maybe there's a question about whether various bizarre skeptical hypotheses are ruled out. That would be a question for conclusive a priori scrutability. I'm inclined to think at least where ordinary a priori scrutability is concerned, the Kripke-Wittgenstein puzzle can be overcome. Externalism, I've more or less discussed already, so I'll skip that. Still, just so you think that something like the Kripke-Wittgenstein puzzle or some other puzzle does pose an obstacle to scrutability of intentional truths from non-intentional truths, then what's the alternative? Just so you think that, scrutability fails here. Well, the alternative then is to build intentional truths into the base, just as we built some mathematical or normative truths into the base if scrutability failed there. So you might think, add some truth to the form S believes that P, just as base truth. After all, we had phenomenal truths there, why not some intentional truths too? Or if you're on board with a lot of this framework, something like S entertains primary intention such and such in the base. I think one could do that, but there's an obvious worry that arises once one does this, adding all these truths involving propositions to the base. Roughly the threat of non-compactness. The idea that the base is going to get too big by having all these propositions in there, or it's going to be somehow trivialized. After all, potentially all propositions P might now be involved in the base as objects of relevant intentional attitude. And a couple of different versions of this worry. One is the worry that arbitrary concepts and expressions will be required in the base. John believes that cats are not dogs. That's going to be in the base, and we're going to mention cats and dogs in the base. Precisely the kind of thing you're trying to get away from in requiring the bases be compact. So one thought here is that if we have to go this far, maybe it'll be a case that a few concepts or expressions will suffice to get all the intentional truths to be scrutable. For example, in the 2D framework, maybe primary intentions can be characterized using intentional relations to certain primitive concepts. If that's not the case, then the residual thought might be that, well, even if not, the concepts used here, like cat and dog and so on, are only being used in a highly delimitative way. They're being mentioned. Cat and dog is being invoked as concepts involved in propositions which someone is intentionally related to. They're not being used. We're not stating truths directly about cats and dogs. And there's a lot of limitation on the way in which they're used. So there's at least a potential to avoid trivialization at this point. So the second worry is the worry about trivialization. The point is, once we've got propositions, expressions for propositions in the base, P, Q, picking out arbitrary propositions P and Q, then there are natural ways using those to get all propositions out the other end. For example, just that we also have truth in the base, is true. Then look, we have P is true, and Q is true, and R is true for arbitrary propositions P, and from which you could get this P and Q now used now rather than mentioned out of there, and get all propositions out. Or just say you have knowledge in the base. And, S knows that P. Well, then you get the truth of P out of that. Okay, well, maybe you don't have knowledge for every truth, but then maybe we've got some kind of factuals about knowledge. S would know P if they investigated. Now, you can at least see where there's going to be a potential mechanism to get us very close to getting arbitrary truths out of it, hence trivialization. So I think to avoid this kind of worry, what you're going to want to do is to bar mechanisms of semantic descent from the base, like direct appeal to truth and reference, perhaps bar factored intentional operators from the base, like knowledge, and indeed restrict these uses of propositional expressions, to the right-hand side of certain intentional relations. I don't say these issues are entirely non-trivial, but if you are inclined to think that intentional truths are not scrutable, I think there's some promise in taking this kind of move and still coming out with a compact base. One residual worry is that phenomenal truths which I've appealed to may themselves be intentional truths. If you're an intentionalist or a representationalist about conscious experience, you may think that phenomenal states are themselves constitutively intentional. Maybe phenomenal redness, the kind of phenomenal state one is in when one sees red things, is basically equivalent to being phenomenally representing the property of redness, or standing in a certain intentional relation to that property or the propositions involving that property. If that's the case, we may end up with some intentional truths in the base all the same. I think similar issues are going to then arise as what happened in the last couple of slides. As long as they're specified in a constrained form, using a limited vocabulary, I think there's not obviously an obstacle for compactness. Okay, moving right along, we're now getting to metaphysical truths. I didn't think about dropping metaphysical truths entirely because it seemed like this is really impossible to say anything worth saying within the 5 to 10 minute constraint. So maybe I'll just say a couple of things very, very briefly. So all kinds of metaphysical questions about, philosophers, of course, are very much inclined to just want to think about what about philosophical questions in my own domain. I've discussed some of the normative and value-laden domains already, but now there are also metaphysical domains, abstract objects, causation, color, consciousness, free will, God, material objects, modalities, personal identity, persistence, properties, quiddity, space-time, and no doubt many others. So I think, again, the range of options is fairly similar to the range of options discussed earlier. And I'd be myself inclined to put different cases in different places. Some questions about the metaphysics of modality, for example, might go in the rationalist camp. I think it's very plausibly a priori that Lewis-style moral realism is false. Some might go in the empiricist camp. The right metaphysics of space-time might really might be a priori scrutable from fundamental truths about the character of physics. For some things you might want to be anti-realist. If one's an atheist, then one will presumably be anti-realist about God claims. If one's a theist, on the other hand, will probably go expansionist and build God into the base. For some things, you might want to be an expansionist. I mean, I've already got consciousness in the PQTI base, but just say we were starting from a physical base, I think, okay, I think it's not at all plausible that you get consciousness by a priori scrutability from a physical base, so I'd be expansionist about consciousness. One other place in metaphysics where I think expansionism is an option to take very seriously is the question about quiddities, the intrinsic character of properties of basic microphysical properties. If mass is characterized as a thing that plays the mass role, then you might think there's a certain kind of intrinsic property there, a quiddity that plays the mass role, whose character we don't know, and various hypotheses about it are left open. Maybe it's this intrinsic property, maybe it's that intrinsic property. I think that's at least not a metaphysical view which we can easily rule out, and I think expansionism there should be left open. So I leave open the possibilities that quiddities might need to be in the scrutability base. But for many metaphysical questions, I'm inclined to think the right attitude is pluralism. Questions about causation, color, free will. This is something which I discuss a lot in another bit of the manuscript about verbal disputes, where the rough idea behind pluralism is in the vicinity of many important philosophical concepts. There are multiple concepts nearby. In the vicinity of the concept of free will, or freedom, for example, there are different concepts. Heavyweight freedom, which is roughly being the ultimate origin of one's choices, versus, say, lightweight freedom, which is something like, say, the ability to do what you want. Or, in the case of color, you might want to make a distinction between different color concepts. I've argued that our color concepts can be seen as somewhat indeterminate between what I call Adenic color concepts here, heavyweight color concepts, picking out certain primitive properties of redness of the way things might seem to be presented to us by taking experience purely at face value, versus lightweight color concepts, more like the kind of colors you might think still have in light of science, involving dispositional or response-dependent characterization of color concepts, things which serve as an appropriate basis of color experience. So once you find this kind of pluralism, I think there's a common pattern which I think is at least attractive to proponents of the scrutability thesis, roughly that disambiguate certain claims about the metaphysics of color or freedom into claims involving the lightweight concepts and the heavyweight concepts. So positive lightweight claims, like people have lightweight freedom, people have the ability to do what they want. Well, that's true, but also scrutable from the base. Positive heavyweight claims, like people have heavyweight freedom, maybe aren't scrutable, but also aren't obviously true. Likewise, for the color case, maybe we go illuminalist about the primitive colors, the heavyweight colors, and physicalist about, say, the lightweight colors, and argue that they're scrutable. So that's the kind of move that needs a lot of defense. Still, this is relevant at least maybe to the core worry, one of the core worries about metaphysical truth, which is about ontological truth, existence of certain basic objects, whether concrete or abstract objects. And here all I'm doing is recapitulating a line spelt out in another paper on ontology. So you might think, okay, what about the status of truths like universal composition? For every set of objects, there's an object which is their sum. Again, I'm inclined to distinguish different concepts. A heavyweight quantifier, a heavyweight notion of existence on which macroscopic existence claims can't be analytically entailed by macroscopic existence claims, and a lightweight quantifier, or a lightweight notion of existence on which macroscopic existence claims can be analytically entailed by macroscopic existence claims. I'm inclined to think that this is a way of catching out the Carnapian distinction between internal and external questions in ontology. Questions internal to a framework and external to a framework. Roughly the idea is the heavyweight quantifier is the one that's invoked inside the ontology room, and the lightweight quantifier is the one which is used in a lot of ordinary talk. In any case, so my own broadly Carnapian view of these things is spelled out in this paper on ontological anti-realism, is that heavyweight existence claims, really by parallel to the color case in some ways, heavyweight existence claims are not in fact determinately true, whereas lightweight existence claims are true but scrutable. Just say that, okay, I'm wrong about this. I think your standard ontologist, I think many people doing ontology are going to take an alternative view of these things, on which there are in fact true heavyweight ontological claims, which are certainly not analytically scrutable from, say, a stripped down base, the base involving, say, microphysics and phenomenology, and maybe not even a priori scrutable. That's not obviously notable for a start. If that view is right, then where should you go in the scrutability framework? Well, I think the thing to say then is that your base is going to require more existential truth. It's already going to have some existential truth in the base. There's no getting around that. Maybe, for example, some basic laws of ontology. It's pretty plausible a scrutability base will have some laws of physics. Well, if you go this way, maybe some laws of metaphysics as well. If universal composition is a true claim, maybe we'll build in something like that claim to one's scrutability base. And it's not as simple as that, then we need to build in a good deal more. But, again, I think the key point is that it's not obvious here that we require any expansion in vocabulary. All this is going to be doable using the existential quantifier. Maybe you have to stipulate that it's a heavyweight existential quantifier if you buy in to that distinction. But there's not really a threat of compactness. So as with the normative, all the work was going to be done with ORT claims, and the mathematical was going to be done by mathematical claims, and here the work is going to be done by existential claims. No expansion of vocabulary obviously required. Okay, so that's, I managed to run through all 4 of those in less than 10 minutes each, so gives us a little bit of time for a few miscellaneous hard cases before saying something briefly about minimizing the base. Okay, you might think, what about modal truths? Well, I think there's a very natural thing to say about modal truths, which is they're either a priori, claims of metaphysical necessity are either a priori or they're a posteriori. There are a posteriori necessities, as suggested by Kripke, but at least for the core a priori necessities, it's very plausible that these are themselves a priori entailed by non-modal truths, so necessarily Hess versus phosphorus. That's, I think, very plausibly a priori entailed by the non-modal truth that Hess versus phosphorus. It's a priori, but if Hess versus phosphorus, then necessarily Hess versus is phosphorus. And I've argued elsewhere that this pattern can be expected to hold in general. If that's right, then modal truths won't pose an obstacle to a priori scrutability. You might worry about another kind of modal truths, epistemically modal truths, in particular ones about a priority itself. If it's a priori that S, is it a priori that it's a priori that S? And if it's not a priori that S, so on. Well, I think this basically comes down to the question of whether a priority obeys the S4 and S5 axioms. I think it's going to be, at least a conclusive a priority. The S4 is very plausible. S5 takes a bit more work. I think a case can be made for S5 for a priority as well. Now, one of interest, I think, to the current audience is the questions about vagueness. In particular, for example, borderline cases of vague expressions where there are a number of interesting scrutability-related issues. I think if one embraces a non-epistemic theory of vagueness on which there are, in borderline cases, there is non-epistemological indeterminacy, then I think there are some natural ways to formulate those scrutability theses here. One natural way to formulate it is to formulate it as holding that determinate truths are scrutable from base truths not involving the relevant basic expressions. I mean, there are a few other options here where I think the relationship between vagueness and scrutability on these theses will parallel various familiar options for the relationship between vagueness and knowability on different approaches. Where it gets really interesting, I think, is on epistemic theories of vagueness, on which, say, certain statements of the form X is tall may be true, but unknowable in these borderline cases, because we don't know where the borderline for tallness is. You might think, okay, these are not only unknowable, claims of the form such and such person is tall, but in fact inscrutable from PQTI. After all, it's not obvious that giving somebody all the PQTI facts in the world is going to help with the kind of unknowability advocated by the advocate of the epistemic theory. Furthermore, you might think that this kind of unknowability might persist on idealization. Now, I think Tim, in his book on vagueness, is just neutral on the question of what happens, whether this unknowability should persist on idealization. But there's a very natural version of the view on which it does. This knowability won't go away even on idealization. If so, perhaps no compact base will suffice. Again, you might think that adding a few expressions to the base will settle the status of others. One way that might work is by adding certain things about truth or reference. Those would plausibly bring in trivializing mechanisms in any case. Those aside, again, I think there's a natural version of the view on which no compact base will suffice. To get the tallness truth in there, you need something very close to the tallness truth. To get the dog truth in there, you need the dog truth, you need the cat truth, you need baldness in the base. So there's I think a very natural version of the epistemic theory on which all this stuff needs to be in the base. And this is nice for present purposes. I think this gives us a version of a view on which the scrutability thesis just comes out false. At least the compact scrutability thesis comes out false. And so far we've had a pretty hard time finding, hard cases where the compact scrutability thesis just comes out false. Maybe the intentional case at least posed a worry there. But okay, but we want the scrutability thesis to have some philosophical oomph after all, not to be entirely trivial, but still to exclude some things. So I think this version of the epistemic theory of vagueness is at least in serious tension with the thesis. So, for present purposes then, at least it's somewhat fortunate for me that the epistemic theory is often regarded as implausible. Now, maybe that consideration carries a lot less weight with this particular audience than it might do otherwise. More substantively, I think I've heard Tim say that he doesn't want special pleading for the epistemic theory of vagueness. So if there are principles which seem to apply in all other cases, then the ideal is that we won't have to violate those principles, make special cases for. If there's a principle that applies in all other cases, then ideally it also applies in the case of vagueness as well. At the very least, I take it that if the compact scrutability thesis is otherwise plausible, and if there aren't other kinds of counterexamples to it, then that at least yields some further reason to reject the epistemic theory. And so either, I think, the dialectic is, well, if there are some other reasons to reject it, then focus on those reasons, and maybe then we can also reject it in this case, or the epistemic theorist is left with a special exception in this case, which I think is a fairly uncomfortable situation for them to be in, or no such exception. Again, I think more light can be shed on this matter if one tries to articulate independent arguments for the scrutability thesis, which I think could turn into direct arguments against the epistemic theory. But this is, in the meantime, it's not a bad dialectical situation for the proponent of the scrutability thesis to be in. Demonstratives. There are some tricky issues involving demonstrative truths, like that's read in things like two-tubes cases with a bunch of dots in one's visual field, and that's identical to that, and so I think you can make a case that these are not always scrutable, even from indexical truths involving I and now and what I'm now attending to, and so on. So my view is about these cases is one may need some further primitive indexicals in the base, phenomenal demonstratives for certain kinds of experience, like this experience or this experience, and then one can fix reference to certain things in one's environment, at least facts about the things in one's environment which are the causes of these will be scrutable from facts about those experiences. And, there's a lot to say about social, metalinguistic, deferential, and nominal truths, but I think that, what to say about that, given what's gone before, will be fairly straightforward, at least once one's got intentional truths in the picture. Okay, so that leaves me with 5 minutes or so for minimizing the base. This is actually one of the most interesting questions of all, and I will come back in the next lecture to a number of questions about the character of the base. So this won't be everything I have to say about the matter. But if what's gone so far is correct, then maybe there's a case for scrutability of all truths from PQTI, and I think I've at least made the case that intentional truths are, I've just, at least discussed the case for intentional truths being eliminable from there. The questions then about how far we can minimize the base from this point, how small we can get the base to be. Okay, so starting from our fairly generous PQTI, what are we going to minimize? What are we going to eliminate? Well, we had macrophysical truths in there for a start. Truths about macroscopic objects, characterized in the language of classical physics. The natural thing to suggest here is that those macrophysical truths are scrutable, a priori scrutable from microphysical truths, at least within, say, a classical physics or maybe a Bohmian version of quantum mechanics. You can make the case that claims about space-time and mass at the macroscopic level just a priori entail claims about space-time and mass at the macroscopic level, at least modulo those ontological worries that we discussed earlier. Quantum mechanics, I think, really does complicate things considerably. An a priori entailment there becomes much less trivial my student Phil McQueen is doing some really interesting work on scrutability in quantum mechanics at the moment. I think in this case it's quite plausible one's going to have to bring in experience as well, and the status of certain physical things as causal bases of relevant experience to get anything like scrutability out of that. But I think my own view of the case can be made. So scrutability of macrophysical truths from microphysical truths plus experience. I had counterfactual truths in the general space. I think there's a very natural view on which relevant counterfactual truths are going to be scrutable from things like initial conditions and laws. Now, microphysics, Pete, just say we've gotten all the macrophysics out of the microphysics. Well, the microphysics still involves basic terms like charge, spin, and mass. What to say about those? Are they going to have to be in an ultimate base? Well, there's a very natural view on which they don't need to be in the ultimate base. I mean, there's a familiar picture on which theoretical terms like charge and spin and so on are definable by a Ramsey sentence. It's roughly charge as what plays the charge role with respect to certain old terms or observable terms. Spin is what plays the spin role. In the scrutability framework, that basically comes to the idea that you could specify all these macrophysical truths in a big Ramsey sentence saying there exist certain objects, there exist certain properties that play such and such a role, and there exist certain relations, and have a big Ramsey sentence for the physical character of the world grounded in certain O-terms. But the O-terms might involve space, time, observables like mass and secondary qualities, causal notions, and experiential notions. But then at least getting rid of, say, charge and spin literally from the base. Then, we might have secondary quality truths like color truths in there. Again, very natural picture on which color truths are themselves, truths about what's red are basically scrutable from truths about when people have certain experiences as of something red, and causal truths. So basically the red things go along with roughly the normal causal bases for red experiences as of redness, scrutable from phenomenal and causal truths. And indeed, I think maybe even a line like this is fairly plausible for the mass truth. What we pick out as mass is roughly the thing which is causally, ultimately the thing which A, plays a certain causal role in our physical network, and B, is causally responsible for our experiences as of massiveness. There's a question about the that's all truth. The one that says, well, this is all there is in the world. There's none of that extra stuff. And about how that ought to be formulated. There are ways of formulating that so it involves a lot of extra vocabulary. My own view is that some of the best ways to formulate this invoke the notion of fundamentality. We basically specify a whole bunch of truths and then say, these are all the fundamental truths, or all other truths obtained in virtue of these truths. And, or maybe all other positive truths obtained in virtue of these truths. There are some questions about the exact formulation, which I've discussed in an appendix in the manuscript. I'm inclined to think that that's all you can get out of the notion of fundamentality. So where does that then leave us with respect to the base? Well, what base expressions are then left as our best candidates for being in the base? Well, it looks like I think there's no getting rid of certain indexicals like I am now and those phenomenal demonstratives. There's no getting rid of logical expressions, at least, for in certain bits of the base and quantifiers and probably connectives. You're probably going to need some mathematics for the formulation of the Ramsey sentence for relevant physical theories. Although, all respect to Hartree field, who knows just how much of that mathematics might be eliminable. I think you might need fundamentality for the that's all clause. Then I think the interesting hard questions are about spatiotemporal, gnomic, phenomenal expressions and expressions for quiddities, all of which I think have some pretty good case for being in the base. I mean, can you get rid of spatiotemporal expressions scrutable? Well, my own view is that spatiotemporal expressions are in fact scrutable from a more basic base. Spatiotemporal expressions work like secondary quality expressions. Roughly, we pick out space-time as the causal basis of relevant spatiotemporal experiences. If anyone here remembers the paper I gave on the matrix here about 7 years ago at a graduate student conference, think you can see the rough basis for holding something like that. But I think that could be a very non-trivial issue. There will be primitivists about spatio-temporal concepts who hold that, in fact, there's something conceptually fundamental about the notions of space and time not to be analyzed away. So chalk that up as substantive issue one. Nomic expressions. Is a law of nature that, or certain causal and counterfactual notions? Well, I think there's an issue between Humeans and non-Humeans about the nomic. It parallels familiar issues in the metaphysical domain. I mean, is there supervenience of the nomic on the non-nomic, what David Lewis calls Humean supervenience? So here the issue is epistemological, and it's one of Humean scrutability. I think my own view is that I'm pretty strongly non-Humean about these things, so I'm inclined to think that nomic expressions do need to be in the base. But again, this is something which really depends on very substantive further philosophical issues, and I can just articulate the choice point here. Phenomenal expressions for conscious experience, well, there are views on which these are eliminable. If you're a Lewis-style analytic functionalist or a Dennett-style eliminativist, you might want to get rid of them. My own view is that I think there's no getting rid of phenomenal expressions from the base, that phenomenal truths are not scrutable from non-phenomenal truths, and there's the issue about quiddities that I mentioned already. I think it's just a substantive question whether there are, in fact, true hypotheses about these intrinsic characters underlying the dispositions in microphysics. So open questions about those four things. I think these are actually the best candidates for base expressions, and then some other things I've brought up along the way. Somebody might want to think about normative notions, or further metaphysical truths, or further mathematical truths, or maybe even some secondary quality truths being in the base. And just to end up, then just to, I think what's basically going to come out of this is that it's a substantive, even if one is on board with the scrutability project, it's a substantive matter what's in the base, and where one goes here is going to depend on one's own philosophical commitments. Given my own philosophical commitments, I think the best candidates for a scrutability base, for a fairly minimal scrutability base, is that it's going to involve indexicals like I, now, and phenomenal demonstrative, this experience. Simple logical and mathematical expressions at least used to state other truths, although maybe not needed to state logical and mathematical truths, needed to state Ramsey sentences for physics, for example. The notion of fundamentality, certain phenomenal notions may themselves be analyzable further into things like relations of phenomenal awareness and certain basic qualities, and we call something non-Humean, certain nomic notions, or I think that perhaps the best candidate for a basic nomic notion is something like the nomic modality operator is the nomic modal operator is a law of nature. That now because your own mileage may vary, and there's going to be different choices here for different philosophers. In the talk next week, we'll revisit this matter and talk a bunch more about the different choice points here, with a view both to articulating certain principal scrutability bases here in seeing just which elements, for example, of Carnap's Aufbau-style project you might get out of this kind of program and what you might not get out, as well as I'll be investigating some applications to related questions in the philosophy of mind and language, metaphysics, and the philosophy of science. Anyway, I think we've probably run through enough today to put a fair number of matters on the table for discussion, so maybe I'll leave it there now. Thank you.
Welcome to the sixth and final lecture of David Chalmers' John Locke lecture series on constructing the world. The lecture today is entitled Whither the Abstract.
Thanks, John, and thanks again to all of you for coming out to this lecture and the other ones. It's been a wonderful time being back here in Oxford for 6 weeks, getting to see so many old friends and make many new friends as well. And it's been a wonderful opportunity to give these lectures and to talk to so many of you about the issues in the lectures and many other interesting philosophical issues. special thanks to, I think there's a couple of hardy souls here who have actually made it to 5 of the lectures, or even all 6. So, but who's counting? Yeah, thanks. Just thanks again to everyone. So today, I'm going to revisit some of the themes from the first lecture tied to Carnap's Aufbau, looking at some upshots of the present project for Aufbau-like projects, and also at some potential applications of the project in a few different areas of philosophy. So, in the Aufbau, you'll recall, Carnap defends a kind of definitional scrutability of all truths from a very austere scrutability base. For most of the Aufbau, it's a base consisting of logical expressions plus a single expression for phenomenal similarity, and at the end he tries to get rid of even phenomenal similarity, so a purely logical base. This is meant to vindicate a kind of construction of all truths about the world from a purely logical or structural base, which is meant to have some consequences for sort of objectivity and communication about model of the world for the purposes of science, something I'll return to a bit later. So a question then is, how close can we come to these Carnapian goals? Already in the first lecture I said, okay, the Carnap's own project is perhaps a failure, but maybe we can come close. Just how close can we come, given where we've gotten to? And one way to approach this is by thinking, what sort of principled scrutability theses and principled scrutability bases are suggested by where we've gotten to so far. So far, in the first few lectures, I guess I've argued for a sort of an unprincipled scrutability thesis, an opportunistic one as far as it goes. I've argued that all truths are a priori scrutable. Well, in the first instance, I argued that all truths are a priori scrutable in the sense defined on the handout, for those of you not familiar enough with it already. All truths a priori scrutable from this set of truths, PQTI, macrophysical, phenomenal truths, indexical truths, and a that's all sentence. And then in the last lecture I suggested maybe those truths, well, PQTI itself can be stripped down to an even more minimal basis, consisting of some or all of spatiotemporal truths, truths invoking spatiotemporal notions, gnomic truths, using gnomic or causal notions, phenomenal truths, using notions tied to conscious experience, and perhaps quidistic truths, truths about the categorical bases underlying microphysical dispositions, along with indexical truths, perhaps the notion of fundamentality used to state that that's all truth, and logical and mathematical expressions used at least perhaps in articulating physical and perhaps phenomenal truths. So that's a fairly stripped down basis. But you might want to look for what are the principled bases in the vicinity, and what might we learn from those with respect to various applications. So in what follows, I'm going to look at a few different principled scrutability theses and scrutability bases. Very briefly at the start, I'll just discuss some issues about definitional scrutability, analytic and primitive scrutability that connect to some things I talked about in the first lecture and connect to some projects of Carnap's, although I can't talk too much about those for reasons of time. Then I'm going to look at 4 principled scrutability theses, all involving certain different kinds of constraints on the scrutability base, and all of which have potentially different applications in different areas of philosophy. A narrow scrutability thesis tied to scrutability of all truths from a narrow basis, one which is in a certain sense environment independent. This might have applications to theses about narrow content in the philosophy of mind and the philosophy of language. There'll be a thesis of acquaintance scrutability, involving bases with which one has a certain distinctive acquaintance. This has connections to certain, I think, familiar Russellian projects in epistemology and potential epistemological consequences. There'll be a thesis of fundamental scrutability, a thesis that all truths are scrutable from metaphysically fundamental truths. This thesis has applications, I think, to a number of issues in metaphysics. And there'll be a thesis of structural scrutability, scrutability from a certain kind of structural objective basis, connects strongly to Carnap's projects and has applications to a number of issues in the philosophy of science. And in the last section, I'll just try to wrap things up from the perspective of the Aufbau. So just quickly then on definitional scrutability, which I already discussed and more or less rejected in the first lecture, saying, okay, well, looks like definitional scrutability in general fails because definitions meeting the various adequacy conditions for definitions are not in general available. And indeed, the a priori scrutability thesis I've defended doesn't entail definitional scrutability. But it's an interesting question, having come this far, how close can we get to definitional scrutability, perhaps relaxing some conditions of adequacy on definitions? Well, one thing worth noting is any definitions we're going to get to from the current project are going to have to be context dependent. We've done scrutability not for expression types in the dependent class, but for expression tokens or utterances in the more general case. So any definitions we're going to get out of this are going to have to correspond to tokens or utterances or context in some way instead. But then with that taken, you might think, okay, well, given that at least any given token utterance is scrutable, maybe from those scrutability conditions we can reconstruct some kind of definition-like characterization. So one thing you might well consider is that, okay, if we're allowed infinitary definitions in our conditions of adequacy, then there's a natural enough project here. I mean, in the extreme case, you can list out the conditionals from scenario descriptions to consequences and have a big conjunction of those. Perhaps there are other infinitary definitions. Will violate some conditions of adequacy, might be useful still for some purposes. And indeed, I think very long finite definitions are not ruled out to the point at which one reaches any reasonable standard of precision. Connected to this is a project of getting increasingly adequate approximate definitions, perhaps longer and longer finite definitions of relevant expressions. Maybe once you get to 10-word definitions, you get 99% of cases by some measure, and 20-word definitions you get to 99.9, and for every epsilon there's some delta, there's some n. Such n-word definitions get you that far. It's not. I don't think it's a trivial claim that there'll be such a sequence of approximate definitions for every term, but under reasonably plausible assumptions about natural language, I think you can make the case for a series of approximate definitions of that sort, so closer and closer definitions. There's also a thought in the Carnapian spirit, that things go pretty well for things might go well for the definitional project if we allow revisionary definitions. Okay, maybe there's no short, finite, explicit definition of a table, because someone can always come up with an exception. But if we're just prepared to define something nearby, a table star, which overlaps with tables in 99% plus of cases by some measure, then maybe we can have a perfect definition of table stars. And this is indeed something which Carnap, in some parts of his philosophy, was very happy to do. He called this an explication rather than a pure definitional analysis of the existing term. You can see how at least some of the purposes of an Aufbau-style project might be met by, say, revisionary definitions. Maybe not, for example, fine-grained philosophy of language and content, where one wants perfect articulations of the content of existing expressions, but maybe for some metaphysical purposes, it doesn't matter much whether one reconstructs tables or table star. For certain coarse-grained epistemological purposes, like defeating the skeptic, it doesn't matter much whether one gets knowledge of table stars and tables and so on. So anyway, there's a thought here that maybe there's some interesting definitional projects left alive here, and more to say about that. Also a question about analytic scrutability. I mean, even if these, the definitions we got out of a priori scrutability will be at best a priori adequate, sometimes definitions are held to be required to be something stronger, such as analytically adequate. You might ask, then, for this purposes, one relevant question is an a priori scrutability base an analytic scrutability base, where this requires something like analytic entailment of dependent truths by base truths? Now, this, of course, depends a great deal on what one means by analyticity, and this is not a term which I tend to use a whole lot myself, but working with, if we assume the notion of analyticity is coherent and has an extension, then there are some natural things that the proponent of analyticity might want to say here. I mean, it looks like, for example, if, as is often held, there are synthetic a priori truths, say mathematical truths or synthetic a priori truths or normative truths or a priori truths that aren't analytic, then we'd expect an a priori scrutability base won't be an analytic scrutability base. To have any hope of being an analytic scrutability base, it would have to be expanded. Okay, one thought is, okay, well, and then for an analytic scrutability base, one's going to want to add some expressions to the base. Some normative expressions used to state normative truths, ethics, epistemology, other domains. Perhaps some mathematical truths, if those are regarded as synthetic a priori. Maybe some ontological truths, if you think those are synthetic a priori. And on you go. But I think the project is at least left open for the proponent of analyticity, that an expanded base here might serve as an analytic scrutability base. It might also serve as if you believe in definitions, as a more plausible definitional scrutability base. Fundamental primitive normative concepts used in definitions, for example. I actually, in a further chapter of the book manuscript on which these lectures are based, on verbal disputes, I try to come at these questions about analyticity and primitive concepts from a somewhat different direction, a direction involving verbal disputes. And I think maybe one gets to reconstruct a thesis a little in the spirit of analytic scrutability there, but no chance to go into that here. Also, I mentioned in the first lecture primitive scrutability, the thought that all truths are a priori scrutable from a base only invoking primitive concepts, and truths which are concepts which are in some sense conceptually fundamental. Again, a great deal depends on how conceptual priority and conceptual fundamentality is understood. But I think, without getting into to those questions, you might look at the kind of scrutability base we've gotten to here, and if one is inclined to believe in something like the existence of a special class of primitive concepts, then the kinds of expressions we've gotten to in the scrutability bases outlined here, and at least reasonable candidates to be taken as primitive in the relevant sense. We've got primitive indexicals like I and now, and certain demonstratives like this for experiences. Maybe some logical expressions, negation, conjunction, existential quantification. Perhaps spatiotemporal expressions, if you take that fork of the tree, which involves a certain kind of spatiotemporal primitivism. Perhaps gnomic expressions, given a non-Humean view of gnomic concepts. Perhaps phenomenal expressions, given phenomenal realism, goes naturally with primitivism about phenomenal concepts. Perhaps even some quidistic expressions, and indeed a notion in the realm of fundamentality, such as fundamental or in virtue of. These are at least candidates, I think, for primitive concepts. So if somebody wanted to argue for a thesis of a priori scrutability from truths involving only especially primitive concepts, this would be a reasonable place to concentrate. Indeed, somebody might want to try to argue for something stronger, like analytic scrutability from bases involving primitive concepts. Then, as in the last slide, you might want to expand the base using some normative concepts or some mathematical concepts, perhaps something more, but then still be left with something like analytic scrutability from there. These have something not at all out of the spirit of the way the Aufbau is sometimes regarded. Indeed, it wouldn't be totally out of the spirit of the project in lexical semantics from Anna Witzbicker that we discussed way back in the first lecture. You'll remember Witzbicker has 62 primitives or so on her list. I guess it depends how you count them on this list, but it looks like it's no more than 10 or 12, depending on just how fine-grained we go about individuating them. So that's a thought about primitive scrutability. Okay, Now I want to say something about, an application in the philosophy of language and content, narrow scrutability. I've already discussed applications of this sort back in the fourth lecture, where I discussed using the scrutability framework to define intentions relevant to the Quine-Carnap dispute over meaning, and argued these had a certain connection to a priority or analyticity. In a lot of further work, there's actually in some other work, I want to apply this to elaborate a broadly Fregean approach to the meaning of language more generally. In fact, there's a companion book manuscript, The Multiplicity of Meaning, where I go into that. I'm not going to try to go into that here, but I will just briefly discuss a more limited application in the philosophy of mind to the notion of mental content, and in particular to notions involving narrow or environment-independent content. So here's a thought. We're all familiar with Putnam's twin Earth thought experiment, where expression like water is used by somebody on Earth, and there's a twin of that person on some other planet, some other community, that uses that term with a different extension. Oscar uses water to refer to water, twin Oscar uses it to refer to XYZ, twin water. We might try to, and the one thought is that this kind of pattern of behavior, well, it applies to some expressions, like water, but it doesn't apply to every expression, like maybe zero. Hard to get a twin Earth thought experiment going for zero. So let's say that, try to capture a distinction like this by saying an expression is twin Earthable. Well, what I have here just says when there are two possible twins that use it non-differentially with different extensions. It's actually a little bit quick. Whatever on the handout is better. It just didn't fit on the slide. An expression is twin Earthable if it's possible for someone to use it non-differentially with one extension, and for a twin to use a corresponding term with a different extension. So basically, we're trying to capture the Putnam structure here. Notice the qualification non-differentially. If Tyler Burge is right, almost any expression, perhaps even zero and conscious and so on, and could be used with deference to a linguistic community, and you can get a twin Earth thought experiment that goes on the differential use of the term and mere linguistic differences in one's linguistic community that leads to differences in extension. By that, if we allowed cases of that kind, probably every expression would be twin Earthable. But the Putnam, one thing worth noting is the original Putnam thought experiment involving water didn't turn on in any important way on deference to a linguistic community. Indeed, you could get that going with experts or with communities involving single users. So let's stipulate non-deferential usage, something like expert usage, whose reference is not mediated by a linguistic community. And an expression will count for our purposes as twin Earthable when you get twin Earth cases for different extensions, even under that kind of use. So the thought is, okay, water exhibits that behavior. Probably most names exhibit that behavior. I could use Gödel, or his wife could use Gödel to refer to Gödel. Someone on a different planet who's a twin could use Gödel to refer to some twin or some different person who's not Gödel, but twin Gödel. I think for this to work right, you've got to stipulate that extensions of predicates and general terms are properties rather than classes. Otherwise, the definition just gets a bit more complicated. So now let's say then, okay, so the thought is when an expression is twin Earthable, its extension depends in an important way on the environment. One thought is when an expression is not twin Earthable, then it doesn't. A little bit more complicated than that. There are expressions like I and now, which are twin Earthable in the sense that a twin of me might use I to refer to themselves, or now to refer to a different moment. So it comes out twin Earthable in this sense. But I think it makes sense to count these indexicals as in a certain sense narrow, not environment dependent. So I'll say an expression is narrow if it's non-twin Earthable or a primitive indexical. And the thought is, okay, well, for all that Putnam and Burge show at least, quite a lot of expressions are non-twin Earthable in this sense. Maybe zero, maybe believe, maybe conscious, maybe philosopher, maybe friend. Indeed, I and now will be by stipulation. Okay, so now we've got potentially an interesting privileged class of narrow expressions. Then we can articulate a thesis of narrow scrutability. All truths are scrutable from narrow truths. where narrow truths are defined in the obvious ways as truths using only narrow expressions in their statement. So one underlying idea here is that where you find twin earthability for something like water, that goes along with scrutability from something like underlying empirical truths about the environment. So the reference of water, it's referring to H2O for us, or a corresponding terms referring to XYZ for twin Oscar. Its reference depends on certain underlying external truths about the environment, the existence of H2O or XYZ in the lakes, and appears to go along with a corresponding sort of scrutability from those truths. Upon discovering that the stuff in the lakes is H2O, then this gives us very good reason to believe that water is H2O, and likewise for twin Oscar with XYZ. So I think one can develop that thought into something like an argument. Where you find twin earthability, you find scrutability from an underlying level to suggest, to give an argument for the thesis of narrow scrutability. Now that would be fairly elaborate, and I'm not going to develop the argument here. I'll just present the idea. But it's worth noting, though, that at least if you accept this definition between, twin earthable and non-twin earthable expressions at all, then the kinds of expressions that we've got into our scrutability base at the moment are reasonably plausible candidates to be non-twin earthable expressions, or at least narrow expressions. So I think if you buy into the distinction at all, narrowness is plausible certainly for logical and mathematical expressions, or by stipulation for indexical expressions. Pretty good case, I think, for expressions like fundamentality. And for a phenomenal realist, it's pretty plausible that notions like consciousness and other phenomenal expressions will be narrow. For a non-Humean, the notion like law of nature will be narrow. The spatiotemporal expressions might be narrow, at least for the relevant conceptual primitivist about space-time. And perhaps, it's not quite as obvious, but perhaps there's a case that the same applies for quiddities, for the relevant conceptual quidditists who think there are these quiddistic concepts of the underlying categorical properties. So just going through the data here, you might think, okay, it's at least reasonably suggestive for narrow scrutability. So thought now, well, does this narrow scrutability yield a kind of narrow content? I think not on its own. I think it gets us part of the way there. It requires also a thesis we could call the narrowness of scrutability. Just something like, if a sentence A is scrutable from a set of sentences B for subject S, then A's counterpart, A prime, is scrutable from B's counterpart, B prime, for any twin S prime. And here we'll just assume a counterpart relation between twin expressions, as when water used by Oscar has the twin expression, quote, water used by twin Oscar. And the thought is, okay, where there's scrutability in one case, there's scrutability in the other cases. I think, for different notions of scrutability, you can make it reasonably plausible. For notions like conditional scrutability, acceptance of conditionals, I think looks like, twin Oscar is going to accept, maybe even rationally accept the same corresponding conditionals to the ones that Oscar accepts. Where a priori scrutability is concerned, I think a thesis like this could be naturally seen as grounded in a thesis we'll call the narrowness of a priority. If a thought, T, active thinking, constitutes a priori knowledge for one thinker, and T has a counterpart, T prime, in the twin of that thinker, then that corresponding thought, T prime, also constitutes a priori knowledge. And I think that's, again, nothing much said by Putnam or by Burge throws too much doubt onto that thesis. And when one works through cases, whether involving Batchelor or water and so on, of a priori scrutability, I think, again, the arguments from Putnam and Burge don't directly cast doubt on that thesis. I think one can make the case that's fairly plausible, not, of course, undeniable, and requires some argument. But I think given something like these theses, well, given the narrowness of scrutability, and also given narrow scrutability, actually a generalized version of narrow scrutability, so it's across arbitrary scenarios, not just the actual world, generalized narrow scrutability plus narrowness of scrutability, I think, entail a kind of narrow content. They entail, in particular, the primary intentions defined by associated with thoughts or expressions via the scrutability conditionals in the manner discussed a couple of lectures ago will come out narrow, or environment independent. For example, if you've got a token of water as XYZ used by Oscar and a corresponding token used by twin Oscar, I think it's pretty plausible, given all the stuff we've said previously, that for, say, an ordinary speaker like Oscar, water is H2O, is scrutable from the PQTI of the actual world, and water as XYZ is a priori scrutable from the different PQTI style description you might give to a twin Earth world, an XYZ scenario. So if such a token is scrutable from an XYZ scenario specification for Oscar, Oscar will accept if I'm in the XYZ scenario, water is XYZ, well, a corresponding token will also be scrutable from the same specification for twin Oscar. Twin Oscar will accept if I'm in the XYZ scenario, then water is XYZ. I mean, you can make the argument formal given the assumptions, it's straightforward. Then, so basically it looks like the primary intentions will coincide. The primary intention of, water is such and such for both Oscar and twin Oscar will roughly be true with those scenarios where, the watery stuff and the environment around the relevant location is such and such. More generally, that's for utterances. More generally, if a thought T has a given primary intention, so will its counterpart thought T prime for any twin. Again, given the premises, that comes through reasonably straightforwardly. I think that the key thesis here in doing the work is actually, even from narrowness of scrutability, you can get a weak kind of narrow content out of that alone over linguistically defined scenarios. Given the narrow scrutability thesis, or its generalized version, you get a quite robust notion of narrow content. So that's one, I think, very interesting application of the framework. Okay, second one, tied to questions about acquaintance in the sense familiar from Russell. So Russell's principle of acquaintance famously said, all propositions are composed of constituents with which we are acquainted. And at the level of language or thought, at the level of language, there's a corresponding thesis, which is something like all expressions are definable in terms of acquaintance expressions, are reducible to structures of acquaintance expressions. Where for Russell, the things with which we're acquainted and the corresponding acquaintance expressions for those things with which we're acquainted are very limited. We're acquainted with the self, so I is a acquaintance expression. On some readings, we're acquainted with the current time, so now counts. We're acquainted with sense data, so certain sense datum expressions count as acquaintance expressions. And indeed, we're acquainted with certain universals on Russell's view. Now, Russell's view here, I think, is generally taken to be, not one of the more popular elements of his philosophy, and is today widely rejected. The thought is that the current framework might be able to give us something which is not a million miles from the Russell-style claim. So in the current framework, of course, the claim won't be one about definability, but one about scrutability. So a thesis such as all truths are scrutable from truths involving only acquaintance expressions. Now, I think here at least, just surveying the data, surveying where we've gotten to, the members of our scrutability base are, to a considerable extent, at least reminiscent of Russell's acquaintance concepts. Now, matters are complicated here, I think, by the fact that Russell's notion of acquaintance has various problematic things built in, and it's not totally clear how to cash it out in the current framework. Still, I think there are things one can do which aren't a million miles away from the Russellian notion that might provide counterpart notions in the current framework. So one pretty useful notion in general within this framework is the notion of an epistemically rigid expression. We're used to the Kripkean idea of a rigid designator, an expression that picks out the same thing across all possible worlds. So an epistemically rigid expression or designator is roughly an epistemological analog of a Kripkean rigid designator. It's one that has the same extension in every epistemically possible scenario. And indeed, we'll stipulate, just to make things easier, that they also have to be rigid in the Kripkean sense, pick out the same thing in every possible world. So, an expression like water, although arguably metaphysically rigid in the Kripkean sense, won't be epistemically rigid. It picks out H2O in Earth-style scenarios, and XYZ in twin Earth-style scenarios. Maybe Gödel picks out different individuals in different scenarios. But arguably, there are some expressions which are epistemically rigid. Zero. Pretty plausibly picks out zero in any scenario. Conscious, again, philosopher. I think one can make the case that there's at least a class of expressions, so you don't get this kind of epistemological variability of extensions across scenarios. Now, there are some complications here tied to the fact that we've defined this notion in terms of extension in a scenario, requires an apparatus, and requires re-identification across scenarios, and there are some tricky issues in making sense of that notion, which I discussed in a paper on epistemic space. For present purposes, there's also an intuitive way of cashing out the notion of an epistemically rigid expression. It's one whose extension we can know a priori. So the thought is, although the extension of water is H2O, that's not something we can know a priori. A priori could have been XYZ, likewise for Gödel, but maybe we can know the extension of zero a priori, of conscious a priori, and indeed of philosopher a priori, at least if we're taking extensions here to be properties. Again, that's got to be, at least for present purposes, an intuitive notion, because there are all these problems I alluded to in the first lecture with the notions of knowing the extension. But I think it can carry at least some weight. Now, epistemic rigidity is, I think, you can just see from the examples, quite closely related to the notion of non-twin earthability. There's an attractive thesis that says whenever an expression is epistemically rigid, it's also non-twin earthable. I think something like that might be true, at least in the actual world. Once one goes to other possible worlds where thinkers are constituted in very different ways, I think all bets are off. And the reverse entailment, I think, is also tricky. There might be some twin earthable expressions by the previous definition which are not epistemically rigid. For present purposes, they're at least closely connected notions, although one is defined epistemologically, the other simply in terms of reference. Another attractive thought is that where you find a posteriori necessities, of the Kripkean sort, for example, that requires epistemic non-rigidity. So the key Kripke examples of a posteriori necessities involving things like, quote, water, quote, gold, Aristotle, heat, and on you go. All of those appear to be epistemically non-rigid, and indeed the epistemic non-rigidity appears to be arguably part of the explanation of their necessity and their simultaneous necessity and a posteriority. That's something I'll come back to. Okay, so given this notion of epistemic rigidity, well, it's at least reminiscent in certain respects of the Russellian notion of acquaintance. For acquaintance, I think by definition one knows the referent of one's expression or one's concept merely by having the concept. Merely by having the concept of I know what I am. Merely by having the concept of zero, I know what it is. Well, for epistemic rigidity, one gets something like, if the intuitive gloss was correct, one can know the referent a priori, and indeed by having the concept as is involved in any a priori knowledge, plus doing some reasoning. Now, these aren't exactly the same. These definitions are not exactly the same. One is that epistemic rigidity allows a certain amount of idealization. So, for example, I think it's plausible that 43 plus 59 comes out epistemically rigid, refers to 102 in all scenarios, but probably not acquaintance expression by Russell's expression. In Russell's sense, you could have the concept without knowing the reference because you haven't done the calculation. And indeed, my definition of epistemic rigidity requires not just knowing the reference, but knowing the referent a priori. So it's arguable that although I is an acquaintance expression in Russell's sense, it's not epistemically rigid because you can't know a priori what oneself is. So still there's interesting links here. And one suggestion here is that to deal, at least especially with the second kind of case, one should really postulate two analogues of acquaintance in the current framework. Well, there's acquaintance with abstract entities such as properties and numbers and so on. That's cashed out by epistemic rigidity. But there's also the Russellian acquaintance with the self and maybe the current time and so on. Those are cashed out in the current framework as the primitive indexicals. Remember, I and now and this experience. in the scrutability base. And you might think, well, the need for these primitive indexicalities in the base corresponds to a certain kind of direct ostendability of these things, of oneself, the current time, one's current experience. So anyway, I think we could make this a stipulation. An acquaintance expression is either a primitive indexical, but that's just cashed out by the big list required for the scrutability base, or I now, this experience, or an epistemically rigid expression. Call that an acquaintance expression. Then, here's our acquaintance scrutability thesis. All truths will be scrutable from acquaintance truths. All truths involving all expressions scrutable from truths involving acquaintance expressions. Again, looking at our scrutability base, we had, well, what did we have? We got things like I, now, and this, the primitive indexicals, not unlike those Russellian primitive indexicals, and maybe things like phenomenal expressions, gnomic expressions, the notion of fundamentality, which are reasonable candidates, at least, to be epistemically rigid. And I think if you were, on board with the previous thesis about non-twin earthability, you can see why something like this might also be plausible in the case of epistemic rigidity. Of course, it does require, a good bit of argument. But again, the data are at least suggestive. And it's suggestive, I think, in a way that, it's especially suggestive that maybe there's some kind of vindication of Russell to be had here. Again, a part of Russell's philosophy that's quite often regarded as one of the more implausible and outdated bits. It's a bit which I've always been inclined to think is somewhat underrated. But okay, interesting thesis. The scrutability from an acquaintance base of this sort might yield at least interesting analogues of numerous Russellian theses in epistemology, philosophy of language, and mind. Another thought is that I think actually that epistemic rigidity is probably the more fundamental notion than things like non-twin earthability. Perhaps even this acquaintance scrutability thesis might be used to explain things like narrow scrutability, primitive scrutability, and so on. So this is a place where not just Carnap gets a little bit of potential vindication, but maybe Russell as well. Now, okay, so fundamental scrutability. This is an application, I guess, most especially in metaphysics. The thesis is roughly all truths are scrutable from metaphysically fundamental truths. Roughly, those truths metaphysically in virtue of which all truths obtain. Or perhaps better, we know we need indexicals in there, and I think that could be, you can make a case for that on reasonably principled grounds. So all truths are scrutable from metaphysically fundamental truths and indexical truths. Because, it's not especially plausible indexical truths are metaphysically fundamental. Okay, so that's a thesis which, as I argued in the first lecture, has certain applications in metaphysics, including to the mind-body problem. Now, there's a couple of issues here that arise immediately. One problem is that there's, for many of the plausible metaphysically fundamental truths involving metaphysically fundamental properties, maybe like spin and charge and mass and so on, there are many modes of presentation of those truths. You can refer to mass and charge under different modes of presentation. What are the right ones to use here? Are there canonical modes of presentation? Well, the natural candidate for a canonical mode of presentation, given where we've gotten to so far, is roughly an epistemically rigid mode of presentation. So, for present purposes, then you might require or stipulate that the relevant fundamental truths are to be specified, if possible, using only epistemically rigid expressions. So, I think that maybe this goes fairly straightforwardly on some Hauer-style ontologies where there's going to be epistemically rigid ways of picking out mass or charge. There will be a problem on at least some metaphysical views, not least some quidistic views, just say where there's a categorical property underlying mass and charge, but underlying the relevant dispositions, but not one we can pick out in any epistemically rigid way. You can only pick it out under various relational modes of presentation. Then you might say, okay, well, there'll be no epistemically rigid specification of the relevant fundamental properties on those versions of the quidistic view. I think for present purposes we can handle this by stipulating something like a Ramsey sentence specification of the relevant fundamental truths. The fundamental truths will be of the formula. There are properties that play these roles and so on, making sure that we have epistemically rigid O terms, at least. Now, you can make a case on some quidistic views you're actually leaving out certain metaphysical truths about the world in such a specification, but it won't matter for our epistemological and semantic purposes. In any case, the key property, if we make this kind of stipulation, the key property of fundamental truths is that they necessitate all truths, and in particular, that they necessitate all epistemically rigid truths. This is all requiring what follows. You can even think of it as a stipulation, if you like. We've got a notion of epistemically rigid fundamental truths, which is a class that serves as a supervenient space, at least for all epistemically rigid truths, and then one will wonder about the other ones after that. And I think it's fairly plausible, if you're buying anything like this framework, that something like a Ramsey sentence specification of the fundamental truths with epistemically rigid O terms will do that job. Just so we've got that. Then I think there's an argument for fundamental scrutability, not too far away from here, from premises that have at least something going for them. Okay, so premise one is that all epistemically rigid truths are necessitated by epistemically rigid fundamental truths. That's more or less the stipulation that we just made. Think of that as a characterization of the relevant, as a constraint on the relevant notion of fundamentality. Premise two: when S is epistemically rigid, S is necessary if and only if S is a priori. So that's a version of the observation made earlier that, at least for the familiar Kripkean cases of the necessary a posteriori, all appear to involve epistemic non-rigidity. So if one takes that pattern as holding in general, as I think there's a pretty good case for doing, then when S is epistemically rigid, S is necessary if and only if S is a priori. But there are other kind of cases of the deeply contingent a priori that John Hawthorne has brought out. I think, again, those are to be handled by stipulating the relevant notion of the a priori for our purposes is the notion of conclusive a priority. I think the relevant cases are, John's cases are plausibly cases of the contingent, non-conclusive a priori. Okay, from those two premises, you get conclusion three. All epistemically rigid truths are a priori all epistemically rigid truths are a priori scrutable from fundamental truths. Okay, that hasn't got us all the way there, but it's got us part of the way there. So, okay, keeping that then as a premise for the next argument, we'll combine that with premise 4. All truths are a priori scrutable from epistemically rigid truths and indexical truths. That's roughly where we got to in the previous, under the previous thesis, the thesis of acquaintance. All truths a priori scrutable from acquaintance truths, but those were the epistemically rigid truths and indexical truths. So if we have that, and we combine it with the conclusion from the previous slide, all epistemically rigid truths are a priori scrutable from fundamental truths, then you get the conclusion. All truths are a priori scrutable from fundamental truths and indexical truths. And that's roughly what I'm calling fundamental scrutability. Now, of course, it's not the case there's nothing to argue with in this argument. I think the key, if someone wants to argue with it, the key premises to argue with will be number 2, which is reminiscent at least of some theses which have come into the debate over the mind-body problem, and perhaps premise 4, a priori scrutability from epistemic rigidity and indexicality. Still, I think you've got at least the basis of a pretty interesting and, prima facie not bad argument for fundamental scrutability here. And furthermore, this time I gave an argument, but you can also take a look at the scrutability base we've gotten to see if it, looks like the expressions involved are reasonably plausible candidates for metaphysical fundamentality. So we had, apart from the indexicals, we had nomic expressions, spatiotemporal expressions, quidistic expressions, which I think, again, not all of these were compulsory in the base, but if you are the kind of non-Humean who wants nomic concepts in the base, then it's going to be at least very natural to hold that nomic aspects of the world are also metaphysically fundamental, perhaps at the level of fundamental laws or fundamental powers. if you're the kind of spatio-temporal primitivist who thinks that should be in the scrutability base, it's also going to at least be natural to think that something about space-time is metaphysically primitive. And if you have quiddities in the base, I think it's very natural to hold that the quiddities are metaphysically fundamental. So at least I think the picture we're getting out of this is at least suggestive for metaphysical fundamentality. Now, the controversial case, of course, is that of the phenomenal truths about consciousness. There's a perspective for which phenomenal truths need to be in the scrutability base because you can't get them epistemologically, say, from physical truths, but from which they're not metaphysically fundamental. That's the perspective of what I've called the type B materialist. Now, of course, phenomenal truths will be regarded as fundamental for the dualist, or something in the vicinity will be fundamental for the dualist. For what I've called the type A materialist, for which there's no metaphysical gap between the physical and the phenomenal, and also no epistemological gap, then they won't need to be in the scrutability base. So both of these can accept fundamental scrutability just fine. It's the type B materialist who will hold that phenomenal truths are not scrutable from fundamental truths plus indexicals. So they'll have to deny the thesis of fundamental scrutability at cost of having phenomenal stuff in the scrutability base, which is not what they want. I mean, here I'll just observe that for present purposes, if fundamental scrutability is A, plausible in all the other cases, and B, motivated by the kind of argument we've given, then you might well see fundamental scrutability as itself yielding a good reason to reject type B materialism. So I think you can see this kind of thesis this is an application of this kind of scrutability thesis to one kind of metaphysical debate. And it might motivate the kind of arguments that I and other people have wanted to give for epistemological gaps from physical to mental to ontological gaps. Again, of course, there's much more to be said, and I take it that the type B materialist will want to deny one of the two key premises of the previous arguments, but at least this helps bring out the lay of the land. Finally, I'll say something about structural scrutability, connecting to Carnap's issues about structuralism in the Aufbau and the philosophy of science. So Carnap held in the Aufbau that all concepts, all expressions are definable in terms of structural concepts, or structural expressions. Here the thought is that, maybe there's a couple of different notions of structural concept that Carnap uses. There's the notion of a weakly structural concept, which includes both relational and logical concepts. And there's the notion of a strongly structural concept, which is both logical concepts alone. Carnap's motivation here was the thought that only structural concepts are objective and intersubjectively communicable in the way that he thought was required for appropriate scientific characterization of the world. And although a lot of what he said here is really fairly brief and not entirely articulate, one key idea that he mentions is the thought that where you've got non-structural concepts, these rely somehow on subjective ostension rather than objective characterization. So if we had, say, phenomenal redness in the base, well, that would require, users of this to understand those truths, subjective acquaintance with phenomenal redness, or even external greenness or slipperiness and so on. These are things that to understand them, you had to have experienced them. This would rely on subjective ostension. He thought that was out of bounds for science. So he thought, well, fantastic if we can get our description of the world in wholly structural, objective, and communicable terms. Now, it's not totally obvious exactly why logical concepts and only logical concepts meet this rule. And you might wonder about relational expressions too. There are relations such as redder than that don't look a whole lot better than red, for example. But there's at least some sense that the relational picture is a bit more objective. So anyway, how's all that going to translate to within the scrutability framework? Well, again, making the familiar move of moving from definability to scrutability, the relevant thesis is going to be that all truths are scrutable from structural truths. Now, we can read structural truths either of the two ways above. If you mean from strongly structural truths using only logical expressions, there exist certain objects and properties and relations distributed in such and such a way, well, that will correspond to what Carnap calls a structure description of a world. But that's precisely the kind of view that seems to be refuted by Newman's problem, mentioned back in the first lecture. It appears if we allow arbitrary properties and relations, arbitrary extensions to properties and relations corresponding to arbitrary extensions, then it looks like this will just be much too easy to satisfy. As long as the world has the right cardinality, any world of the right cardinality will satisfy it. So these descriptions are in a certain sense trivial. You might think, okay, well, so I take the moral of Newman's problem to be that you need more than logical expressions in the base. Well, you still have the thought that maybe we could get scrutability from weakly structural truths, from what Carnap calls a relation description that has both logical expressions and relational expressions in the base. Now again, this is tricky because what kind of relations count? Rather than doesn't look too good, but I think maybe our thought is that here, that if we're going to expand beyond logical expressions, we ought to look like things which are not too far away from having the kind of properties that logic seems to have, of being relatively intersubjective and not relying too much on what looks like notions of subjective ostension or indeed acquaintance. This is incidentally a way in which Russell's and Carnap's projects, although often assimilated to each other, are really very different, almost opposed in character. Russell, of course, was famously fine with subjective acquaintance. Carnap is precisely trying to avoid it. So you might think, okay, there's a few structuralist projects in the vicinity once we're expanding beyond logical expressions in the base. One project is what we might call spatiotemporal structuralism. All truths are scrutable from spatiotemporal truths, perhaps, along with also, we're going to need indexical truths, and let's allow logical and mathematical expressions in the base as well to help state the spatiotemporal truths. So then our base characterization of the world will be something like, there exist entities and properties distributed in such and such a way over space-time, maybe invoking basic spatiotemporal relations, or maybe invoking mathematical spaces with certain dimensions designated as the fundamentally spatio-temporal ones. So we'll use primitive spatio-temporal language in the base, and that's how we avoid Newman's problem. So spatio-temporal concepts here are taken as primitive, and one will then go on to define things like gnomic concepts and phenomenal concepts and so on from there. One will ground them. This is just spatio-temporal stuff in the base. So this corresponds to a picture which is actually very familiar in contemporary philosophy. It's an epistemological analog of David Lewis's Humean supervenience picture, upon which all truths supervene on the distribution of properties and relations across space-time. It's an epistemological analog, because here the claim is that all truths are scrutable from truths about the distribution of properties and relations across space-time. And Lewis never seems to attempt to analyze away the spatiotemporal notions, likewise here. And our spatiotemporal truths will be specified by taking certain basic spatiotemporal relations as conceptually primitive, or indeed spaces with certain dimensions designated as spatiotemporal. It works best, I think, on a classical physics picture. You can at least make a case that something like this can survive a relativistic or quantum mechanical picture by designating axes as spatiotemporal. My own view is that this is not the best way for a structuralist to go, on the other hand. Another version of structuralism is gnomic structuralism. Roughly all truths, you can see at least for spatiotemporal truths, we do have primitives here, so we've gone beyond logic. You might make a case that, well, at least all of us in the actual world are familiar with space and time concepts. Maybe there's some kind of at least pseudo-objective grasp on that, although whether it meets Carnap's standards of objectivity is not entirely clear. In the new case, gnomic structuralism, all truths are scrutable from gnomic truths and indexicals and logical and mathematical expressions. And here our base will have the form roughly of the character. There exist entities and properties connected by such and such gnomic relations, where gnomic concepts, maybe the concept of a law of nature or a disposition of power, is taken as primitive, and all others are defined from there. This, I think, can be seen as a kind of, again, an epistemological analog of something like Sidney Shoemaker's metaphysical gnomic structuralism, with powers or dispositions as basic. The view that John Hawthorne has called causal or nomic structuralism. Again, it's an epistemological analogue of that. And then maybe all we need in our base, along with logical vocabulary and indexicals, is something like a single nomic relation N, or a single nomic operator is a law of nature that, plus mathematics and so on. And you might make a case that that's, again, not entirely clear it meets Carnap's standards for being a purely structural notion, but it looks pretty reasonable as far as objectivity and communicability goes, at least, again, from a non-Humean perspective. For completeness, we should mention a view, call it phenomenal structuralism, on which all truths are scrutable from phenomenal truths, plus maybe indexicals. Not a million miles away from the kind of thing Carnap tries to do in the Aufbau. For most of the Aufbau, he looks like a phenomenal structuralist. Then our base will be something like there exists experiences that stand in certain structural relations, perhaps relations of similarity and difference. Now, this has various obvious problems from a contemporary perspective. It looks like it requires something like phenomenalism about the external world, or else something like panpsychism. To recover the physical character of the external world, you need experiences out there or derivation from experiences here. It's a bit more complicated than that, because there's the possibility of existential quantification over objects, properties, relations, using logical vocabulary out there. But again, I think to avoid an analogue of Newman's problem, it does end up collapsing back into phenomenalism or panpsychism. Now, the thought here would be that for the relevant structuralism to go through, not to use notions like red and green and so on, the phenomenal truths would themselves be specifiable using something like similarity-difference relations, maybe as in the Aufbau with just one, or maybe with a manifold of such relations, or maybe just mathematically as positions in certain phenomenal spaces. I think it's an interesting picture of this phenomenal structuralism. My own view is any such purely structural characterization of the phenomenal will always be incomplete for very familiar reasons. Well, there's just basically a dilemma. Either such a characterization is incomplete. If it's a kind of characterization which is so objective it can be known by Mary inside a black and white room without ever having experienced the color red, then it looks like it's going to be incomplete. There are truths about the experience of red that Mary could never know on that basis. Or else if it's a kind of description that Mary, if it's something she could know in the room, it's incomplete. If it's something she couldn't know in the room, perhaps because it uses primitive notions like redness, then it looks like it's non-objective, because it relies on subjective ostension. It won't meet Carnap's standards. So I think that phenomenal structuralism fails. And indeed, I think, from my own perspective, that's a reason why every version of structuralism fails. I've given the stripped-down versions of structuralism. There are going to be combined versions, too. You can combine, if you think, okay, phenomenal structuralism is implausible, we can combine nomic structuralism with phenomenal structuralism, or nomic phenomenal spatiotemporal structuralism with all those structural elements in the base. Perhaps there's even a version of quidistic structuralism. Now, my own view is that any purely objective form of structuralism is undermined by phenomenal knowledge for the familiar reasons I just gave. You give a description of the world graspable by Mary in the black and white room, it'll be incomplete. If not, it'll be non-objective. You might even make a case that the mere building in of indexicals into the basis has already undermined a certain strong form of objectivity. That matter's not entirely clear. But anyway, I think this at least leaves open, even if structuralism about the phenomenal is false, this leaves open certain forms of structuralism of the forms above, at least about the non-phenomenal, non-experiential domain. And here it's striking that structural realism, as stated in the philosophy of science, is usually articulated as a thesis about the non-phenomenal, non-observational domain. I think the options for the structural realist in the philosophy of science really do correspond to the kind of options I've given here, if they want to avoid Newman's problem. It's worth finally mentioning one other form of structuralism, the most austere form of all. This is what I call fundamentality structuralism, on which all truths are scrutable from truths about fundamentality, simplicity, along with logic, math, and indexicals. Here we'll have a characterization of the world that says something like, there exist such and such fundamental objects, properties, and relations distributed in such and such a way in the world with respect to each other. It's a lot like Carnap's pure logical description of the world, except that we've invoked the notion of fundamentality. And of course, it's the invoking of fundamentality that's meant to get around Newman's problem. We can no longer assign arbitrary extensions to these properties and relations. This actually corresponds to a move that Carnap makes himself late in the Aufbau, except Carnap does it starting from his phenomenal base. Here I think this is best conceived as starting from something like our physical base, starting from a physicalist scrutability base, perhaps Lewis's Humean scrutability base, or the gnomic base, and then abstracting away even from the key spatiotemporal or gnomic notions, yielding something like a purely mathematical specification of fundamental physics. Here's our mathematical characterization of the world and its evolution. Such a specification would be vacuous for the Newman-style reasons. You could always find some axes that would fit, except that certain axes are labeled as fundamental. And doing that imposes a constraint that meets Newman's problem. So the thought is, this is a picture, again, a lot like Lewis's Humean scrutability, except we take a step that Lewis never took, which is to analyze the spatial and temporal dimensions, analyzing notions of space, what it is to be a spatial dimension or a temporal dimension, for example, in broadly mathematical terms as space-like and time-like dimensions, where these are going to involve relevant qualitative constraints on the distribution of properties, relations, and objects in space-like or time-like ways. A non-trivial project, but there are various natural things to pursue. Then gnomic and phenomenal and so on are analyzed from there, and again, very reminiscent of Carnap's final system in the Aufbau, except we start from a physical base rather than a phenomenal base and strip it down from there. So I think that's actually a very interesting and austere system. Okay, then, so to conclude, with the Aufbau and the goals of the Aufbau, I think some of the goals of the Aufbau don't get vindicated here. Some others stand at least some chance of vindication. So I said at the beginning in the first lecture that I wouldn't be constructing the world, and indeed I haven't. I haven't even written an Aufbau, attempted to construct specifications of the world in the Carnap style from a base and building up. But I have, if everything has gone right, at least suggested ways in which various Aufbaus might be written, starting from certain bases, depending on your philosophical commitments, and building up from there. There are going to be different Aufbaus depending on your philosophical commitments. In a way, we might all have our own private Aufbau, depending on our philosophical commitments. But just to end with two of them, there is one Aufbau that I find it especially beautiful and striking one. This is the one which I just alluded to a second ago. This is one I think of as the Carnap-Lewis Aufbau. This one has a scrutability base that contains only logical, mathematical, and indexical expressions, and the expression fundamental. The basic truths specify the existence and distribution of fundamental objects, properties, and relations, and one's own relation to that space. Spatiotemporal notions we'll make it a definitional project in the Carnap and Lewis style. Spatiotemporal notions will be defined mathematically in terms of space-likeness and time-likeness of certain dimensions. Laws and causation will be defined in the Lewis style in terms of regularities or best systems. Mentality will be defined in terms of causation and behavior, and indeed the style of both Lewis and Carnap, and everything else definable from there. I call this the Carnap-Lewis Aufbau, even though it wasn't directly endorsed by Carnap and Lewis, because it's very closely related to both of their projects. So Carnap says in the Aufbau that he chose, as it happened, to start with a phenomenal base, but he could have started with a physical base. And he says in the introduction to the second edition that he would have, if he had written the Aufbau a few years later. He would have started from a physical base. I think, looking at where he got to at the end of the Aufbau with fundamentality as his only non-logical notion, it's natural to think this is the kind of Aufbau that Carnap might have written if starting from a physicalistic basis. So it's a nearby possible counterfactual Aufbau for Carnap. And likewise for Lewis. I mean, Lewis appears to be on board with something like a scrutability program in many domains. He does, it appears, take spatiotemporal notions as fundamental. and never attempts to analyze them away. It's natural to think that, there's a nearby counterfactual version of Lewis that analyzes spatiotemporal notions themselves in terms of underlying distributions of fundamental properties and relations. Maybe you could even speculate that if Lewis had lived a bit longer, this would be a very natural way for his philosophy to go, given the emphasis he placed on fundamentality. So I think this is a thesis very much in the spirit of both Lewis and of Carnap. I don't know that, so I think it's a view that manages to combine, I think, that elements of the pictures of two of the great philosophers of the 20th century. I don't know whether that's in itself reason to believe it, but I think it's itself reason to take it seriously. My own view is that this Carnap-Lewis Aufbau is a very beautiful project, this counterfactual Aufbau, but it fails. I think it fails for a couple of reasons, familiar by now. The definitions it needs, if pursued definitionally, may not be available, and more fundamentally, I think that such an austere picture can't adequately account for the gnomic, laws of nature and causation, and of course for the phenomenal. But those are my substantive philosophical commitments. There are other commitments from the perspective of which the Carnap-Lewis Aufbau is, I think, a picture very much worth pursuing. My own, then, version of the Aufbau, given my own philosophical commitments, if I was to write one, would have a slightly less austere scrutability base. One perhaps containing only logical, mathematical, and indexical expressions plus phenomenal expressions, fundamental, and maybe law for law of nature. Or perhaps one can get away with just fundamental law, combining the two. The basic truths will specify the existence, distributions, and fundamental gnomic relations of certain objects, properties, and relations, fundamental properties and relations, intuitively across space-time, but not specified as such. It'll just be all specified structurally, except that some of these properties will be specified as phenomenal properties. And there's a version of this picture that has quiddities. So some of these fundamental properties will actually be specified as certain quiddities, and will have the fundamental element of nomicity. If fundamental laws will be specified within, and will have indexical relations to oneself. So a network of objects distributed in certain ways with respect to gnomic relations and experiences. Space-time will be scrutable from laws and experience on this picture. Causation will be scrutable from laws and properties. Mental states, I think, will be scrutable from causation and phenomenology, and everything else will be scrutable from there. Again, that's how it goes given my commitments, given your own philosophical commitments, and I don't expect everyone to take on board this particular version of the Aufbau. Perhaps there's a different version of the Aufbau that could be written starting from, many different versions starting from very different commitments. So in any case, I conclude then that the project of the Aufbau is alive and well. Thank you very much.